Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku unlocked the Void Storage Quirk, Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Mos K Un Simple Ladron by Ranger 1863. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. In a society in which 80% of the inhabitants have some special ability or power, which is called quirk, the other 20% who do not have any special power or ability, which are called quirkless, these 20% are abused and mistreated for not having any power or quirk. But now we will focus on a family of two green-haired members who are in a hospital room. This family is made up of a mother, Inko Midoriya, and her 4-year-old son, a green-haired boy with 4 freckles on each cheek and emerald eyes named Izuku Midoriya. The two were in the hospital waiting for the doctor to come in to tell them the little boy's quirks. He was playing with an action figure of his favorite hero, All Might. He was very happy while talking to his mother about what quirk he thought he had. Izuku. "Mom, when he finds out my quirk, I'm sure he'll be the greatest hero of all," he said, smiling at her. After saying this, the door of the room they were in opened and a doctor came in who looked a little strange, like a huge toad with a mustache and strange goggles. "Doctor. Good afternoon, Ms. Midoriya. I'll get straight to the point. I have some bad news." Inko. "What's wrong, doctor?" I ask with some concern. "Doctor. You see, the X-ray we took of your son's foot confirmed that he has a quirk." Inko calmed down, while little Izuku began to celebrate, but, upon hearing that word, both of them became very worried and stopped their celebrations. "After doing a blood test on your son, we realized something, you see," the doctor sighed before continuing, "which worries Inko a little. Apparently your son suffers from late-onset quirk syndrome." Inko. "Late-onset quirk syndrome?" Inko had a worried face. "What is that?" "Doctor. Vera," he said with a somewhat sad tone, "late-onset quirk syndrome is a very rare condition, which is generated because the subject's quirk is more powerful than their body can withstand. Therefore, the quirk will not appear until the subject's body can fully withstand it. But even so, there are cases in which the subject never manages to awaken their quirk." After saying this, Izuku was completely shocked. His eyes were wide open and his mouth still open in a smile, but without saying anything, while his mother was in a very similar state. Both were shocked by the news, until Izuku asked the doctor a question. Izuku. "But can he still be a hero?" "Doctor. Honestly, kid, I think it would be best if you gave up." Those words only worsened Izuku's condition. "As I mentioned before, even though you have a quirk, there's a chance that your quirk will never awaken, and even if it did, it's impossible to know when it will, although it's unlikely that it will awaken in time to attend a hero academy." This statement only depressed Izuku even more. After that, both green-haired women thanked the doctor and bowed goodbye to go to their car. On the way back home, Izuku sat in the back seat in total silence while his mother sat in the front of the car trying to talk to Izuku. Upon arriving home, Inko went to the kitchen while Izuku locked himself in his room. After a few minutes, Inko went to Izuku's room to tell him to go to dinner. Inko just opened Izuku's door a little and from there looked at him. The little boy was in front of his computer watching a video of All Might's debut, in which All Might saved dozens of people from a natural disaster. Inko just stood silently in the doorway as she listened to her son cry. After a few moments, Inko walked out the door back into the kitchen. She thought at that point it was best to give Izuku some space. The next morning Izuku went to his daycare. The truth was that he didn't want to go, but in the end Inko convinced him. When he arrived, Izuku noticed that all the children and teachers were together looking at someone. Izuku approached and in the middle he could see his best friend Bakugo, who was generating explosions from the palm of his hands. This surprised Izuku a lot, and he also heard his classmates and teachers congratulating Bakugo and praising his quirk. Izuku. "Wow, Kachan, your quirk is amazing." Bakugo. I look at Izuku. "Gracia, it's really good." After that, a few minutes passed while the teachers and students continued with normal classes. After a few hours, recess came and all the children went out to the playground to play. Bakugo was surrounded by children praising his quirk, but then Bakugo remembered that Izuku was supposed to go see the doctor yesterday to find out about his quirk. So Bakugo walked away from the group of children praising him and went to Izuku, who was eating alone. Bakugo. "Hey," he yelled at Izuku to get his attention, which made Izuku turn to look at him. "You said that yesterday you were going to the doctor to check your quirk, so what is your quirk?" Izuku. I didn't know how to answer him, so I just told him the first thing that came to mind. They say I have something called late quirk syndrome, apparently that makes my quirk take longer to manifest. Then a boy who approached him shouted at him. Kid, I'm sure he's lying and is actually a quirkless. Izuku, that's not true, I do have a quirk. Kid, yeah, then prove it. Then Izuku began to exert force throughout his body. He tried by all means to make his quirk appear, but no matter how hard he tried, nothing happened. Izuku just looked at his friend Bakugo's face, but what he saw was surprising. Bakugo. He had a superior smile on his face. Bakugo. My, it seems you were always a Deku. Izuku. Kachan, why do you say that to me? Bakugo. Because it's the truth, if you don't have a quirk that means you're a Deku. After that Bakugo did not wait and immediately told everyone that Izuku did not have a quirk. That day was very bad for Izuku, since all his classmates began to bother him and some even hit him for the simple fact of being quirkless. And so the days passed. Each day was worse for Izuku. Each day he came home with bumps and various wounds. When he arrived, his mother would take care of him and ask him how he had hurt himself, to which Izuku always answered with a lie, like that he had fallen or that he had hit himself and things like that. Although his mother did not believe him, she thought that if Izuku hid it from her it was for a reason. And so the days went by. Every afternoon Izuku went out for a walk in the park. That had become his daily routine. One day he was walking to the park when he heard a scream. Izuku quickly hurried up and ran to where he heard the scream. Upon arriving, he saw how Bakugo along with two of his henchmen were bullying a little girl with jet black hair and onyx-colored eyes. The little girl was lying on the ground with a burn wound on her arm, which was probably caused by one of Bakugo's explosions. Bakugo. Listen to me, kiddo, this park is mine, you can't come here. Little girl. I'm sorry, please don't hurt me. Bakugo. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, but to prevent you from making the same mistake again, I'll have to teach you a lesson so you don't forget. Bakugo was about to throw another explosion at the girl, who tried to cover herself with her arms. At that moment Izuku ran towards her direction and stood between Bakugo and the girl. Both the girl and Bakugo were surprised by this action. Izuku. Kachan, stop, don't hurt him, if you do I'll never forgive you. Bakugo. Don't mess with me, Deku, unless you want a beating. Izuku. Kachan, please let her go, this isn't what a hero would do. Bakugo. Ha, you're just a useless quirkles, don't come telling me how to be a hero. Izuku. Looks at the girl and says run away, I'll keep him busy. The girl looked at him a little worried, but when she saw Izuku's smile she nodded and ran away. Bakugo. Okay, Deku, it looks like you're begging for a beating. He turns to see his two henchmen and says, change of plans, now we're going to attack Deku. A few minutes passed, in which Bakugo and his friends mercilessly beat Izuku. When they finished they left, leaving a badly injured Izuku on the ground. After a few moments Izuku got up with difficulty to look around and make sure there was no one there. Izuku. My body hurts a lot, but at least it wasn't a complete waste. At least I was able to save that girl. I better get home soon, before mom worries. On the way home Izuku started talking to himself about what had happened. Izuku. Why is this happening to me? I wish I didn't have that stupid syndrome. I wish my quirk would manifest, if only there was a way. Then he remembered the words the doctor told him. Late onset quirk syndrome is a very rare condition, which is generated because the subject's quirk is more powerful than his body can resist. Then, the quirk will not appear until the subject's body can fully resist it. But even so, there are cases in which the subject never manages to awaken his quirk. But then an idea appeared in Izuku's mind. Wait a minute, the doctor said it's because my body can't resist the power of my quirk, so if I train my body, that could make controlling my quirk easier. If I make my body stronger, then my quirk could manifest. A smile appeared on Izuku's face at that idea. I can speed up the awakening of my quirk, who knows, with enough effort maybe I'll wake up in time to enter a hero school. And so time passed. Izuku used to go to the park. There he saw Bakugo hitting boys or girls and Izuku defended them, which caused Bakugo to leave Izuku very badly hurt, which when he got home he healed himself without his mother noticing. That was already becoming a routine. After healing Izuku put on sportswear and went out for a run. After a while Izuku developed a routine. His routine started very soft, because he was a 4-year-old boy. At first it was to run 250 meters, do 15 squats, 15 sit-ups and 15 planks. As time went by, Izuku's exercise increased, to the point that when he turned 12 his routine was to run 30 kilometers, do 800 sit-ups, 800 push-ups and 800 planks, in addition to imposing a strict diet, all this in the hope of awakening his quirk. By the time he turned 12, Izuku had developed a musculature that was not common in boys his age. And he also grew quite a bit. Currently he was around 1.75 meters tall, which made him the tallest in his class, and Izuku learned to fight by watching videos on the internet of martial artists and hero fights. This allowed Izuku to develop a very interesting ability. Thanks to the fact that he learned through imitation, Izuku learned to imitate the fighting styles of anyone, which also allows him to predict a person's movements, although of course, he avoided fights. In fact, Izuku has been avoiding Bakugo for a long time to avoid problems. The last time Bakugo attacked him was when they were both 7 years old. Izuku, despite his presumable physique, had no friends, since most did not hang out with him either because they thought he was a quirk or because they were afraid to get close to him because Bakugo always tried to attack Izuku. Izuku was leaving his school. He was at the school exit when he suddenly heard a huge scream behind him. Bakugo hey Dekuuu. Izuku turns to look at Bakugo. Hey, hello Kachan, can I help you with something? Bakugo, I had a bad day today, I failed a test. Izuku, I'm so sorry, he said calmly. Bakugo, no matter what, I need to get even, so I'll hit you until I feel better. At that moment Bakugo ran to attack Izuku and threw a punch to his face, which was taken by Izuku. Bakugo was surprised that Izuku stopped his punch, since this was the first time Izuku defended himself. Then Bakugo tried to throw a kick to Izuku's chest, but Izuku dodged it and returned the kick, knocking Bakugo down. Bakugo and his henchmen were surprised that Izuku knocked down Bakugo. This really enraged Bakugo, who got up with a face that expressed his fury. Bakugo, wow, Deku, it seems you've gotten stronger, but you'll never stop being a useless quirkless Deku. At that moment Bakugo got up and attacked Izuku again, only this time he used his quirk. At first Izuku began to dodge Bakugo's explosions. Izuku was predicting Bakugo's movements and was dodging and deflecting Bakugo's explosions, until Bakugo got fed up. He put both hands together and threw a huge explosion, which Izuku couldn't dodge and hit him full on, leaving him badly injured with second-degree burns and part of his uniform destroyed. Bakugo walks over to where Izuku was lying and kicks him in the ribs. Bakugo, see damn Deku, no matter how much you train or try, you'll never stop being a damn Deku. Bakugo kicks Izuku in the stomach again. You know what Deku, I have some advice so you can become a hero. Go to the tallest building you find, jump and pray that in your next life you're born with a quirk. Ha 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 ha. After saying that Bakugo left followed by his 2 henchmen. Izuku got up and walked home. He was a little depressed. The truth is, he didn't want Bakugo to attack him again. That's why he had been avoiding him since he was 7 years old. In any case he was quite surprised when he got home and the first thing he found was a bunch of suitcases in the living room. Izuku didn't know what was happening until his mother appeared quite hastily. They both looked at each other's faces. Inko didn't notice Izuku's injuries and proceeded to talk. Inko, Izuku, you're finally here. Any longer and I'd have to leave without saying goodbye. Izuku. He looked clearly confused. Mom, what's going on? And those suitcases? Inko, don't you remember? My company called me. I have a business trip to the United States. It'll only be for a week, and I'll be back. Don't worry. Izuku, Mom, why didn't you tell me this before? Inko, I told you, don't you remember? It was about 5 days ago, at dinner. Izuku thought about that moment. He remembered that they were having dinner with the TV on, and then he remembered that on the news they showed a story about All Might and he stopped listening to his mother. Izuku, ah yeah, a little nervous. I remembered now. Inko, a horn is heard outside the house. Looks like my taxi has arrived. Izuku, could you help me unload my bags? Izuku, yes, Mom. Izuku quickly grabbed Inko's 2 suitcases and carried them to the taxi. Izuku put both suitcases in the taxi and said goodbye to his mother with a big hug. They both said their goodbyes. As the taxi pulled away, Izuku waved goodbye to Inko until the taxi was out of sight. That same night Izuku was sitting in front of his television watching a somewhat strange movie, while thinking about what had happened to him that morning with Bakugo. Izuku's mind. And if Bakugo is right and no matter how much I train, and if my quirk never manifests, then what will I do? Bakugo is right. Despite all my training, I can't beat someone with a strong quirk. Izuku was still thinking about this when suddenly the movie he was watching on TV was cut and a newscast appeared. Then the reporter started talking. Reporter. We cut this movie for lonely losers. Izuku ofendido understanding. Reporter. I'd like to inform you that just moments ago, a tragedy occurred. Flight 233, departing Japan bound for the United States, suffered a mid-flight decompression, causing it to crash in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Despite the efforts of rescue teams, there were no survivors. Izuku. Starting to get scared. Wouldn't that have been Mom's plane? Trying to calm down. I don't think so. I'd better call her. Taking out his phone and calling Inko. Come on Mom. Answer. But then a voice from the cell phone interrupted him. Voice. The number you attempted to reach is out of service. Please try again later. Izuku. Even more scared but trying to calm down. Come on Izuku, you have to calm down. The best thing you can do now is go to the airport. I'm sure they'll be able to ease my doubts there. Izuku quickly went to his room and got dressed to go out. He put on jeans, a black polo shirt and a hooded sweatshirt. Izuku went back to the living room, went to the entrance of the house and opened the door only to find two men wearing a suit with a trench coat over it. One of the men had an outstretched hand, indicating that he was about to knock on the door. For a moment Izuku was scared at the possibility that they were villains. Man 1. Excuse me, are you Izuku Midoriya? Izuku. That's right, who are you? Man 2. Let us introduce ourselves, we are officers from the Musudafu Police Department. Izuku. Calmer. I see, then, how can I help you? Man 2. Can we hang out for a moment, kid? It's better than talking about this inside. Izuku. Yeah, no problem. Stepping aside to let the police pass. After the police officers entered, the two sat on a sofa, while Izuku brought them tea and sat on the sofa opposite them. The three of them sat there, and it was clear there was a strong tension in the air. Man 1. You have a nice house, boy. Man 2. And tell me, do you live alone? Izuku. I live with my mother. Man 1. And your father? Izuku. I don't know, for as long as I can remember it's just been my mom and me. This made both police officers look sad, which Izuku didn't notice. Man 1. And tell me, do you have more relatives? Izuku. Not as far as I know. In any case, I doubt they came here to talk. Can you tell me what you're doing here? Man 1. With a clearly forced smile. You're quite smart, kid. You're right, the man sighed before continuing, and his smile changed to a more serious face. I suppose you've already heard about the plane crash. Those words gripped Izuku. He already had an idea of why they had come, but hearing this really upset him. The truth, kid, is that Izuku kept listening to him. Each word was like a dagger in Izuku's heart. One of the victims who were on the plane was your mother, Mrs. Inko Midoriya. I'm sorry, kid. At that moment Izuku began to cry like he had never done before. His crying was uncontrolled, mixed with loud screams. The officers only saw his suffering without saying a word. Both felt very sorry for the poor boy. After several minutes Izuku began to calm down, and among all the pain he felt, he managed to articulate a few words. Izuku. Sniff sniff. How did Mom die? Man 2. According to the autopsy, he suffered a blow to the head when the plane crashed into the water, and according to the coroner, he died immediately, without feeling any pain. The policeman sighed. The airline that owned the plane stated that they will take care of paying the funeral expenses, so you don't have to worry about that. After that both police officers said goodbye to Izuku and gave him their condolences. After saying goodbye Izuku went to his mother's room, and upon entering he began to look at his mother's things. While still crying, Izuku walked around his room, until he came across a shelf that had several photos of Izuku with her. There was one of Izuku at 4 years old who had his All Might costume and played with his mother, a photo of Izuku with his mother on his first day of elementary school, and another one that he had taken recently. It was the photo of Izuku with his mother on his first day of middle school. Izuku looked at the three photos and began to cry harder. Izuku couldn't hold it in anymore and threw himself on his mother's bed to cry. He cried inconsolably all night until dawn. It had been a few days since the plane crash. Izuku was now at his mother's funeral. Izuku was standing in front of his mother's coffin. Izuku stared at his mother's corpse while some people who came to the funeral approached him to offer their condolences. Although Izuku just ignored them, he only saw his mother's body. They had put on good makeup, she really didn't look like she was dead. The Bakugo family also came to the funeral. Although Bakugo didn't dare approach Izuku, the only ones who approached him were his parents, Mitsuki Bakugo and Masaru Bakugo. Both of them gave their condolences to Izuku, but like before, Izuku just ignored them. After that, his mother's funeral arrived. Izuku just stared blankly as they put his mother's attack underground and buried her. When the ceremony was over, Izuku prepared to leave. Some of the guests offered to take him home, but Izuku turned them down, telling them that he wanted to walk back home alone. The next morning someone knocked on Izuku's door. When Izuku opened the door, he ran into a woman in an elegant suit who stared at him. The woman saw Izuku, who hadn't eaten since his mother's funeral. It was noticeable that he had been crying and he looked depressed. "Woman, you must be Izuku. It's a pleasure to meet you," he said with a smile. Izuku. He was too sad to be nice. "Who are you and what do you want?" Woman. "I am a social worker." Izuku. "Social worker." Woman. "That's right. Due to your mother's death and the fact that you have no relatives who can take care of you, I'll have to place you in an orphanage." Izuku. "I don't want to go." Woman. "I know you don't want to, but unfortunately, we can't leave a minor living alone. And look at it this way. If you go to an orphanage, maybe they'll adopt you and give you a new family." Izuku. "I don't want a new family." Woman. "I know you don't like the idea, but there's nothing you can do. Listen, this house will remain locked until you come of age. Now, I'll leave you today to pack the things you need, and I'll come back for you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow." Izuku. After that, the social worker said goodbye to Izuku with a bow and left. Izuku just watched her walk away, and when the woman was out of sight, Izuku slammed the door to his house and ran to his room. Izuku didn't want that woman to take him to an orphanage, so he made a quick decision. He didn't know if it was the pain of recently losing his mother or that the adrenaline was now controlling his body, but Izuku quickly grabbed a backpack and started packing his things. He put in clothes, some non-perishable food and a little money he had been saving. Izuku grabbed his backpack, put it on his back, and left the apartment. Before closing the apartment door, he took one last look at what was his home and closed the door. Izuku began to walk away from the apartment he had shared with his mother for so many years. He left without any specific direction, with only one idea in his head: "I'll figure it out over time." We continue with the story since Izuku escaped from his apartment so that he wouldn't be sent to an orphanage. Izuku continued walking down the street. The truth is, he didn't think things through very well before escaping. After all, he had no one to turn to. He barely had a little food that would hardly last him more than 5 days. He didn't have a place to go and he only had about 3,000 yen with him. In simpler words, he was lost. Izuku continued walking through the streets. Izuku had no idea where he was or where he was going. He had never been to this part of the city. Izuku arrived at a place where apparently there was not a single hero in sight. The place was made up of some old buildings and houses, which had no paint. It was even noticeable that some buildings were falling apart. Most of the people there seemed to be very poor. Apparently, Izuku had ended up in the slums of the city. Izuku. Screaming and holding his head. "And now what do I do? Well, I have to think about this more calmly." He closes his eyes and begins to inhale and exhale to calm down. "Okay. First of all, I need shelter." Looking at the buildings around him, it's likely that one of these buildings is abandoned. With a little luck I can find a decent shelter. So Izuku started looking for a decent place to live. First he started with an old one-story house that had a garden overgrown with weeds in the front, but as soon as Izuku opened the door of the house collapsed. Although luckily, the only part that was still standing was the entrance of the house, which was where Izuku was. The second place Izuku visited was some kind of warehouse, but upon entering he ran into around 16 people. Each of them had multiple bladed weapons. When they saw Izuku enter, they all went after him. Izuku ran away with all his might while being chased by them. After they attacked him for a few minutes, Izuku learned the movements of the entire gang, which allowed him to dodge their attacks until they stopped chasing him. After Izuku caught his breath from running so much, he continued his search. The next place Izuku visited was an old house, only unlike the previous one. This one was bigger and looked more resistant, but upon entering, Izuku was completely traumatized, since at the entrance there was a mattress on the floor, on which there was a naked man and woman, doing the, you-know-what. Izuku quickly left the house, and when he came out he vomited in front of it. When he finished vomiting he stood in the same place while holding his head tightly. Izuku, I must suppress the memory. Then a moan is heard coming from the house. I must repress faster. After that disturbing scene, which Izuku was able to successfully suppress, Izuku continued his search. He kept walking. After a few minutes he came across a rather strange place. It looked like some kind of abandoned building. Izuku opened the door, thinking that he finally found a decent place, but upon entering he came across something very strange. It seemed that he had entered some kind of bar, which was attended by a guy who looked like a black fog with yellow eyes, and sitting at the bar was a teenager with light blue hair and a hand covering his face. When Izuku entered the bar, both characters looked at him, when suddenly the guy with the hand on his face touched an empty glass that was on the bar with his 5 fingers, and the glass turned to dust. Izuku saw this with wide eyes and somewhat scared, but still got the hint. Izuku. As he slowly left the bar, I'm sorry for interrupting you. After that rare encounter, Izuku continued his search for a place to stay. Izuku kept walking. In his search he came across some places where criminals hung out, others where there were people doing weird things, etc. After a couple of hours searching, Izuku found a place where he could sleep. It was a building of about 4 floors. The first floor was occupied, but from what he was told, the rest of the building was empty. It was an old building, which previously had steel stairs that were suspended from the side of the building. Apparently due to time and lack of care, the stairs had fallen down, leaving all the upper floors isolated except the first, and no one had any intention of repairing the stairs soon. So Izuku came up with an idea. He went to the back of the building so that the people who lived on the first floor wouldn't see him. When he arrived he took a rope and a rock that he found lying nearby. He tied the rope to the rock and threw it as high as he could. The rock acts as a pendulum, tying the rope to a steel bar that protruded from the ceiling. Izuku used the rope to climb and reach the entrance of the 3rd floor, which was chosen because if he went to the 2nd floor, there was a chance of alerting the owners who lived on the 1st floor, and the 4th floor had some holes in the roof, so if it rained, that would be a problem, so he chose to stay on the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Izuku looked at it carefully. The place was empty and it was noticeable that it was barely under construction. Izuku checked the place. It had no water, gas or furniture. The place was completely empty, but even so, this was the best he could get. Izuku hurried over and looked through the hole he had come in through. He saw the sun beginning to set over the horizon. If Izuku wasn't worried he probably would have taken a moment to watch the sunset. Izuku took the opportunity and went to where the backpack he had brought from home was. He opened a zipper on his backpack and from it he took out a futon that he had brought from home. Izuku opened the futon, spread it out on the floor and covered himself with it, preparing to sleep, but before he could sleep, Izuku started to think about what he had been doing up to that point. Izuku. He held his head in his hands while he rolled around on the futon. I can't believe I escaped. I've never done anything remotely bad in my life and now I escaped from a government employee. Stopping shaking on the futon. Okay, calm down Izuku Midoriya. I'm kicking him out. I'm kicking this one out. For now I have to get money so I can have a decent life. With any luck I'll be able to leave this place soon. Izuku got up from his futon for a moment and went to his backpack, taking out a flashlight to light his way, since it was already nighttime and the apartment he lived in didn't have electricity. Izuku began taking out all the food and water he had brought from home, counting all the supplies he had at the moment. After counting the food and drinks he had, it turned out he had 22 bottles of water, 8 bowls of instant ramen, and about 4 cans containing canned food. Izuku. Putting the food back in his backpack. Well, with luck and without rationing the food, it should last at least 2 weeks. Anyway, I'd better start looking for a job tomorrow. After that Izuku returned to his futon and lay down on it to sleep. That night was one of the worst Izuku had ever been through, because the apartment he lived in had no doors or windows. The place was quite cold. Izuku had to curl up as best he could in the futon to resist the intense cold, and after a while, Izuku managed to fall asleep. At dawn, light entered through the apartment windows falling directly on Izuku's face. The boy woke up when he received the light. Somewhat exhausted, his face looked horrible. His red eyes showed that he had been crying all night. After all, he still had not finished accepting the death of his mother, besides that now he did not have a home. Izuku sighed and went to his backpack to get something to eat. After his breakfast consisting of a can of tuna and a bottle of water, Izuku prepared to leave his house, using the same rope he had to get in. Upon leaving, Izuku begins to walk around the neighborhood, realizing that it was truly a seedy place. On every corner you could see armed men or gang members, and assaulting women of dubious reputation, and there wasn't a single hero or police officer in sight. Izuku left that neighborhood and arrived at an area with more people and heroes. At that moment Izuku began his job search. Izuku tried to get a job in various places. He went to cafes to try to find work as a waiter, to restaurants to try to be a delivery driver, and even tried to get a job as a receptionist in a store. But in every place he went, if they didn't reject him for being underage, they rejected him because they said they needed his parents' permission. After several failed attempts, Izuku was returning to that abandoned apartment where he was living. He had already entered the neighborhood where the apartment was when he started talking to himself. Izuku. Sighing, okay, that was a total waste of time, and now what will I do? I need money to survive, now what will I do? But then, as if the heavens heard his question, Izuku saw something that could be the solution to his problems. On the other side of the sidewalk a woman was walking calmly, without realizing that a boy a few years older than Izuku was going in the opposite direction. Izuku saw how the woman and the young man collided in the middle of the sidewalk. The young man apologized to the woman and continued walking. The woman hadn't noticed, but Izuku clearly saw how the boy, upon colliding with the woman, surreptitiously took the woman's purse. Izuku was about to shout to warn the woman about the robbery, when an idea crossed his mind. Izuku's mind. What if I stole too? The idea flashed through Izuku's mind. No, if mom were still alive, she would kill me just for thinking about that. Then he began to meditate for a few more seconds. Although she wouldn't want me to die of hunger either, besides, it would only be for a while, then I'll find a way to get into a hero academy, and when I do I'll leave permanently, plus I'll return everything I've stolen, but doing so would be very risky. If they catch me they could take me to the orphanage, or worse, to a correctional facility. If that happens I'll never be able to fulfill my dream. If I'm going to do this, I must make sure that they don't discover me. Well, I have about 2 weeks of food left. In that time I must become an expert pickpocket. For the next 2 weeks, Izuku hit the streets, looking for pickpockets to learn how to steal from. Thanks to his training, Izuku could imitate other people's fighting styles and predict their movements. Thanks to this prediction, Izuku could easily find the people who were going to steal, and after watching their stealing techniques, he began to combine each technique he saw with the intention of creating a perfect one. Not only that, in those 2 weeks Izuku fixed up the apartment a bit to make it more comfortable. First, he got firewood from a nearby forest, which he used to make a fire inside the apartment. He also found a water heater, some pots, and a frying pan on a trash-strewn beach. They were a bit worn, but still served Izuku well. Thanks to those worn-out cooking utensils and the fire, Izuku had a homemade, easy-to-use stove. He also found a public bathhouse, where he spent what little money he had left to bathe regularly. They also allowed him to wash his clothes. And in this way, the 2 weeks passed. Izuku woke up like every day, with the sunlight. Next to his futon was the campfire that he used to cook or to warm himself at night. Izuku woke up and saw the place where he kept his food. When he saw it completely empty. Then a thought appeared in his mind: time's up. After that, he dressed in green shorts, a red polo shirt, and his classic red sneakers, which were one of the few items he had brought from home. Izuku left the apartment with the rope, which was his only way in and out. As soon as he left, he went for a run to start his workout routine. Just because he was now homeless wasn't going to mean he wasn't going to neglect his workouts. As Izuku ran, he was greeted by the people who lived around the area. Many women, men, and children greeted Izuku as they saw him pass by. Even some of the gang members who were in the area greeted him as he passed by. In those 2 weeks, Izuku had made friends with several people who lived in the area. Despite his current situation, Izuku never stopped being a kind and helpful boy who helped whoever needed it. This caused many people to become fond of the freckled man. Even many of the gangs that lived around the area liked him. Originally Izuku's plan was to steal from the people who lived in that area. although in the end he discarded it due to certain reasons. First of all, the people who lived there were poor, so even if he stole from them, he would earn very little. The second reason is that since Izuku lived in the same neighborhood, at some point they could find him and get revenge on him, and the third reason is because in those 2 weeks Izuku had become quite fond of those people. After that, this place wasn't an option for robbing, so his next option was to go somewhere else, but any place outside of the slums had a serious problem called heroes. If the person he was robbing quickly found out about the robbery, they wouldn't hesitate to call in the heroes, and if that happened, any chance of becoming a hero would completely disappear, so if he was going to operate in places like that, he'd need to be extra careful when robbing. After finishing his exercise routine, he decided to start his plan, using everything he learned in those 2 weeks. The first thing Izuku learned was appearance. He learned that when someone sees a suspicious person, they immediately try to protect their valuables, so looking like an ordinary teenager was essential. The second thing he learned was how to disguise the theft. Taking an object like a wallet out of your pocket can cause the person to notice, so you must disguise the theft with a blow to their side or by distracting the victim. And the third thing he learned was how to make quick movements. The longer the theft takes, the more likely it is that you will be discovered, so in those 2 weeks Izuku practiced his agility with his hands. Taking those 3 things into account, Izuku prepared to carry out his first robbery, which would be in the center of the city, since that place gave him 2 essential advantages. The first was that due to the number of people everyone was very close together, which made the robbery easier for him, and the second advantage was the heroes. Despite the fact that they were also a disadvantage, the presence of the large number of heroes that roamed around the center gave people a feeling of security, so in that place almost everyone had their guard down. Then Izuku started with his plan, so he went in the direction of the city center. The center was a place full of shops and heroes. The place was full of people all day. Izuku wore normal clothes and nobody paid attention to him, so it was a good thing. Then in front of him he saw his first target, a man with black hair and glasses, who wore a formal suit, and was talking on the phone, so he was the perfect target. Izuku quickly walked until he passed by the man. They both collided as they passed, but the man didn't even stop to look at Izuku and continued on his way without realizing that he had been robbed. After committing the robbery, Izuku got away as fast as he could and went into an alley. When he arrived, he bent down while holding his chest. That had truly been the most stressful moment of his life, but well, the job was done. He quickly took the wallet he had just stolen out of his pocket and checked it. In it he found some credit cards, which were useless to him at the moment, some photos of the man's family, which Izuku hoped the man had a copy of the photos, and finally what mattered most to Izuku. There were 5,600 yen in cash. That would be enough for about 3 days. Izuku was happy. This had been his first robbery, and it was a pretty successful one. After that Izuku put the money in his shorts pocket and threw his wallet on the ground, after which he left the alley and prepared to continue with his robberies. At the end of the day Izuku was returning home with a smiling face. His first day as a thief had gone quite well. In total he stole about 6 wallets and none of his victims noticed the theft. Izuku was quite happy that they didn't notice, so he continued on his way back home, but during the way he saw a small restaurant and his stomach growled. At that moment Izuku remembered that he hadn't eaten anything all day, so he thought about buying something delicious to eat to celebrate his success that day. Izuku deviated his path and entered the restaurant, where he sat at a table and was served by a waiter. Izuku took advantage of that moment to eat his favorite food. Izuku bought a plate of katsudon, which was quite good, although it did not compare to the katsudon that his mother prepared for him. Izuku sighed at that memory. It still hurt a lot to not have his mother with him anymore. It hurt to have been left alone, and above all it hurt to have had to resort to stealing in order to survive. But unfortunately that was his life now. After that Izuku returned home, entered using the same rope as always to reach the 3rd floor and lay down on his futon to sleep. But before sleeping a fleeting thought passed through Izuku's mind: this is only temporary. Time skip 2 years. Izuku was already 14 years old, in addition to having an enviable physique and height. In short, in those 2 years Izuku's situation has not changed in the slightest. He still lives in the same abandoned apartment and his only source of money continued to be stealing. Although in those 2 years Izuku had improved a lot when it comes to stealing, he not only robbed people on the streets, he also stole items from stores to save money, and in those 2 years he has never been caught. although they were about to catch him several times. Izuku now had a more relaxed and confident attitude, and during that time Izuku was studying on his own to prevent the students who go to school from getting ahead of him. Despite the fact that Izuku hasn't been to school for 2 years, thanks to self-study Izuku has a level above average for someone his age. Although of course, it should be noted that most of the books Izuku uses to study are stolen. Something Izuku also realized is that in those 2 years someone had been putting up wanted posters with his picture, at least during the first year of his disappearance. After that, the posters just stopped appearing. Izuku believed that whoever had been looking for him had given up, although Izuku never found out who was putting up the posters. Izuku, despite having a horrible economic condition, does not see himself as a poor boy at all. This is mainly because he can easily steal clothes from stores and also thanks to the bathhouse he goes to every day to shower after exercising. At this moment Izuku was passing under a bridge. He was quite happy he had just stolen around 20 wallets when he passed through the center. They were all in his backpack. He planned to go home, count how much money he stole and then sell the wallets at a pawn shop that Izuku used to go to. As he passed under the bridge Izuku felt threatened. If you're wondering how, because Izuku lives in a place full of criminals, he learned to realize when something bad is going to happen. It's more like a feeling. Izuku quickly jumped away from the danger. When he turned around he could see a person who seemed to be made of green slime which had tried to capture Izuku with one of its tentacles. Villain. You brat, you seem to be agile, you'll be a good container to escape from him. He quickly launches several tentacles at Izuku. Izuku. While dodging the tentacles, hey, you're really ugly. Do you happen to have anything valuable with you, or do you? Villain. What a question, brat. Izuku was going to continue talking to the mud villain but suddenly the manhole cover through which the villain had come out flew off and a huge figure appeared. Izuku and the villain stared at it until the huge man spoke. All Might. There's nothing to fear anymore. Young man Izuku was surprised and with stars in his eyes when he saw his idol. Why? Because I'm here. Izuku. Quite excited. It can't be, it's All Might. Villain. Damn, he got me. All Might. Preparing to throw a punch. Smash. Throwing the punch. Villain. Ahhhhhhhh as his body was scattered all over the place due to the blow. When the villain was defeated, All Might moves at an incredibly fast speed and puts all the remains of the villain into an empty plastic bottle that All Might took out of a bag he carried with him. Once All Might had the villain contained he went to Izuku who looked at him very surprised. Izuku. It can't be, it can't be, it can't be, it's All Might. Izuku quickly puts his hand in one of the zippers on his backpack and takes out a notebook in which he wrote down notes of the quirks he saw. It should be noted that the notebook and the wallets were in different zippers. All Might, could you give me your autograph please? All Might. No problem. With Shonen in a quick movement All Might took the notebook and signed it in an instant. Here you have Shonen. Izuku. Thank you, I'll cherish it forever. All Might. Okay, Shonen, I have to go. I have to hand the villain over to the authorities. Izuku. Wait, All Might, I still have a lot I want to ask you. All Might. Sorry Shonen but I'm in a hurry. At that moment All Might made a huge leap that lifted him several meters into the sky, without realizing that a certain green-haired man had held onto his leg and was flying with him. While flying All Might felt an excessive weight and looked at his leg. At that moment he saw that Izuku was holding onto his leg with all his strength. All Might. Hey Shonen, your fanaticism is going too far, let me go, while shaking his leg to try to get Izuku to let go. Izuku. Quite scared and with tears coming out of his eyes. If I let go I'll die. All Might. Realizing the height they were at. Oh, that's right, give me a moment, I'll find a building I can land on. After a few seconds All Might landed on top of a huge building. It was a huge building of at least 50 floors, which had a fence to prevent people from falling from the place. Upon landing Izuku got off All Might's leg and held his chest tightly because of the fear he had of being at that height. Then Izuku focused his sight on All Might who was preparing to take another great leap. All Might. Go inside the building and find someone to help you get down. I was about to jump until Izuku spoke to me. Izuku had a question to ask him. At this point where there were 10 months left until the UA entrance exam, it was very unlikely that his quirk would appear before the exam. Izuku knew that because he didn't have a high school education it was almost impossible for any hero academy to accept him, but even so, he needed hope that he could fulfill his dream. Hoped that everything he had suffered hadn't been in vain, so he looked at All Might with a determined look and decided to ask him the question that disturbed him so much. Izuku, even if I don't have a quirk, can I become a hero? Can someone without a quirk be like you? All Might. At that moment All Might stopped and looked sideways at Izuku, who was behind him without a peculiarity, but at that moment All Might felt that he could no longer maintain his muscular form and began to struggle to try to maintain his muscular form, while steam began to come out of his body. This is bad, shit, damn it, he said in a whisper that Izuku didn't hear. Izuku. While looking at the ground without realizing what was happening to All Might, it must be because I don't have a peculiarity, while playing with his fingers due to nerves, but I've always been. Maybe that's why, I don't know, but I think saving people is super cool, saving people with a smile without fear. I want to be a great hero like you. At that moment Izuku raises his head, seeing a skinny blonde man who had sunken eyes, surprising Izuku quite a bit. Why, you went crazy, looking to the sides? Wait, until now. Huh, fake, a fake, impossible. At that moment the scrawny man spoke. All Might. I am All Might, as blood starts to come out of his mouth. Izuku. Scared? It can't be. All Might. You know those guys who flex their posture in swimming pools? It's like that. Izuku. No way. All Might isn't afraid. He saves everyone with a smile. He's the best. All Might. A fearless smile. Huh. The man sat on the floor. Now that you saw me like this, young man, make sure you don't write it on the internet, even if it's an accident. Izuku just looked at him surprised until All Might lifted up his shirt, showing a horrible wound. At that moment, All Might explained to Izuku about his injury, how he got it, and also told him that he lost several of his internal organs, and that was the reason why now he could only be a hero for 3 hours a day, in addition to explaining why his fight with the villain who caused him the injury was not made public and the real reason why he is always smiling. After telling Izuku that, he proceeded to answer the question he had asked him. All Might. The pros are always risking their lives. I can't just tell you, you can become a hero even without a power. Izuku was quite depressed by the response. Izuku. Quite depressed, looking at the ground with a sad face. I see. All Might. Standing up and walking to the roof exit. If you want to help others, then you should become a police officer. They only get ridiculed because they carry the villains behind the scenes. But it's a good occupation. All Might opened the door to the roof stairs to go down, but before leaving he stopped to say something else to Izuku. It's not bad to dream, but you must also consider reality. Shonen. After saying that, All Might left down the stairs, while he put a hand in his pocket and took out a bottle containing a green liquid. I'm sorry I had to destroy the boy's dreams, but I better hand you over to the police quickly. Seeing the bottle with the green liquid. Once All Might left the building, Izuku was left alone on the roof of the building, his hair covering his eyes while Izuku kept his gaze on the ground. The hope that Izuku so longed for, that he so needed, had been denied by his greatest idol. At that moment Izuku found himself alone with his thoughts, making him more and more depressed. Izuku had survived those 2 years alone on the streets. He had suffered, he had been attacked and even had to resort to theft to survive. All of this Izuku did with the hope of being able to become a hero. The idea of becoming a hero was the only thing that motivates Izuku to move forward, but now that Izuku's only hope was destroyed, this only left Izuku very depressed. Izuku. As tears flowed from his eyes, I already knew, deep down in my being, I already knew that I could never become a hero. All Might only confirmed it for me, but now that I have no motivation, what will I do to move forward? At that moment many of his memories passed through Izuku's mind. In most of them you could see a younger Izuku with his mother. The memories continued until his mother's funeral and continued until he began to live alone and began to steal to be able to live. Each one of these memories was too painful for Izuku, since by confirming that he could never be a hero, he thought that all his pain and suffering had been in vain, that everything he had done to be a hero, from studying tirelessly to training his body excessively in the hope that his quirk would awaken, all of this had been in vain, until his memories stopped appearing and ended with one last memory of something that had happened a long time ago. In the memory, Izuku was seen as being about 12 years old with several burns while Bakugo was standing in front of him. In that memory Izuku could clearly hear Bakugo say one thing. I have some advice so you can become a hero. Go to the tallest building you can find, jump and pray that in your next life you are born with a quirk. At that moment, Izuku got up and walked towards the edge of the building and from there to the alley that was on the side of the building. Izuku. While looking down at the ground from the building, why not? As he begins to climb the security fence and as he goes around it, he holds onto the edge of the building after all. I have nothing left. After saying that, Izuku closed his eyes, let out a sigh, and let go of the safety fence, falling into the void. Izuku was falling at great speed from the building. His eyes were closed but he could feel the wind of the fall on his face. It felt really strange. Izuku had already accepted his death. At this moment the only thought on his mind was, now I can meet with Mom. He knew he was beyond saving. After all, there wasn't a single hero around and he had thrown himself into an alley so that no one would find his body until later. Contrary to what one might assume, Izuku was not afraid or regretful. In reality, what he felt at that moment was a feeling of relaxation. After all, from his point of view, he would finally be freed from all the pain he had suffered. This made a small smile appear on Izuku's face. But suddenly, for no apparent reason, Izuku began to feel a tingling all over his body. At first he did not take it seriously, but after a few moments the tingling increased. Already fed up with this sensation, Izuku opened his eyes to see what was happening, but his surprise was great to see that his entire body was glowing a fairly intense green color. Izuku had no idea what was happening to him, until an idea crossed his mind. Izuku, this is my quirk. Really? Now, look how fast he was approaching the ground. Well, with a slight smile, it doesn't matter anymore. At that, Izuku finally crashed to the ground. With his fall, a huge cloud of smoke rose, which after a few seconds began to disappear. In the middle of the place you could see Izuku lying on the ground, which after a few seconds began to open his eyes. Izuku didn't understand what was happening. He had thrown himself off a building of at least 50 floors and was unharmed. In fact, he hadn't even felt any pain, until the most logical answer appeared in Izuku's mind. Izuku's mind. Did I survive thanks to my quirk? Well, it seems my quirk manifested when I was about to commit suicide. Anyway, I wonder what my quirk can do. Mental sigh. Anyway, I tried to commit suicide. Maybe I should try again. Although, before I die I would like to know what my newly discovered quirk can do. Izuku. Maybe with this quirk I can finally become a hero. With a slight hope that quickly faded when he remembered his talk with All Might. No, even if I have a quirk, no hero school would accept me with my academic record. Besides, I don't have the money to pay for a hero academy. Well, first I'll see what my quirk can do, and then remembering his recent suicide attempt I'll see what to do. More depressed. Izuku was walking aimlessly while looking at his hand. He tried to figure out what his quirk was and how it had saved him from the fall. In reality, Izuku didn't understand it. He only remembered opening his eyes for a moment during the fall and seeing his body surrounded by a green light. After that he just closed his eyes, and when he hit the ground he was completely unharmed. Izuku was still thinking about that when suddenly he began to feel his skin start to burn. Because of the pain, Izuku fell to the ground while writhing from the heat. Apparently he hadn't felt the pain because of the adrenaline in his body, but at that moment the adrenaline finished fading. Izuku. Ah, this hurts. It must be my quirk recoil. It seems like overusing it causes my skin to burn. This is horrible. After a few minutes of pain, the burning stopped and Izuku was able to get up to continue on his way. While he walked, Izuku was thinking about his quirk. Izuku. Apparently the recoil from my quirk gives me quite a bit of heat. I should be careful with that. Izuku continued walking and thinking about what his quirk was and what it could do. Although he was still depressed about what happened that day, Izuku was excited to finally have his quirk awakened. He had been waiting for this moment for many years, and although he no longer had the dream of being a hero, he was still excited. Izuku continued walking until he reached a busy avenue where there was a large group of people watching the heroes Kamui Woods, Dead Arms and Backdraft fight a giant villain. Izuku. Looking with a smile at the group of people watching the heroes. Crowds watching the heroes. If it weren't for them, people like me would die of hunger. Getting closer, but remembers that he had already stolen several wallets in the morning. Although I already stole a lot in the morning, starting to walk away but stops. But a little more won't hurt me. Walking back towards the crowd. As people watched the heroes fight, no one noticed a green-haired young man walking through the crowd and surreptitiously stealing their wallets, watches, and any valuables they had on hand. After stealing from the people, Izuku quickly put the stolen goods in his pockets. After a few minutes Izuku saw how the hero Kamui Woods was preparing to use his special move, which meant that the battle was about to end. That meant Izuku had to hurry. He quickly took his backpack from his back and put the stolen goods in it. Izuku was about to leave when suddenly in front of him appeared a giant heroine with a tight suit, which apparently made all the men praise her when they saw her heroine suit. Izuku thought she was a new heroine since he had never seen her before. The giant heroine jumped in the air and gave a flying kick to the giant villain, throwing the giant villain against a building under construction. When the villain crashed he shrank and returned to his normal size. Izuku looked at the new heroine who in the end stole the credit from Kamui Woods. Mount Lady. Hello everyone, I'm the pro hero Mount Lady and this is my debut. Izuku just watched her, before he would have written in his notebook notes about that heroine's quirk. But at that moment he didn't care. Izuku began to walk away when he saw something that worried him. While people were busy watching the new heroine, a boy passed the security fence and walked in the direction of the heroes. That in itself wasn't so bad, but the problem was that the boy passed under the building where Mount Lady had thrown the villain. Izuku got a good look at the building and realized that the blow the building suffered caused a beam hanging from it to swing at the edge of the building. As the boy walked towards the heroes, Izuku realized that the beam was about to fall and crush the boy. Izuku didn't even have time to think about it as he ran with all his might towards the boy. Some people didn't understand why the young man was pushing them away with force and in a desperate way. At that moment everyone fixed their sights towards where the boy was running and they could see the child next to the building under construction where the villain had crashed. At that moment the beam fell to everyone's surprise. The heroes quickly tried to act, but they were too far away, unlike Izuku who, realizing the situation, immediately ran towards the child, so he was closer. In a desperate act to save the boy, Izuku ran and pushed the boy with all his strength away from danger, but because of that Izuku ended up in the place where the beam would fall. Izuku didn't have enough time to move. Izuku thought about it for a moment and in his mind he thought, well, I guess this is as far as I go. Izuku had already accepted his death. After all, he tried to commit suicide. This wasn't very different from that. He closed his eyes, but when he did he saw his mother smiling at him. Izuku didn't know how it was possible, but his mother was there. Izuku saw how she moved her lips as if trying to tell him something, and although his mother didn't make a sound, Izuku understood what she told him. That simple phrase changed in an instant the perspective that Izuku had at that moment in life. Seeing how his mother told him, "Live for me," those 3 words were enough for Izuku to decide to fight for his life again. Izuku quickly turned his back watching as the beam was rapidly approaching him. In reflex Izuku extended his right hand towards where the beam was falling, desperately trying to activate his quirk. Izuku had no idea what his quirk did, but whatever it was, Izuku hoped that it would save him. Izuku's efforts worked and Izuku saw how a green glow appeared in the palm of his hand. Whatever his quirk does, it was his only hope. The beam continued to fall, but the instant the beam came into contact with Izuku's glowing hand, the same green glow surrounded the beam and in an instant the beam disappeared without a trace. Everyone was surprised by this, including the heroes. Seeing himself out of danger, Izuku sat on the ground while looking at the palm of his hand. Then he began to mutter. Izuku. Without realizing that the blonde heroine had shrunk and was approaching where he was sitting. But what the hell was that? Where did the beam go? Does my quirk allow me to teleport things, or what I did was something different? I should study this more. The blonde heroine was next to him and called him, but Izuku didn't pay attention. My skin doesn't burn now. It seems that what happened before was because I used my quirk on my entire body at once, so if I only use it on one part of my body at a time I can resist longer. The heroine got tired and yelled at Izuku. Mount Lady. Hey boy, Izuku. He just noticed her presence and turned to look at her. Mount Lady. I'm sorry, but you have to come with me. Izuku. What? Mount Lady. I'm sorry, kid, but using your quirk without a license is prohibited. Don't worry, though, since you used it to save your life and that kid's, I'm sure this won't get any worse. In any case, I need you to accompany me to the police station to clear up the misunderstanding. For anyone, that would have been reasonable, but considering the fact that Izuku was carrying a large amount of stolen wallets and valuables in his backpack, going with some heroes to the police station didn't seem like the best option. Izuku, I'm sorry, but I don't have time to go to the police station, so I'm leaving. Izuku tried to leave when the heroine grabbed his shoulder. Mount Lady. Look, kid, I understand this is a hassle and you've just been through a terrible experience, but we have to do this whether you like it or not. Izuku. I'm sorry, but I can't. Izuku quickly broke free from Mount Lady's grip and began to run as fast as he could. Mount Lady couldn't let him go, so he did the first thing that came to mind. He activated his quirk, increasing his height until he took his giant form. Izuku looked back and saw how Mount Lady's giant hand tried to catch him. Seeing Mount Lady's huge hand trying to catch him, out of fear of being caught, he pointed the palm of his hand towards Mount Lady to try to use his quirk. Upon doing so, a green glow appeared in Izuku's hand. Upon activating his quirk, the beam that had almost crushed Izuku reappeared, coming out of Izuku's hand and shooting out at high speed at Mount Lady, hitting her in the stomach and knocking her down. The people who saw the event were surprised to see that the boy who had saved the life of that child had just attacked a professional hero. The boy looked scared, as if he did not want the heroes to approach him. The heroes Kamui Woods, Dead Arms and Backdraft, seeing their partner on the ground, decided to go help. Kamui Wood. Backdraft, keep the civilians at bay. Dead Arms, help MT. Lady, I'll take care of the boy. Backdraft. Dead Arms. SI. While with Izuku, he was static looking at his hand. It was incredible to think that with his quirk he had been able to knock down a professional heroine. After processing what had just happened, Izuku looked at Mount Lady, who had shrunk and was holding her stomach because of the pain. Izuku saw how Dead Arms approached Mount Lady to help her, but what really worried him was seeing Kamui Woods run towards him. Izuku quickly reacted and started running towards the alleys with the intention of losing Kamui Woods. Izuku ran with all his might through the alleys of the city while being chased by Kamui Woods. Izuku needed to escape at all costs. His will to live had just returned and he had no intention of spending part of his life in some prison or correctional facility. Kamui Woods. Yelling at Izuku, stop kid, this is a dead end, there's nowhere to escape. Seeing that Izuku wasn't paying attention to him, listen. I know that probably seeing Mount Lady in her giant form scared you and that's why you used your quirk. Look, I just need you to come with me for a moment to the police station and we'll clear up this whole misunderstanding. I promise nothing will happen to you. Izuku ignored Kamui Woods and continued running with all his might. He couldn't allow himself to be caught. He continued running through the alleys until he reached a straight line that ended in a wall. Izuku had no better idea than to use his quirk again. He activated it again in the palm of his hand and pointed his hand towards the wall. When he touched it, a piece of the wall lit up with the green glow and disappeared, leaving a hole big enough for Izuku to pass through. Kamui Woods tried to stop Izuku by creating a long wooden branch to try to catch him. The branch only managed to hold Izuku's backpack, and because of the force with which Izuku was running, the backpack was torn off. Kamui Woods entered through the same hole that Izuku had made, entering the back of a restaurant. Kamui walked through the restaurant in front of the eyes of the diners and employees, until he reached the main entrance and saw the street full of people. With all those people, it was impossible to recognize the boy, and now who knows if he is still on the same street. Kamui Woods opened the backpack he took from the boy, hoping to find an ID or something with which he could locate the young man, but when he opened it he found a large amount of wallets and possibly stolen objects. Kamui Woods gave one last look to the street hoping to see the boy, but again he did not find him. Kamui Woods. Looking at Izuku's backpack, so this is why you ran away, kid. Meanwhile with Izuku, he was walking down a street full of people, frequently looking behind him to make sure that Kamui Woods wasn't chasing him. Izuku was really scared. This was the first time a professional hero was chasing him and he was very agitated. Because of that, Izuku decided to go to a quieter place so he could relax. After walking for a while, Izuku arrived at the quietest place he knew, the municipal beach Dagoba, although currently it looks more like a garbage dump than a beach. Izuku walked until he reached a part where the ground was not covered in garbage and sat on the sand. He seemed quite calm until suddenly Izuku threw himself on the ground and began to complain while holding his face. Izuku. Screaming to the sky, damn it, Kamui Woods took all my earnings. There was enough money for at least a couple of months. And not only that, if they saw my face they could look me up in the police database and that would be a bigger problem for me. After complaining for a while longer, Izuku began to calm down. Well, let's look on the bright side. At least my quirk finally appeared, although I still don't fully understand what it can do. I already have an idea. I guess I could take advantage of the fact that this beach is empty to learn more about my quirk. Izuku got up and walked towards a pile of scrap metal. Upon arriving in front of the pile of scrap metal, Izuku begins to search with his eyes for something that could be useful to him. After a few moments he approaches the pile of garbage and takes out an old and damaged microwave. Once he has it in his hands he concentrates to activate his quirk. When he does so his hand begins to shine, then the shine expands to the microwave making it disappear. After that Izuku activates his quirk again in his other hand and the microwave appears in it. Izuku. As I suspected, looking at the microwave in his hand and throwing it into the trash pile, it seems that my quirk allows me to absorb things and store them to later release them. He begins to murmur, but I wonder if I will have some limit of what I can absorb or the amount of things I can absorb. I wonder where the things I absorb go. Although I already know that if I use my quirk a lot it makes my skin burn, but if it is a storage quirk, how do I save myself from the fall? How many uses can you give to my quirk? This is really very interesting. I better try my quirk. Izuku walked towards the seashore to begin his first test. Upon arriving in front of the sea, Izuku took off his shoes and socks, rolled up his pants and entered the sea. Upon being in the sea, Izuku activated his quirk in his hand and placed it at the height of his shoulder over the sea. Upon activating his quirk, the seawater began to float until it reached his hand and was absorbed by Izuku. Izuku. I see. It seems that it acts similar to the Space Hero 13's quirk. Looking at how the water continued to float towards his hand and be absorbed by him, although the suction power of my quirk is not as strong as 13's, I doubt that my quirk can suck entire walls like 13. Of course, although unlike him I can store what my quirk absorbs. After a few seconds of continuing in the same way, Izuku gets out of the sea and puts his shoes back on. Well, we have to continue with the tests, remembering how he knocked down Mount Lady. I wonder if he activates his quirk in his hand and releases the seawater that he had absorbed with great power. Launching a pressurized jet against a pile of garbage. Good. Quite excited. I can control the power with which I release the things I absorb. This is very useful, although what if I increase the water pressure? Izuku activates his quirk again, only this time at the tip of his index finger. When releasing the water, it comes out with so much pressure that it passes through several metal objects that were in the garbage pile. Incredible. Depending on how I use it, my quirk can be a lethal weapon. Izuku continued testing his quirk. The tests ranged from testing the amount of objects he can absorb, to testing if his quirk is capable of absorbing large objects. After several tests, this is what Izuku learned about his quirk. First of all, his quirk doesn't seem to have a limit to how much he can absorb, although if he uses it too much, it causes his skin to burn. His quirk can absorb anything Izuku comes into contact with the exception of living beings like people and animals. Izuku's quirk has a certain level of suction similar to Hero 13's quirk, although it is not as powerful as 13's. Izuku can use his quirk on any part of his body, but when doing so, the part of his body he uses lights up with a green light. When he releases the things he stores, Izuku can release them with such force that they can fly out quite quickly. He can absorb and release things at the same time, although it must be from different parts of his body. And finally, the things he absorbs do not change their state during storage. In other words, if Izuku absorbs something hot, no matter how much time passes, when he releases it the object will stay hot. Izuku. My quirk is incredible. Very excited, although I don't understand how my quirk saved me from the fall. My quirk allows me to store things and then release them. Izuku thought about that for a while until an idea appeared in his mind. I wonder if Izuku walked towards a refrigerator that was lying on the beach and touched it with the palm of his hand while activating his quirk. Upon doing so, a huge shock wave appeared and the refrigerator was destroyed, as if it had been hit by someone extremely strong. I see. This confirms it. My quirk absorbed the impact that the fall would have had on my body, which saved my life. That means it can also absorb and store the pressure of the blows I receive. Think of something. Should I give my quirk a name? Well, why not? I'll name it Storage. After all, with it I can store everything I touch. Izuku just kept thinking about his quirk and what he could achieve with it, until the sound of a growl interrupted him. Izuku quickly turned to look around in search of what had caused that noise. At that moment the noise sounded again and Izuku finally realized that it was his stomach. Only at that moment did Izuku realize that it was already night, so he hadn't eaten since morning, and to top it off, Kamui Woods had taken away his earnings for the day, so he had no money to buy food. Izuku. Great. Looks like I won't be able to eat today, starting to leave the beach until reaching a busy street. At that moment he began to look at the pedestrians. Although I could steal enough to eat today, looking at his hand, maybe I could try it. Izuku began to walk towards a street crowded with pedestrians and heroes. As Izuku walked, he saw a boy who was apparently his age. The boy was blonde with a black streak in his hair, who was wearing a tracksuit. The boy was distracted talking on his cell phone. He was the perfect victim. Izuku walked up to him and quickly put his hand in the boy's pocket and touched his wallet. When he did so, he activated his quirk at the tip of his finger. When he touched the wallet, it was absorbed by Izuku's quirk. Izuku. After getting away from the guy, yes, it worked. If I repeat this process several times, not only will I get good gains, but it will also help me improve the control of my quirk. He hears his stomach growl again. Fine, but first I better eat something. Izuku walked to a nearby restaurant. Upon entering, Izuku was led to a table by a waiter. When he arrived, the waiter left the menu to Izuku and left, leaving Izuku alone. When Izuku was alone, he activated his quirk again in his hand, and in it appeared the wallet he had stolen a few moments ago. Izuku checked the wallet to take out all the money. Izuku. Well, there were 750 yen. That should be enough for a katsudon and something to drink. I guess I should thank you for the food. Looking at the ID that was in the wallet, Denki Kaminari. After that comment, Izuku let out a short laugh and proceeded to call the waiter. Izuku ordered his food and ate everything calmly. After finishing eating, he paid the waiter and went in the direction of his house. On the way, he robbed everyone who passed by him. After all, he had to recover the money that Kamui Woods had taken from him in the morning. After a few minutes, Izuku arrived at the abandoned apartment where he resides. Upon arrival, he used the rope to climb until he reached the third floor where he lived. Upon arrival, he went to a corner of the apartment and activated his quirk. From his hand, hundreds of objects began to come out that crashed against the wall and ended up piled up in the corner of the room. Then Izuku took his flashlight to see the objects. Since it was night, Izuku stared at the stolen objects that, due to their quantity, were a large mountain. After seeing the large amount of stolen things, Izuku decided to organize them to get an estimate of his earnings. After a while of putting things together, Izuku finished organizing what he stole and came up with an estimate of the profits. Izuku. Well, looking at the mountain of stolen things, I think I exaggerated a little in the robbery with my quirk, although it did leave good profits. Let's see. I have around 12,000 yen in cash, 32 cell phones, and who knows how much money in jewelry. Also, if I sell the stolen wallets, I could get some extra money, although I have a bad feeling. Anyway, it would be better if I go to sleep. I'll worry tomorrow. The next morning, Izuku left home and went about his daily routine. First, he went out to exercise. Then he went to a bathhouse to shower and wash his workout clothes. When he finished, he went to a pawn shop he used to go to and sold the wallets and jewelry he had gotten. It should be noted that the man who ran the store already imagined the origin of the items the green-haired man was selling him, but he didn't give it any importance, since most of the items in the store were stolen. After finishing his daily routine, Izuku went out to the center to steal some more things. But when he got to the center, Izuku immediately noticed something. The place was more crowded with heroes than usual. Izuku decided not to risk it for the moment and keep an eye on them. Izuku walked through the center while watching the heroes out of the corner of his eye. After a few minutes, Izuku went to a cafe that was in the middle of the street. He sat down in the cafe and ordered a cappuccino and a strawberry cake. Izuku's mind. Shit, I assumed this would happen, but I thought it would take at least 2 more days. Looking at the heroes walking down the street, just by seeing their body language, it's quite obvious. After I exaggerated yesterday by stealing with my quirk, I must have caught the heroes' attention. They must be looking for 1 or more pickpockets, and I still don't have a good enough command of my quirk to fight with so many heroes. Plus, doing that would draw too much attention. Izuku sighed mentally. For now, it's very dangerous to steal something. It's better to go to a less crowded place and take what I can. That same afternoon, Izuku was walking towards the pawn shop. Izuku's mind. Today was a slow day. Mental sigh. No matter where I went, there were a lot of heroes. It's like all the hero agencies had decided to release all the heroes at the same time. I could barely get a wallet and 2 watches. Upon arriving at the pawn shop, Izuku entered and proposed to sell things to an old man in his 70s who was the owner's father, with whom Izuku got along relatively well. Izuku. Hey, man, salesman. Looks at Izuku. Oh, it's you again, brat, who stole today. Izuku. This activating his quirk and taking out his wallet and watches. And I already told you, dude, I didn't steal it, I just found it. Salesman. Yeah, right, brat. Looking at the wallet and watches, you've been finding other people's things every day for 2 years. Izuku. I'm amazing how lucky I am, and tell me when you'll give me this. Seller. The watches are cheap, and the wallet is made of faux leather. I'll give you 200 yen for everything. Izuku. You're crazy, old man. At least give me 500 yen for everything. Salesman. Sorry, brat, I'll give you 250 yen for everything at most, though I'll buy you a cup of tea if you want. Izuku. Sigh. Well, it's better than nothing, old deal. After that, Izuku and the salesman sat at a table in the middle of the store and began to talk, while throwing multiple insults at each other. Izuku's relationship with the old man was one of insults and conversations from time to time. While they both talked, Izuku was busy thinking about his current situation. If this continued, it wouldn't be able to last. Izuku's mind. Damn, if the heroes continue like this, I'll be ruined. Anyway, I have to think about the matter carefully, remembering the heroes he saw on the streets. From what I saw, they have only sent low-ranking heroes. There is no one very dangerous except for a few. With enough training it shouldn't be difficult to beat them with my quirk. Although, fighting over wallets is quite stupid, Izuku continued to meditate on his options for a few minutes until he came to a conclusion. It seems that my best option is to go up a few levels of villainy. I will have to commit worse crimes, although first I will have to improve with my quirk. In any case, I think I will have to commit robberies on a larger scale, but it will be best to try to hide my identity. I don't want to walk down the street and have a hero recognize me and try to arrest me, but with what will I hide my identity? Starting to look at the store until something catches his attention. Izuku. Hey old man. The old man stops drinking his tea and looks at Izuku. What is that? Pointing to a green mask. Salesman. You mean that old mask? It's been here longer than I have. Izuku. That's quite a long time. The salesman looks at Izuku, annoyed. It looks interesting. What's it made of? Seller. Nothing special, just carved wood, painted green. Izuku. I like it. How much do you want for it, dude? Salesman. That thing's worthless. If you want it, take it, brat. Izuku. Excellent. Thanks, old man. After that, they both stayed talking for a while longer, until Izuku realized it was too late. After that he decided to leave. He said goodbye with an insult to the old man, took the mask and left. Izuku walked away from the store in the direction of his house while looking at the mask in his hand. Izuku. This will serve to hide my identity. Not bad, although I'll probably have to change it later. Activates his quirk and absorbs the mask. Well, we'll see how it goes. For the next 2 months, Izuku dedicated himself to training with his quirk. He became so dedicated to his training that he stopped stealing, supporting himself only with the enormous amount of money he stole the day his quirk appeared. Not only that, he spoke with some of the gang members who live in the area and asked them to connect him with some criminals. The gang members told him to go to an area in the slums. When Izuku arrived, he communicated with some people who were there and finally got his first big job, a bank robbery. In total, there were 4 people including Izuku. After his training, Izuku gained decent control of his quirk. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than at the beginning. After that training, the day of the robbery finally arrived. Izuku along with the other 3 thieves were in a car. On the way to the robbery site, they all wore strange masks. Each one had a different mask. Izuku wore the green wooden mask that the old man gave him. In addition to that, each one used a fairly large and striking weapon. After a few minutes they arrived at the robbery site, which was a small bank, nothing too big. Before entering, one of the thieves who were with Izuku decided to speak. Thief 1. Okay, guys, we're here. Listen, I know we're going to rob a bank and everything, but this meeting was arranged through intermediaries and it's the first time we've met, so I think we should decide on a pseudonym to avoid confusion. In my case, you can call me Hikari. Thief 2. Okay, call me Blast, and you guys pointing at Izuku and the other thief. Izuku. Thief 3. Call me whatever you want. Thief 1. Sigh. Well, you will be Black pointing to Thief 3 and you will be Green Mask or just Mask for short pointing to Izuku because of that mask you wear. Izuku. Sounds good. Thief 3. It doesn't bother me. Hikari. Okay, now that that's out of the way, let's get started. After that the four got out of the car and walked towards the bank. Upon entering the bank, Blast used a special metal device to block the entrance, while Hikari fired a few shots at the roof of the bank. Upon firing, everyone present threw themselves to the ground. While holding their heads, once on the ground, Black threw 3 grenades, while the other 3 robbers and he put on gas masks. When the grenades exploded, they released a gas that left everyone in the bank, except the robbers, in a state of unconsciousness. After that the thieves rushed to take everything from the receiving boxes, while some got into the back of the bank to go to the vault. After blowing up the vault door with explosives, they proceeded to enter and put all the money in bags. Once they finished putting the money away, they prepared to leave, but when they were about to leave they heard several patrol cars starting to arrive, in addition to some heroes starting to approach. Izuku. Shit, hey Hikari, what the hell is going on? You said it would take at least 10 minutes for the police and the heroes to respond. Hikari. That's what I suppose. Someone must have seen us and alerted the heroes ahead of time. Blast. And now what the hell do we do? Hikari. Our best option is to turn this into a hostage situation. Black. You know that almost never works out for thieves, right? Hikari. Well, it's that or we give up. Then a loud voice from outside interrupted them. Police. Attention villains. You are completely surrounded by police and heroes. Surrender and come out with your hands up. Blast. Well, one of us has to go out and claim the demands. At that, the 3 of them started looking at Hikari. Hikari. Sigh. Okay, I'll go. Walks to the door to talk to the police and the heroes. Attention. We have hostages. We want an empty vehicle, a clear path to the nearest airport, and a plane with a full tank waiting for us. If you don't obey or try to trick us, we will kill the hostage. After that Hikari went back into the bank. Okay. Blast, stay with me to take care of the hostages. Black and Mask, take the money to the vault. All 3. Yes. Quickly Izuku and the thief known as Black took the bags of money and went to the vault. When they got there they both arranged the bags in such a way that it was easy to take them out. While they were there Izuku decided to talk to another thief. Izuku. Black. Knowledge. Black. What more do you want? Izuku. You know this hostage situation is going to end badly for us. Black. It's the most likely outcome, but what choice do we have? Izuku. I can get us out of here, but I need to know what your quirk is. Black. You know we decided not to reveal our quirks so that when we escape they won't recognize us through them. Izuku. I know, but if you want to get out of here without being escorted by a police officer or a hero, it's the best option you have. Black. Sigh. Well, my quirk isn't anything special, it can create fire, that's all. Izuku. Okay, that'll do. Black. So tell me, what's your plan? Izuku. Simple. Let's get out of here. My quirk can get us out of here, and yours will serve as a distraction. Black. Seeing as you proposed this plan to me here and not in front of the other 2, that means you're only planning to escape with me. Izuku. If you're asking if I want to split the money between 2 people instead of 4, that's right. Do you even care what happens to those 2? Black. Not really, and tell me, how do you plan to get out of here unnoticed with so many bags of money? Izuku. You already told me my quirk, so it seems fair that I tell you mine. My quirk is called Storage. It allows me to store anything I come into contact with for as long as I want. After saying that, Izuku walked next to the bags, touching them one by one. As he did, the bag immediately disappeared. You see, now Izuku walked to the wall of the vault and touched it. As he did, a piece of the wall disappeared, leaving a path that led into the bathrooms of the adjacent building. You can already imagine the rest of the plan. Black. With a smile under his mask, yes, saying that, he began to create fire with his hand and a small fire started that began to spread. Now let's get out of here. Izuku and Black left through the hole Izuku made. When they both left the bank, Izuku pointed his hand again at the hole they made. At that moment the piece of wall that Izuku absorbed reappeared to block the hole. Although it was noticeable that a piece of the wall had been removed and put back in, Izuku put it to disguise and to cover his escape. When they left, Izuku and Black walked a bit through that building and Izuku opened another hole to go through the buildings until they reached an empty alley near the bank. They both watched as the heroes took the 2 robbers that Izuku and Black left behind and all the hostages out of the bank. When Izuku saw that no one died in the bank, he sighed. Maybe he was a villain now, but he still preferred not to have to kill anyone. When they were both safe, they put on hoods to cover themselves and walked away, while Black guided Izuku until they reached an old apartment, but compared to the apartment where Izuku lived, this one was much better. They both entered the apartment and sat in the living room. Izuku, well, this turned out better than I thought it would, as he took out the bags of money to start distributing the profits. Black, certainly. Izuku, hey, is this your apartment? Black, see. Izuku, well, I guess it's safe. Black, see. After that brief talk, they both remained in an awkward silence counting the money. After a few minutes they finished counting the money and they both split it equally. When Izuku got his share, he used his quirk to save it. Izuku was about to leave when Black spoke to him and Izuku stopped. Black, thanks for getting me out of there. If it weren't for you, the heroes would have caught me. Izuku, no problem, after all, you helped with the escape too. Black, listen, you could have left me, but you took me with you. I want to know why. Izuku, my reasons are my own business. Black, I see. In any case, you helped me, and I don't like owing anyone anything, so if you want something, just ask me right away. Izuku, well, looking at the apartment I need a better place to stay. Do you have a guest room? Black, I have an empty room, use it however you want, but you'll have to pay rent. Izuku, sounds good. By the way, I think we should take off our masks. After all, it looks like we'll be sharing an apartment now. Black, whatever you want. Taking off his mask, revealing a black-haired man with scarred skin and what appears to be staples holding his skin together. You can call me Dabi. Izuku's mind, obviously, that's not his real name. I don't trust him. It's best if he doesn't know my real name either. Izuku, nice to meet you. Dabi putting his hand over his mask and activating his absorption quirk. You can call me Deku. Izuku extends his hand for a handshake. So, friends. Dabi. He looked at Izuku's hand and squeezed it. Partners. Izuku. Smiling sounds good. Izuku was leaving his old apartment in the slum. He was outside the apartment he had been living in for those 2 years. The place was very inaccessible and with almost no comfort. The only good thing was that that place protected him from the rain. It was surprising that in those 2 years the family who lived on the first floor had not noticed his presence. Izuku had used his quirk to store everything of value that was in the apartment, abandoning everything else. Izuku had never considered that place as his home. It was simply a refuge for him, although it felt strange to leave the place where he had spent 2 years of his life. Izuku sighed and left the place, walking slowly to the place that would be his new refuge. Izuku walked through the streets of the city on his way to what would be his new refuge. Izuku walked through the streets of the city. As he walked down the street he could see some heroes passing through the streets doing their rounds. In those days the search for the pickpocket had stopped. The heroes continued with their rounds. As Izuku walked through the streets he was using his quirk to steal all the valuables from the people who passed by him. Even though he had just robbed a bank and now had a decent amount of money, apparently being a pickpocket had become a habit in him. Izuku continued walking down the main street, looking and stealing from the people who passed by him. As he walked he noticed a store that sold furniture. So Izuku decided to enter the place. After all, now he needed new furniture. Upon entering his first thought was to notice the security measures that were in the store. After walking around the store, Izuku realized that the place had almost no security measures, probably because the store was in the middle of the center and completely surrounded by heroes. After that Izuku put on the hood of his t-shirt to cover his face and walked towards the owner of the store. Izuku. Good morning, miss. I was looking at the bedspreads. Don't you have them in dark blue? Owner. I'm not sure, young man. Give me a moment, I'll go check in the back. Izuku. No problem. Once the store owner went to the back of the store, Izuku moved quickly and went to the items that were on display. Izuku used his quirk and used it to absorb a bed, blankets, a desk. Once he stole that, Izuku decided to leave, but before leaving the place he noticed a recliner with a massager that was on display. Izuku. Well, a treat now and then isn't bad. Izuku quickly used his quirk on the couch and absorbed it. While he heard the owner of the store start to leave, Izuku quickly left the store and walked away as fast as he could. While he saw how the owner left the store screaming and calling for the heroes, Izuku managed to escape easily and went to the street. After that, Izuku continued on his way to the place where he would live from then on. Izuku walked down the street watching people pass by him, although most of them were assaulted by Izuku. Izuku continued walking until he reached a less busy street. Izuku continued walking down the street, and after a few minutes he went into an alley. Izuku walked through the alleys using them as a shortcut until he reached an almost empty place without heroes. Izuku continued walking until he reached a set of apartments. After going up the stairs, he reached the door of an apartment. Izuku's hand lit up with a green light as he used his quirk, and a key appeared in his hand, which Izuku used to open the door. Upon entering the apartment, the first thing he saw was his roommate sitting on a couch in the living room while watching television. Dabi. Without taking his eyes off the TV, you took longer than I expected. Izuku. Sorry, I stopped to do some shopping. Dabi. Finish settling in, and then we'll chat a bit. Izuku just nodded and walked towards a full hallway that had 4 doors. Izuku walked to the door that was furthest from the hallway and opened it. Once inside, he stared at the room. It was a small room, but enough to be a decent room. Izuku used his quirk, and in a corner he freed the bed he had stolen earlier, leaving it in a corner. Then he freed the desk at the foot of the bed, and finally he freed the massage couch next to the bed. After that, Izuku began to free all the things he had brought from his old lair. Most of them were books that Izuku used to study despite not going to school. Izuku left the books on the desk and tidied up his room as best he could. Izuku. Looking at the state of his room, well, it's something simple, but it's okay. After tidying up his room, Izuku went to the kitchen to prepare something to eat. While he was going to the kitchen, he ran into Dabi, who was still watching TV in the living room. Dabi. Are you done? Izuku. Yeah, what do we do now? Dabi. Sit down. Pointing to an armchair in front of him, to which Izuku obeyed. I'll just give you a few rules, got it? Izuku nods. Okay, these are the rules. Label your food, no visitors, no pets, and don't make any noise, got it? Izuku. Yeah, anyway, you have some work to do. Dabi. Stops watching TV and looks at Izuku. Another job? We just robbed a bank, we have money. Izuku. Barely, although we escaped unpunished. We had to use the money from the robbery to pay for the car that the heroes confiscated. The weapons and the C4, although they caught 2 of us, we had to pay for what we bought for 4, in addition to everything that was in the car. We were supposed to escape with it, so there were bombs and weapons to escape from the police and the heroes in the car, and to top it off they confiscated absolutely everything. Only 8,000 yen left from the robbery for both of us. Dabi. I have to admit, that's disappointing. Izuku. What do you think about going out tonight? I'll talk to my contact about meeting up and seeing if he can get us something. Dabi. Good. Izuku. Okay, I'm going out for a walk for now. Izuku went to the entrance of the apartment, grabbed his shoes, and left the place, walking towards the city center. Along the way, Izuku stole everything he could get his hands on from people. By this point, stealing had become a sort of reflex for him. Izuku continued walking through the place until he came to an alley at the back of a restaurant. He walked down the alley until he reached the end of it. Once he was in front of the alley wall, he went to the wall and carefully removed one of the bricks from the wall. Once the brick was removed, Izuku put his hand inside the hole where the brick had been, and from this he took out an old, disposable cell phone. Izuku turned on the cell phone and called the only contact that was saved on the cell phone. After a few minutes, someone answered the call. Voice. Hello, who is it? Izuku. I'm sorry, Jiren. Oh, young Deku. I heard you and another of the thieves managed to escape from the heroes and the police. Izuku. That's right, looks like we got lucky. By the way, what happened to the other 2 the heroes captured? They turned around. Nothing out of the ordinary, they were arrested and interrogated. Izuku. You know if they said anything that could affect me or my partner? They're spinning. Buddy? Looks like you've taken a liking to the other thief. Izuku. Something like that, okay. Jiren. Nothing important. After all, the only thing anyone knew about you 2 was the pseudonyms you used. It's almost impossible for them to identify you. By the way, I like the name Green Mask. Izuku. Ha ha ha, yeah, I think I'm going to use that name from now on. By the way, I called you to ask for a meeting tonight. My partner and I will go. They spin. No problem, in the same place as last time, got it? Izuku. Yeah, see you tonight. They spin. Good, hanging up the call. Izuku. Well, at least we can get a job. Anyway, I'll get on with what I had to do. I think there was a cafe across the street. I could check it out from there. Izuku took the cell phone and turned it off, putting it back in the same hole in the wall he had taken it from. Once the phone was inside, Izuku put the same brick back in its place. Once done, Izuku left the alley and went to the street. After a few minutes of walking, Izuku arrived at a somewhat elegant cafe. He sat down at the table closest to the entrance, which was next to the window where you could see the street and the buildings. Izuku was sitting in the cafe when a waitress approached him, after which Izuku ordered a cappuccino and a vanilla cake. Izuku sat there, doing nothing remarkable other than checking his watch repeatedly and glancing at the building in front of him from time to time, until the moment he'd been waiting for arrived. Izuku. Whispering to himself, looks like it's about time. Izuku fixed his gaze in front of the building that was in front of the cafeteria, watching as the enormous entrance gate began to open. The gate was a huge steel arch that at the top had the letters UA, located one on top of the other. Behind the gate you could see a huge building with blue windows that had a shape similar to an H. Izuku stared at the entrance of UA, watching as several students wearing uniforms from different schools arrived at the school with the intention of taking the entrance exam. Izuku wasn't sure why he had come. After all, he had no chance to be a hero, but he still decided to come see the place. At times Izuku was tempted to go and take the entrance exam with the other students. Who knows, maybe they'll accept him despite his academic record, but at that moment he remembered his conversation with the symbol of peace and returned to harsh reality. Izuku's mind. While watching a boy with the head of a crow enter UA, I guessed that life wasn't for me, but then he notices an ashen blonde with a furious face, wearing a uniform that Izuku hadn't seen for a long time. Who was entering UA? It can't be. Is that Kachan? Reducing his surprise, I guess it was to be expected. It was almost certain that that narcissist would apply to the Best Hero Academy. Who knows? It's possible that in a few years we'll face each other. I hope that doesn't happen. It would be annoying. At that moment Izuku felt a vibration in his pocket. He quickly took out his cell phone, which was a disposable cell phone, and saw that Dabi was the one calling him. Izuku. Dabi? What could he want? Izuku answers the call. Hello. Dabi. Hey Deku, did you manage to get a meeting with your contact? Izuku. Yes, tonight we'll meet him at the place where we met last time. Don't worry, I'll take you. Dabi. Yes, by the way, where did you go? Izuku. So, now you're interested in what I do. Dabi. I just don't want you to do something stupid and then it ends up affecting me. Izuku. Don't worry about anything, I'm just at a cafe. I'll be back at the apartment soon. Dabi. Okay, we'll talk at the apartment. After that, Dabi hung up the phone. After that, Izuku stood there for a while, watching the applicants entering UA. After a while, Izuku asked for the check, paid for his meal, and left, passing in front of the gate and heading further into the city. After a few minutes of walking, Izuku arrived at the apartment he shared with Dabi. Izuku. I'm here. Dabi. You took too long. Izuku. Don't worry about that. In any case, I've already spoken to my contact. We'll talk to him in an hour, so be prepared. After that, Izuku went to his room and sat on the recliner in his room, watching the television that was in his room, which had also been stolen. After a while, it was time for the meeting, and Izuku put on his outfit. His outfit consisted of baggy dark green pants, a white t-shirt, and over it, a black hooded sweatshirt, and of course, the mask he used for robberies. Upon leaving his room he found Dabi, who was already dressed in his suit and was waiting for him in the living room. Both looked at each other's masks and just nodded. After that Izuku left the apartment being followed by Dabi, who locked the apartment. They both walked for a few minutes through the streets of the slum. The place was practically empty at that time of night, and because the place was a poor neighborhood, there was not a single hero in sight. After a few minutes of walking they both arrived at a ramen shop, which was a place in very poor condition and completely empty. Izuku walked being followed by Dabi, to the bar of the place. Once there, Izuku rang a bell on the bar. After a few minutes a man came out of the door that was behind the bar. This guy was the owner of the store, who was a big and muscular man, who had an eye patch over one of his eyes and was wearing blue pants and a white sleeveless shirt. Owner. Puts on an annoyed face. What do you want? Izuku. We came for the special menu. Owner. Follow me. The owner opened a space at the bar for the two of them to pass through. They both passed the bar and followed the owner through the door he had come out through. Upon entering they arrived at a small room that looked like a storage room for products. The owner went to the corner of the room. Once there he removed some boxes that covered the wall, revealing a hidden door. The owner opened the door, revealing a small and poorly lit room, in which there was a table with 3 chairs. In one of the chairs was a man wearing a purple suit and smoking a cigarette. They turn. Looks at Dabi and Izuku. Deku come in, gesturing with his hand to the chairs in front of him. Hurry up, let's finish our conversation soon. I have other business meetings after this one. Izuku and Dabi sit in the chairs in front of Jiren. Hey Jiren, it's been a while. They're spinning. Ha ha ha, that's true. They were lucky to escape the bank robbery with the money. Izuku: yes, although we had to pay off quite a few debts for the equipment the heroes confiscated when they took the car. They're spinning. It's a shame. By the way, pointing at Dabi with his finger. Who is he? Dabi with a monotonous expression: I'm your partner, you can call me Dabi. Izuku: okay, Jiren, what we came for. Leaning forward in his chair: due to the excessive debts we had to pay, we have almost no money left, so we need you to give us a new job. They spin. Well, smiling, there is something, but this is a top-level job. In this case you're going to have to use your quirks, so there's a chance they'll identify you through them. So, are you sure you want to take the job? Izuku thought about that for a moment. In his case there was no problem at all. After all, he never reported his quirk. Thanks to that, as far as the government knew, he was a simple missing quirk, but what he didn't know was what Dabi would think. Dabi: it's fine with me, what do you say Deku? Izuku: no problem. They spin. Giving a clap, while a bigger smile appeared on his face. Okay, then I need you to tell me the names of your quirks and what they can do. Dabi: mine allows me to create fire, lighting an orange flame in his hand, and if I concentrate enough, I can create blue fire, which is much hotter than the flame in his hand turns blue. Izuku: mine is called storage. It allows me to store anything I touch in a sort of pocket dimension or something. The only thing it can't absorb are living beings, like animals or people. Depending on how I use my quirk, I can release the things I absorb with greater power, turning anything I touch into a potential weapon. They spin. I see, those are very useful quirks. I'm sure they'll come in handy for the job. Izuku: and tell me, Jiren, what kind of job are we talking about and how much will the earnings be? Jiren: this is going to be a big heist. The plan is to rob the National Bank of Japan. Izuku: worried and surprised. Are you crazy, Jiren? That's the most protected bank in Japan. Also, 2 blocks from the bank are the Hawks and Edgeshot agencies. Robbing that place would be suicide. They're spinning. Calm down. Everything's already planned. On the day of the robbery, there's going to be a meeting of the top 10 heroes and their agencies in Tokyo. Both agencies will be completely empty that day, so they'll have about 25 minutes before the police or heroes from other agencies respond to the robbery. They'll have to act quickly. Plus, the escape route is already planned. Everything will be fine. Izuku: I don't know, it seems risky. What do you say, Dabi? Dabi: first, I want to know if the profit is equal to the risk. Tell me, Jiren, if everything goes according to plan, how much will the profit be? They spin. Assuming all goes well, after paying for the equipment we'll buy for the robbery, each of those involved will earn around 500,000 yen. Dabi: sounds good, I'm in. What do you say Deku? Izuku: that's fine by me, but I have a question I have to ask. Does the plan involve killing innocent victims? They spin. If all goes well, no. Izuku: okay, I'm in. When's the robbery? They're spinning. Next week, so get ready. He throws a disposable cell phone at them. I'll be using that to communicate, so stay tuned. Izuku: yes. He gets up from the chair with Dabi. With that we finish the meeting. Jiren, we'll see each other later, waving goodbye and leaving the premises. Izuku and Dabi left the ramen shop and walked through the desolate streets of the slum. The street they were on was in terrible condition. The ground was cracked and the streetlights barely worked, giving the place a gloomy look. They both walked in complete silence without saying a word to each other, until one of them decided to speak. Dabi: why did you ask that? Izuku turns to look at him without stopping walking. What do you mean? Dabi: you asked if the plan included killing people. Why? Izuku. Because I don't want to kill anyone. Dabi. We're villains, we must be prepared to kill if necessary. Izuku. That's a stereotype, Dabi. I am a villain, but I'm just a thief, not a murderer. Dabi. And if something goes wrong during a robbery, what would you do? Izuku. Find a solution that doesn't involve killing anyone. Dabi. Sai, you're a very strange villain. Izuku. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I'm the only one in my class. Izuku and Dabi were going to continue talking, when some guys appeared in front of them. There were 4 guys, dressed in black, and they had weapons in their hands, like bats with nails, knives, and one had a hammer, while one of them was completely unarmed, so it seemed that he depended completely on his quirk. Man 1. Well, what do we have here? Man 4. You're lost, young people. Man 3. If you want, we can help you, but you'll have to pay for it. Izuku. No thanks, we're fine. Man 2. I think you don't understand. Putting his knife in front of Izuku. Give us everything you have and we won't hurt them too much. Izuku watched as Dabi began to create fire in his hand, to which Izuku placed his hand in front of Dabi, stopping him. Izuku. Looking at Dabi. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Dabi nodded and deactivated his quirk. Izuku quickly grabbed the assailant who was pointing the knife at him and in one swift motion took his weapon away. Jumped into the air and threw a knee to the face, leaving him unconscious and with a nosebleed. Another of the assailants ran towards him and tried to hit him with his bat. But Izuku deflected his blow with his hand and gave him a karate chop behind his neck, leaving him unconscious. The other thief took advantage of that and threw the hammer he was holding at Izuku. Izuku didn't have time to dodge the hammer that was going directly to his forehead, but suddenly a green glow appeared on Izuku's forehead. When the hammer touched the green glow, it disappeared. Izuku took advantage of the surprise of his attacker to quickly approach him and hit him in the neck, leaving him without air and causing him to throw himself to the ground while holding his neck. After that, only the last assailant remained. Man 4. Wow, looks like you got rid of those 3 useless guys easily. Izuku. I don't think it's right for you to talk about your classmates like that. Man 4. It's the truth, those 3 have useless quirks, that's why they used weapons, while in my case appearing some rays from his hand and pointing his hand at Izuku. My quirk allows me to shoot a beam of pure energy that passes through everything in its path. The thief smiles maniacally. The beam will go through your head and I will steal your things from your corpse, laughing like crazy. Ha 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 ha. Dabi got into a fighting stance to try to help Izuku, since he thought that if what that guy said was true, that quirk was very dangerous. But before Dabi did anything, he saw how Izuku signaled him with his hand to calm down, to which Dabi calmed down, but without ceasing to be alert, in case his partner needed him. Izuku simply stretched the palm of his hand towards the assailant, who did not stop laughing and activated his quirk, causing the palm of his hand to glow with green light. Man 4. Ha 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 ha. Stopping laughing, but keeping his maniacal smile. Now die. The assailant fired a red energy beam, straight at Izuku's head, but before it touched him, the beam deflected and went directly to Izuku's open palm, which absorbed the beam as it touched his skin. Man 4. Stopping smiling and putting on a surprised face. What the hell? He fires his ray again, but gets the same result. Die, firing a ray for each. Die. What the hell is going on? How are you still alive? Izuku. Walking towards the assailant while continuing to absorb his energy beams. Let's finish this quickly. I'm already getting bored. Izuku continued walking until he reached in front of the assailant. Now sleep. Izuku gave a powerful blow to the assailant's stomach, leaving him on the ground, while holding his stomach. Well, that's all, let's go. Dabi. Dabi nodded and started following Izuku, leaving the 4 assailants behind, 2 of them unconscious and the other 2 in a state of enormous pain, holding the parts of their bodies that had been hit by Izuku. Both walked through the streets towards his apartment. Both found themselves once again in silence, which was broken again by Dabi. Dabi, you fight very well. Izuku smiles at him under his mask. Thank you, I've trained since I was a child. Dabi, you wanted to be a hero. Izuku stops walking and looks at Dabi in surprise, which Dabi realizes. I doubt you've trained since you were a child to be a villain, plus you have good moral values. Despite being a villain, you refuse to kill. Izuku sighs, defeated at Dabi's assumptions. Yes, I wanted to be a hero. Dabi, So why are you a villain? Izuku. Life isn't always the way you want it to be, Dabi. I became a villain because I had no other choice. Dabi. Izuku looked a little interested. What happened to you? Izuku. With a slightly sad face under the mask. I'll tell you when we're more comfortable. Dabi. Disinterested. Whatever. After that talk, they both continued walking to the apartment in complete silence. Upon arrival, they each went to their own rooms and stayed there for the rest of the night. The rest of the week, Izuku spent training to fight with his quirk on Dagoba Beach. He knew that in the next robbery, he would have to fight with his quirk, so he needed to absorb as many useful things as possible to store and use during the robbery. Izuku would take whatever he thought was useful from the trash and go fight gangs at night, so they could beat him up and absorb the impact. He'd have a strong pressure point during the bank robbery, allowing him to fight back if necessary. So the week passed, and the day of the big robbery finally arrived. Izuku and Dabi were in their apartment preparing for the robbery, both wearing dark hooded suits and each with a different mask, Dabi wearing a black mask and Izuku wearing his green mask. They both left their apartment and went to the abandoned warehouse, where Jiren told them they met his companions. After a few minutes they arrived in front of the abandoned warehouse. Upon entering, they came across an ordinary car. After that, they looked around the warehouse and in a corner, there were two people, both wearing different outfits and masks of different models. The first was a tall man wearing a tight black suit with stripes, white boots, and the top of the mask. The second was a blonde girl wearing a schoolgirl uniform and a white mask with a red smile covering the entire lower part of the mask. Villain 1. Animated hello, changes his tone of voice to a more serious one. Who are you? Villain 2. You two would look prettier covered in blood. Dabi. Whispers to Izuku. Are we going to work with these two crazy people? Izuku. Whispers to Dabi. Don't tell me, Jiren was the one who formed the team. Then the door opens again and Jiren enters, wearing the same clothes he had when he had his meeting with Dabi and Izuku. They spin. Smiling. I see you've already met. Izuku. Hey Jiren, you're not planning on making us work with those crazy people, are you? Villain 1. Hey, he's right. They're spinning. I'm sorry, Mask, but there's no choice. They're the only ones who took the job. Izuku. Please, there must be someone better than those lunatics. They're spinning. I'm sorry, but no, either you work with them or you can leave. Izuku. Damn it, they're spinning. Okay, now that that's out of the way, please introduce yourselves. Izuku. Okay, addressing the two villains. You can call me Green Mask or just Mask. For short, my quirk allows me to absorb and store anything that comes into contact with my body. Dabi. I am Dabi. I can create fire, creating an orange flame in his hand. Villain 1. You can call me Twice and I can create clones of anyone who has your measurements. I'll never tell you. Villain 2. Animated. I'm Himiko Toga. Call me Toga and I can transform into any person whose blood I drink. Look at Izuku. Hey Mask, can I cut you? I think you would look cute covered in blood with a psychotic smile. Izuku. I'd rather not. He turns his attention to Twice. Your quirk is interesting. If you take our measurements now, you could create clones of us later. Twice. Of course, no, it's impossible. Izuku. Take our measurements and only create clones when I give you the order. Twice. Giving a military salute. Yes sir, make me. Dabi. After taking the measurements, let's get this started quickly. Get in the car, I'll drive, to which everyone obeys and gets in the car. They spin. Waving goodbye. Good luck. The four were dressed in their suits on their way to the bank. During the way Toga was trying to cut Izuku, while Twice was saying incoherently, and Dabi and Izuku tried to ignore them, until out of nowhere Toga took off his mask, revealing a face and his sharp canines. Izuku. Hey, what are you doing? We're not supposed to see your face. Toga. Calm down, it doesn't bother me. Izuku. You better put it on now. The car stops. We're here. Dabi parks in front of the bank. Listen, the job will be simple. We get in, control the civilians, load the money into the car, and leave before the heroes or the police arrive, understood? Twice. Yes. Who made you the leader? Toga. Yes. Excited. Dabi. Yes. Disheartened. After saying that, Dabi, Toga, Twice and Izuku got out of the car and walked quickly to the bank. Everyone was prepared for what was going to happen. Once they entered the bank, Izuku activated his quirk in the palm of his hand, which lit up green. Izuku pointed at the ceiling and released some of the pressure he had been collecting that week during his fights, creating a huge shockwave that was directed to the ceiling, which destroyed all the security cameras that were there. When the people in the bank saw this, they quickly threw themselves to the ground, covering their heads with their hands, while some screamed and others used their bodies to try to protect the people who were with them. After that, Izuku walked to the counter that was at the entrance and climbed on it, so that everyone could hear him. Izuku, shouting for everyone to hear. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. You must be imagining what's happening, so I'll only say this once: no one move or try to be a hero. We'll take what we want and leave. If you cooperate and don't resist, everyone will return home tonight. After saying that, Izuku got off the counter and went to his companions Dabi and Twice. Go downstairs and blow up the vault door with explosives and put all the money in the bags. Toga, stay with me to take care of the civilians. Hit, Twice. Twice. Yes. Everyone went to do their jobs, while Izuku went to take care of the cashiers so they could go with the rest of the civilians. Toga walked around the place looking at the people on the ground, who looked at her terrified, until her eyes fell on a purple-haired boy who was being hugged by his mother. Seeing him, Toga approached them. Toga. Looking at the boy, you're cute, kid, but you know something? You'd look even cuter covered in blood. Taking a knife out of his back. The child's mother. No, please don't hurt him. Toga. I just want to see how cute he looks covered in blood. With a crazy smile. Toga's psychopathic smile widened as she slowly brought the knife closer to the child's face. The mother tried to protect him, but there was nothing she could do against Toga, while the other civilians in the room watched in horror as it seemed that the girl was going to kill the child without any mercy. But out of nowhere, an object appeared, going at full speed towards Toga, who barely dodged it. The object continued on its way until it was stuck in the wall. When they saw it, they all noticed what the object was. A simple hammer. Izuku. Walking towards Toga, with the palm of his hand extended in her direction. What the hell do you think you're doing, Toga? Toga. I just wanted to see that kid covered in blood. Izuku. Damn it, Toga, stop bothering the civilians and do your job. Toga. With a face like a scolded puppy, how annoying. He walks away. Izuku. Looking at the mother and her son, I apologize for the bad moment. She's crazy. The woman just nods. Izuku was about to leave when the boy interrupted him. Boy. Sir, you are a villain. The boy's mother covered his mouth as she said this. Izuku. He turned to look at the boy and knelt down to stand in front of him. Yes, yes I am. And tell me, do you want to be a hero? Child. He takes his mother's hand away from his mouth. Yes, I want to be a hero to stop villains like you. The boy's mother worried that her son's words would provoke the villain standing in front of him, but contrary to what the woman expected, the villain just started laughing. It wasn't a laugh of mockery or malice, it was a sincere laugh. Izuku. Stop laughing and tell me, little one, what is your quirk? Child. He just lowered his head, as if that saddened him. My quirk allows me to control people's minds when I touch their heads. Everyone says that because of that I'll be a villain when I grow up. Those words depressed the boy's mother a little. Izuku. To his mother's surprise, Izuku begins to stroke the boy's hair. Don't let what people say about you affect you. Your quirk doesn't define you. You define your quirk. Remember that and become the hero you want to be, and who knows, maybe you'll be the one who captures me in the future. Child. The child's eyes lit up at Izuku's words and he was filled with emotion. Thank you, sir. Izuku. Don't worry, kid. Tell me, what's your name? Kid. I'm Agami, sir. Agami Shinso. Izuku. Well, Agami Shinso. I hope you become a great hero. After saying that, Izuku walked towards Toga, leaving behind an excited child and a surprised mother. Toga. Seeing Izuku approaching, where she was because you scolded me, pouting. Izuku. With a disinterested tone, you were going to kill an innocent child. Toga. So, we're villains, we're supposed to kill innocent people. Izuku. Maybe you do, but I'm just a thief. Toga. How boring you are. At that moment they receive a call from Dabi from the communicator they had in their ears to talk during the robbery. Dabi. Hey, we've got the money, get ready to leave. Izuku. Presses his communicator. Understood. Looks at Toga. Toga, let's go. Izuku was walking towards the entrance with Toga, when Dabi and Twice came out of the stairs. each carrying 6 huge black bags. Once Dabi and twice caught up with Izuku, they all headed to the entrance. Izuku, speaking to his companions, 7 minutes, we still have time before the police or the heroes arrive. Everyone was crossing the street towards the car, when Izuku noticed something. Izuku quickly stood in front of Dabi and extended his hand, activating his quirk. His companions were confused by this action, but were surprised to see how a red object appeared at great speed, which was absorbed by Izuku before hitting Dabi. Izuku, putting on a worried face under his mask, it can't be. Seeing a human silhouette with wings in the sky, it's Hawks. Izuku was quite worried. Flying above him and his fellow robbers was Japan's number 3 hero, the winged hero Hawks. Hawks was a blonde man with a small beard on his chin, wearing a black polo shirt with a yellow vest and pants, as well as black boots and gloves and yellow moon glasses. Dabi. Hawks wasn't supposed to be in Tokyo. Izuku, trying to stay calm, that's what Jiren said. They were going to continue talking, when they realized that Hawks began to descend. The 4 of them got into combat positions, preparing to fight with Hawks. Once Hawks was on the ground, he began to talk. Hawks, with a bored face, rubbing the back of his head, hey, you know how this goes. Please turn yourselves in so we can finish this quickly. Izuku, you weren't supposed to be in Tokyo. Hawks, oh, right, I overslept and it got late. Izuku's mind. With a drop of sweat on his temple, I can't believe I'm so unlucky. Izuku, there's no way you're just going to ignore this and let us go, right? Hawks, I won't, so laugh soon please. Izuku, that's what I thought. Turning to his companions and whispering to them, you guys take the money and get out of here, I'll take care of Hawks and catch up with you later. Dabi, can you handle him alone? Izuku, I hope so, go now. After saying that, Toga, twice, and Dabi ran with the bags of money toward the car. Hawks, I don't think so. Hawks threw some of his feathers at the 3, but before they could reach them, they were caught in a force that sucked them into Izuku's hand. When the feathers touched his hand, they disappeared to Hawks' surprise, which even he lost his connection with his feathers. Hawks pays more attention to Izuku. What did you do? Izuku, does it matter? They both watch as the car starts up and drives away. Hawks, looks like your teammates have abandoned you. Izuku, it seems so, but you don't want to focus on what's happening now. Hawks, let's finish this quickly. When I defeat you, I'll come after your teammates. Izuku, okay, let's get started. Izuku's mind, I hope this works. Izuku closed his eyes to concentrate on this, thanks to his training. Now Izuku could transmit his quirk on his clothes, making clothes light up with the green glow of his quirk. Thanks to this, Izuku could use his quirk without the need to remove the gloves he used to not leave fingerprints, and it also helped prevent attacks from destroying his clothes before touching his skin and being absorbed when they attack him. The only problem is that transmitting his quirk causes him to reach his limit faster. Izuku activated his quirk on the back of his neck so Hawks couldn't see him and surreptitiously began to absorb the air. Izuku, what do you think about this, Hawks? Let's take this fight to your territory. This comment confused Hawks. Izuku activated his quirk in his feet, transmitting his quirk into the soles of his shoes. Izuku began to release the air he was absorbing through his neck. By releasing the air at great power, this causes Izuku to use the air as a propellant, rising in the air just a meter from the ground and staying there, much to Hawks' surprise. Izuku, smiling, although he didn't know if using the air to fly would work. What do you say about an aerial fight, Hawks? Izuku didn't wait for Hawks' response and rose into the air at full power, being propelled by the air released from the soles of his feet and controlling his direction by releasing air from his hands. After taking off, Hawks spread his wings and followed him. Hawks threw some of his feathers to try to knock Izuku down, but whenever a feather touched him, it disappeared without a trace. Izuku had already watched hundreds of videos of Hawks' fights and learned his fighting style, so he could predict where he would attack him with his feathers and activate his quirk at the exact spot to absorb his feathers and avoid damage. Hawks' mind. While throwing more feathers, what kind of quirk does this guy have? He can fly and disappear as soon as my feathers touch him. I've never heard of a quirk like that. Could it be that he has more than one quirk? Hawks, while continuing to attack, you have a pretty interesting quirk. Chases Izuku through some buildings. Izuku, Dodging an attack from Hawks. Thanks, I never thought I'd fight the winged hero Hawks doing some acrobatics in the air to dodge some of Hawks' feathers. While flying trying to get away from Hawks, Izuku tried to distract him in order to escape. Until he came up with a plan, Izuku deactivated his quirk to plummet. As he did so, Hawks was surprised to see how his opponent began to fall and Hawks followed him, reducing his height. While Izuku fell, he turned around to see Hawks reducing his altitude. Hawks had fallen into Izuku's trap. Izuku quickly extended the palm of his hand pointing at Hawks and activated his quirk. His hand lit up green and released a beam of energy that he had absorbed before from the assailant. Hawks was surprised to see how his opponent had shot an energy beam at him. So he made a quick movement to dodge it, moving to the side and letting the energy beam shoot into the sky. But as he dodged it, he didn't notice how Izuku activated his quirk again and rose. When Hawks realized it was too late, Izuku was in front of him. Izuku prepared his fist and activated his quirk in his knuckles, giving Hawks a powerful blow to the face. The momentum sent him flying against an office building, causing Hawks to go through one of the building's windows and end up lying in the middle of a company's offices. Hawks was lying in the middle of the office floor, quite hurt by the blows. While the people who worked in the office were looking at him in surprise, Hawks got up with difficulty holding his wounds. When he saw how Izuku landed inside the office using the same hole that Hawks created when he crashed. Izuku, don't get up, you're too hurt. Hawks, I won't give up. Hawks took one of his feathers and used it as a sword. He ran against Izuku with the strength he had left. Izuku activated his quirk, and the moment Hawks tried to use his feather to cut him, the feather disappeared from Hawks' hand. Hawks, shit, I can't seem to hurt you. Izuku, yeah, I don't think this was a fair fight, though I thought defeating Japan's third best hero would be harder. Hawks, ha ha ha, I have to admit I got a little overconfident, which is why I lost. You definitely have an amazing quirk. What is it? Izuku, smiling at him, did you think it would be that easy to get information out of me? Hawks, no, but I had to try. I imagine you have multiple gifts. After all, I saw you fly, create a beam of energy, and make my feathers disappear. Plus, the force of your blows is too much. Izuku, maybe it's that, maybe it's something else. In any case, I won't tell you. Hawks, I see, you could at least tell me your name. Izuku, you can call me Green Mask. Hawks, seeing Izuku's mask, it's not very creative. Let's say smiling, so you're going to kill me, putting on a more serious look. Izuku, I'm not a killer, I'll just knock you out so you don't follow us. After saying that, Izuku moved at great speed and hit Hawks again, using his quirk on his knuckles again and using the last of the pressure he had saved. The blow hit Hawks in his face, and the power of the blow generated an expansive slingshot that threw Hawks to the other end of the office, crashing into the wall, to the surprise and fear of the people who were watching him. Before doing anything else, Izuku walked towards Hawks' unconscious body and took off his yellow moon glasses. Izuku looks at the glasses, they'll be a good souvenir. Looks at one of the employees, scaring the employee, call an ambulance to take care of Hawks, I'm leaving. Izuku walked towards the hole that Hawks created when he crashed into the wall. Once he was in front of the hole, Izuku activated his quirk again and flew away. While flying, he used the communication and called his robbery partners. Izuku, Dabi, where are they? Dabi, Mask, how did it go? Izuku, better than I thought. I left Hawks unconscious in a building. Toga, that sounds fun. Did you make him bleed a lot? Izuku, that's not important right now. Tell me where you are. I'll come with you. Toga, about that. Izuku, making an annoyed face, what happened? Dabi, it seems Hawks reported on our little job. A group of heroes intercepted us on 3rd Avenue, forcibly stopped our car, and have us surrounded. Izuku, okay, I'm on my way. Keep the money safe until I get there. Meanwhile, in the middle of a street, Dabi, Toga and Twice were standing next to their getaway car, which was now overturned on the ground. The three were surrounded by several heroes, which were Death Arms, Kamui Woods, Mount Lady and Ingenium. Mount Lady. Referring to Kamui Woods, we have them surrounded, because we haven't attacked yet. Kamui Woods. It was Hawks who informed us about the robbery. He said he was chasing one of the criminals while the others fled in that car. He said we should wait for him to take out the villain he was following. We have to hold them off until Hawks arrives. Death arms. Besides, we don't know the villains' quirks, so if one of them has a destructive quirk and we attack impulsively, glancing sideways at the civilians crowding around to watch, we could seriously injure them. Ingenium. The best option is to wait for a more experienced hero like Hawks and attack them all together. We're lucky he couldn't make it to the top 10 meeting. Mount Lady. I didn't expect to see you here, Ingenium. Ingenium. I was nearby when I heard some villains fleeing a bank robbery, so I decided to help. Mount Lady. I guess the extra support doesn't hurt. Smiling. Kamui Woods. Looking at a silhouette in the sky descending to Earth. Looks like Hawks has arrived. Then the silhouette fell with great force right between the heroes and villains. The force of the fall raised a cloud of dust that covered the place. After a few seconds the dust began to dissipate. The heroes expected to see Hawks, but instead, they saw a person wearing a completely black hooded suit and a green mask on his face. Upon seeing him, the villains immediately recognized him as their missing partner. Dabi. With a slight smile under his mask. I didn't know you could fly. Izuku. Smiling under his mask. 20 minutes ago I didn't either. At that moment the heroes came out of their surprise and reacted to the presence of that person who had just appeared. Ingenium. Referring to the heroes. Who is he? Kamui Woods. I don't know, but he seems to be familiar with the villains. He could be an extra accomplice, or maybe the villain Hawks was chasing. Mount Lady. If so, where is Hawks? Kamui Woods. Maybe the villain managed to escape from him. Ingenium. Contact Hawks and tell him our location so he can come and provide backup. Genius. Yes, Izuku. He had heard the hero's entire conversation. Don't bother. Death arms. What do you mean, Izuku? They recognize this. Taking Hawk's glasses out of his pocket. Ingenium. Eyes wide open under his helmet. Those are Kamui Woods. Wide-eyed Hawks's glasses. Death arms. With fists clenched in fury. What did you do to him? Izuku. Let's just say he'll be out of action for a while. Death arms. Damn you. Launching himself to hit Izuku. Kamui Woods. Espera. Death arms. Détente. Death arms ignored what Kamui Woods told him. At that moment he was blinded by rage at the thought that a hero had been killed by the villain in front of him. Death arms approached at great speed until he was in front of Izuku and threw a powerful blow towards Izuku's face, which activated his quirk, transmitting it to his mask, absorbing the pressure of Death arms' blow and leaving Izuku unharmed and his mask intact. All the professional heroes were surprised. One of Death arms' blows had been received full on by that villain, who remained in place without having moved a single inch. Meanwhile Izuku was smiling under his mask since his plan had worked perfectly. He had provoked Death arms on purpose. He knew that if he made the heroes believe that he had killed Hawks, Death arms, being the most impulsive, will attack him first, which was just what he wanted. After all, he spent all the pressure of blows that he had accumulated in his fight with Hawks, and absorbing the pressure of Death arms' blows will be the perfect way to exponentially increase the amount of pressure that Izuku has in his storage. Once Death arms' surprise was reduced, he started his attack again, launching a series of high-speed blows against Izuku, who just stood still without moving. Izuku already knew enough of Death arms' fighting style to be able to predict his movements, so he knew exactly where in his body to activate his quirk to completely absorb the effect of Death arms' blow. While this was happening, the other heroes, villains and civilians watching the fight were in disbelief as they saw how the villain remained motionless, while receiving the powerful blows from Death arms all over his body. The heroes and civilians thought that the villain's quirk was some kind of resistance quirk, but the villains knew that this was not the case. Toga. That's weird. I thought Mosk's quirk was a storage quirk. Twice. Does he have two quirks? I don't care. Dabi. He doesn't have two quirks. That's his quirk. Twice. I understand. I don't understand anything. Dabi. I've been watching Mask for a while now, which has allowed me to discover an interesting aspect of his quirk. His quirk not only allows him to absorb physical objects, he can literally absorb and store anything that comes into contact with his body. That includes the pressure of the blows he receives. What Mask now does is absorb the pressure of the blows that Death arms throws before they affect his body. Toga. Excited. Wow, that's an amazing quirk. Now I really want to see him covered in blood, licking her lips lustfully. Twice. That's amazing. How boring. Dabi. It's an interesting quirk, but without the right wielder it would be useless. Toga. Stopping licking her lips. What do you mean? Dobby. Mask can't use his quirk on his entire body at once. If he did, the recoil of his quirk would reach him faster, so he must activate his quirk at the precise place and time to fully absorb the effect of the blows. Twice. But how does he do that? Who cares? Dobby. I don't know. I've been watching him for a long time, but I've never been able to figure out how he predicts where he'll be hit, in order to activate his quirk. Toga. Haven't you asked him? Dobby. I don't ask him personal questions, nor does he ask me, which is why I can tolerate him. On the other side of the fighting zone, at the same time as the villains, the heroes were discussing what actions they should take now, while Death Arms continued to attack Izuku without any effect. Kamui Woods. What the hell? That guy's taken enough hits from Death Arms and he hasn't even moved from that spot. Ingenium. Maybe it's a resistance quirk. Mount Lady. That could be it, so all we have to do is immobilize it, right? Kamui Woods. They didn't see him. Both heroes look at him intrigued when Death Arms threw his first blow. A green light illuminated the villain's mask. Whatever that glow is, it must be because of his quirk. Also, if you look closely, a few moments before Death Arms' blows collide with the villain, the part of the body that is about to be hit lights up. I have never seen a resistance quirk do that. Mount Lady. This is likely a never-before-seen booster quirk. Kamui Woods. It's likely, but my gut tells me it's not a booster quirk. Ingenium calls all heroes in the area. I think this is a dangerous villain, and prepare to fight. Mount Lady. Ingenium. See. While with Izuku, he continued to calmly receive the blows from Death Arms, despite the fact that Izuku remained focused using his quirk to absorb the pressure of Death Arms' blows. Izuku remained watching the movements of the other three heroes. At that moment he noticed how Ingenium activated his communicator and how Kamui Woods and Mount Lady were preparing to fight. Izuku's mind. They're already preparing to fight, and Ingenium has surely called in more heroes. I'll have to take care of them quickly and escape before the other heroes arrive. In a quick movement Izuku got into a fighting stance and activated his quirk on his knuckles. After that he threw a punch at Death Arms' chest, at the same time releasing some of the pressure he had absorbed from Dead Arms. Izuku's blow generated a powerful shock wave that sent Death Arms flying, causing him to crash into a building, leaving him unconscious. All the heroes and civilians who saw this were amazed and afraid of the power of that villain, who had resisted Death Arms' blows as if it were nothing and only needed one hit to defeat him. The other three remaining heroes were worried about their comrade's condition, but they didn't have time to go help him now. The villain had proven to be very dangerous. They had to neutralize him now or at least buy time until reinforcements arrived. The three heroes launched an attack. Kamui Woods and Ingenium rushed against Izuku, while Mt. Lady adopted her giant form. Ingenium threw a kick at Izuku, who covered himself with his forearm absorbing the pressure of the kick. After the kick Ingenium stepped back, giving space to Kamui Wood to create a prison of branches, which was dodged by Izuku. Izuku released air from the soles of his shoes, giving him greater speed, and approached Ingenium, who tried to counterattack with a kick, but was dodged by Izuku. Izuku took advantage of this and threw a punch at Ingenium's chest, releasing a large amount of pressure that broke the chest portion of Ingenium's armor and threw him crashing into the pavement and leaving him unconscious. After that Izuku stepped back, dodging a giant fist thrown by Mount Lady in her giant form. Mount Lady spun a couple of kicks and stomps with the intention of crushing Izuku, who used the air released from his feet to propel himself and move at great speed. When Izuku saw an opening in Mount Lady, he used the air that came out of the base of his feet and propelled himself into the sky, reaching Mount Lady's face. Once there, Izuku threw a kick directly to Mount Lady's face, releasing pressure in the kick, which was enough to knock out Mount Lady, causing her to fall and shrink. Kamui Woods was the last hero left standing. He saw how all his companions had fallen, knocked out by that villain. He knew that reinforcements were on the way, so he had to wait until the other heroes arrived. Kamui Woods didn't think twice and got into combat stance, stretched out his branches and threw them to attack that villain, who was watching him in silence. Kamui Woods saw how the branches approached that villain, who only stretched out the palm of his hand pointing at Kamui Woods. Suddenly the palm of the villain's hand began to glow green. After that Kamui Woods could see how several red objects came out at great speed from the villain's palm against him. The red objects cut Kamui Woods' branches, making their way towards him. The red objects reached where Kamui Woods was. Some passed close to him and caused several cuts all over his body, except for one that went through his shoulder, causing Kamui Woods to fall to the ground. Once on the ground, Kamui Woods took the red object embedded in his shoulder and removed it to see what it was. In his hand he had what had caused that wound. The object itself surprised Kamui Woods. It was a red feather, which the hero was able to identify as one of the hero Hawk's feathers. Kamui Woods. Holding the feather in his hand, it's one of Hawk's feathers. Looking at the villain, so you really did kill him. Izuku. Kill? I never said I'd kill him. Kamui Woods. What? Izuku. I just left him unconscious in a building. He'll recover, whatever. It's time to go looking at his fellow villains. Dabi, Toga, Twice. Hold on to this. Izuku activated his quirk in his hand and a rope appeared. After that he threw it to his companions. The three of them took the rope. Without understanding what Izuku's objective was, they saw how Izuku took one end of the rope and tied it to his waist. After that he activated his quirk in his feet and began to release the air, propelling himself towards the sky, along with his robbery companions. Kamui Woods. Seeing how the villains began to rise, they won't escape. Kamui Woods tried to stop them with one of his branches, but it was too late. They were too high. Although his branches did manage to hold the suitcases containing the money, tearing them away from Toga, who was the one with the money. Izuku. Seeing how Kamui Woods caught the suitcase of money with one of his branches, not again frustrated. Izuku reduces his height with the intention of recovering the money when he saw how a jet of pressurized water came out directed against him. Then he realized that the heroes' reinforcements had arrived. Dozens of heroes appeared on the scene and launched several attacks against Izuku and his companions. Izuku. Damn it. Twice. Do it now. Twice. Yes, no. At that moment, a gray liquid came out of Twice's body and began to take shape. A Dabi clone appeared, which fell to the ground and began to attack the heroes. Izuku. Shit, there are too many of them. The clone won't stop them for long. Dabi. Defending himself from an attack with a flare. What do we do? Izuku. We won't be able to get the money back. We have to get out of here or we'll end up under arrest. Izuku increased the amount of air he sucked from the back of his neck and at the same time increased the amount he released from his feet, creating a powerful impulse that sent him flying alongside the three villains at high speed, disappearing from the sight of the heroes who had just arrived, at the same time that the clones dissolved into a gray liquid. Izuku, Dabi, Toga and Twice arrived at the same warehouse where they had met for the robbery that same morning. Sitting in the middle of the warehouse, watching an old television, was Jiren. They're spinning. Watching the news of the robbery. It seems they put on quite a show. Izuku. Damn it, Jiren, you said Hawks wouldn't be there. He messed up the robbery. We don't have the money. Dabi. That's right, he went bankrupt. They spin. It's true, and that's very unfortunate, but you should see what they say about you on the news, pointing at the television with his finger. Izuku. What the fuck, are they reporting him? Izuku, Dabi, Toga, and Twice sat in front of the television and watched the news report about their robbery. A female reporter could be seen talking at the spot where Izuku had fought the heroes. Reporter. On television, some ambulances appeared in which some heroes were getting on. I am now in the center of the city where a fight took place between the heroes and a group of villains who had just robbed a bank. During the fight, the heroes Kamui Woods, Mount Lady, Death Arms and Ingenium were seriously injured after the fight with a new villain, called Green Mask. The other villains who were at the scene have not been identified, although luckily Kamui Woods was able to recover the stolen money. The reporter holds her ear indicating that someone is speaking to her through the headset. Wait, I am informed that hero number 3 was injured. The camera changes to another reporter outside a building. Reporter. Thank you. Right now I am outside an office building where a fight between the hero Hawks and the villain known as Green Mask ended. During the fight, Hawks was hit so hard that he ended up crashing into this building. According to witnesses, the villain Green Mask entered the building and knocked out Hawks. Something is seen coming out of the building. At this moment they are taking Hawks out of the building on a stretcher. Hawks is seen on a stretcher entering an ambulance. The identity of this new villain is unknown, but the population is recommended that if they see a man dressed in black, with a hood, red boots and a green mask, they immediately contact the heroes or the police. After that Jiren turned off the television. Jiren. I had no idea you were so strong, Mask. Izuku. Beating Hawks was just luck, the heist was a failure anyway. Toga. Smiling yes, but it was really fun. Twice. Depressed I wanted the money, cheers up it was a lot of fun. Dabi. Now what? Jiren. Relax well, the robbery was a failure, although now that Mask has built up a reputation, he could get him higher level jobs. Izuku. Well, I just hope you get something soon. They turn. Yes, yes waving goodbye see you later leaving the warehouse. Izuku. Referring to Toga and twice I honestly hated working with you, you're both crazy and if it weren't for your quirks you'd be completely useless. I hope I don't have to work with you again for a long time. He turns to look at his partner. It's better if we go Dabi, we have to talk about some things. Dabi. Yes following Izuku to the exit of the warehouse. Toga. Smiling as she waved goodbye goodbye Mask, goodbye Dabi, I hope I can make you bleed the next time I see you. Twice. Waving goodbye goodbye, it was fun working with you guys, it was the worst job of my life. After that Izuku and Dabi returned to their apartment. On the way back they both walked in silence, although neither was bothered by the silence. After a few minutes Izuku and Dabi arrived at their apartment. Upon arrival they each went to their rooms and took off their robbery suits, putting on lighter and more comfortable clothes, after which they both went to the living room and sat on the armchairs. Once there the place became silent, but not the typical relaxing silence that usually existed between Dabi and Izuku. This was a more stressful one, as if they were both thinking about what to do from that point on, until finally the silence was broken. Izuku. Dabi, I know I don't need to remind you, but we haven't paid the rent for the apartment and the deadline is approaching. And since the money for this robbery wasn't cheap, we're both drowning in debt. In other words. Dabi. We're broke. Izuku. Yes, if we don't get money by the end of the month, the landlady will kick us out. Dabi. Okay. What can we do to get money? Izuku. I could go out and steal wallets and other things, although I doubt it'll be enough, it'll help. Dabi. I'll see if I can get another job. Izuku. I just hope Jiren gets me a job soon. At that moment Izuku's disposable cell phone rang. Izuku took it out of his pocket and checked it. When he read it Izuku's eyes widened. Dabi. Seeing Izuku's expression, who is it? Izuku. It's Jiren. He says he's got me a job, but if I want it, I have to meet the man offering the job. Dabi. I just hope they pay well. When are you meeting them? Izuku. Jiren says to meet him tonight, in an alley. Dabi. Good luck. I'll go out tonight to see if I can get some money. Izuku. Good. The rest of the afternoon Izuku and Dabi spent it quietly. Due to the little money they had left, they only ate instant ramen. After that Izuku spent the rest of the afternoon watching television in silence with Dabi, until it got dark. At dusk Izuku dressed in the same black hooded suit he used for the robbery, his typical red sneakers and his green mask. Izuku left the house and went to the address Jiren told him. Upon arrival, he entered an empty alley, from which the people passing outside could not see him. Once in the alley Izuku saw Jiren leaning against a wall smoking a cigarette. Izuku. Spin. I'm here. They spin. Turns to look at Izuku masked, just in time. Izuku. Where's the contractor? Jiren. Calm down. Let's get to it now. Jiren picked up his cell phone and called someone. After a few seconds, they answered. Yeah, he's here, you can come get us. Izuku just stood there watching Jiren, until his instinct warned him of something. Instantly Izuku noticed a kind of black mist that was beginning to appear in the place. Instantly Izuku adopted a fighting pose, preparing to fight if necessary. Slowly the mist increased until a kind of yellow eyes appeared in it. Izuku. Seeing the foggy figure, what the hell are you? Jiren. Mask. Calm down. To which Izuku undid his combat stance, but without lowering his guard. He's Kurogiri. He has a warp quirk, he'll take us to the contractor. Izuku. A warp quirk? Approaching Kurogiri, they're very rare, I've never seen one. Jiren. Okay Kurogiri, please take us. Kurogiri. See. After saying that Kurogiri expanded, creating something similar to a fog door, Izuku remained watching this still distrustful, until Jiren walked and crossed Kurogiri's portal, to which Izuku imitated him by crossing the portal. When doing so Izuku saw everything dark for a moment until he appeared in what appeared to be a bar. Izuku. Looking at the place, it's a very nice place for a villain's hideout, remembering how years ago he came to this place by accident in his search for a decent place to live. Izuku's mind. The warp gate must be so he doesn't know where this place is, but unfortunately for him, I already know. For now, it's best to pretend I don't know where this place is. They turn. Okay, I'll leave you two to talk business calmly. He leaves through the bar door. Izuku. Addressing Kurogiri, so, who's the contractor? Kurogiri. As he appeared in bartender clothes, he'll be here in a minute. In the meantime, do you want me to get you something? Izuku. Sitting at the bar, no thanks, I'm fine. At that moment a door that apparently led to the interior of the place opened. Out of it came a young man with light blue hair and black clothes, who had a hand covering his face. Seeing him, Kurogiri came out from behind the bar and walked until he was in front of the young man. Kurogiri. Allow me to introduce you. Pointing to the guy with the hand, he is the leader of our organization called the League of Villains, Tamura Shigaraki. Pointing to Izuku, Tamura. He is the villain Green Mask, he is the one Jiren brought for the job. Izuku. He stood up from the bar and extended his hand to Tamura. It's a pleasure to meet you, Tamura Shigaraki. Tamura. I ignore Izuku's greeting, I don't like it. Izuku. Seeing his employer's reaction, Izuku decided to change his attitude. I didn't come here to please him, I only came for work. Tamura. Tisk, Kurogiri, why do we have to hire someone to do it? I could easily do it. Kurogiri. Tamura, you know what he said, it's better if you don't take any risks yet. Izuku's mind. I suspected it, that immature guy couldn't possibly run an organization alone. I guess him must be the true leader, or at least this guy's puppeteer. Besides, with an anime-style sweat drop, they're seriously called the League of Villains. They couldn't have come up with a more original name. Tamura. Tisk points to the bar, sit down, to which Izuku complied. Izuku. As Tamura sat next to him and Kurogiri went behind the bar. Okay, so what's the job about? Tamura. We want you to get some information. You'll be paid 15,000 yen. But first, I have a question for you. Izuku. What is it about? Tamura. You're the villain who defeated Hawks and 4 other pro heroes, right? Izuku. Yes, it's me. Tamura. Well, that's what I wanted to know. Izuku. Back to work. What information do you want me to gather? Tamura. We want you to steal the UA teachers' schedules. Izuku. They want me to break into UA and steal information. He puts his hand on his chin. Tamura. Yes, annoyed and in a threatening tone. Any problem? Izuku. Lifting his face and lowering his hand. 30,000. Tamura. Annoyed what? Izuku. You want me to infiltrate a hero nest and steal information. I won't do something that dangerous for less than 30,000 yen. Tamura. Furious, while vigorously scratching his neck. You dare to ask for double the money. Tamura immediately launched himself to attack Izuku. Seeing him, Izuku jumped from his chair, backing up and preparing. Tamura ran towards him at great speed against Izuku, while he got into a fighting stance. Thanks to the fact that Izuku had already seen Tamura's quirk when he arrived at the bar 2 years ago, he already knew Tamura's quirk, although he didn't know if his quirk could absorb the effects of Tamura's quirk, so he preferred not to let Tamura touch him. Izuku's palm began to glow and in an instant a knife appeared in his hand. Izuku closed his hand tightly, holding the knife, and prepared to stab Tamura, making sure not to hit in a place that would cause Tamura's death. Their hands approached each other, but before they touched each other, Kurogiri created 2 portals at the height of both of their hands, causing Izuku's knife to stick into the bar and Tamura disintegrates a chair. Tamura. Looking into Izuku's eyes through his mask. We hired you and yet you still want more money. Izuku. Absorbing his knife and pulling his hand out of Kurogiri's portal. I'm tired of talking to the puppet, I want to talk to the puppeteer. At this statement, Tamura's eyes widened as his anger increased, while Kurogiri was quite surprised by the statement. Kurogiri. What do you mean? Izuku. Please stop with the nonsense. It's impossible for such an immature guy to control an organization. I know there's someone behind the scenes directing them. I want to talk to him, see if he's more rational. At that moment, a laugh was heard coming from one of the screens in the bar. AFO. Ha 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 ha. Not bad, kid, you're pretty smart, I guess you also knew I was listening. Izuku. Maintaining a calm expression, it was quite obvious. Izuku's mind. I had no idea. A drop of sweat appears in his mind. AFO. Ha 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 ha. I like you, kid. Fine, we'll pay you the 30,000 yen you want, but I hope you don't fail. Izuku. I won't do it. Tomorrow you'll have the information you want. AFO. I hope so, kid. You can go now. Kurogiri will create a portal in the same place where you were picked up. Jiren will stay with me. I still have some matters to discuss with him. Izuku. Good. AFO. Kurogiri, please. Kurogiri. Yes, master. Kurogiri expanded again, creating a portal again, which Izuku went through, leaving the bar. AFO. Turn around, you can come in now. The bar door opened again, revealing Jiren, who had been standing by the door, listening to everything that was happening inside the bar. They spin. With a big smile. So, what did you think of the teacher boy? AFO. He's certainly an interesting young man, but changing the subject, Jiren, how's the recruitment of the villains for the attack going? Jiren. I've already recruited a large number of villains, but I must inform you that most of them are quite weak. Tamura. That doesn't matter. With a psychotic smile, the Nomu is all we need to get rid of All Might. AFO. Okay. Now that we've got that sorted, we just have to wait for the guy to bring us the UA schedule, and then we can attack. Kurogiri. Master, why are you so sure the boy will succeed in his mission? AFO. That boy is quite interesting. When I saw his eyes, I could see the look of a person who has suffered a lot, of someone who has lost everything, but still remains standing. That boy is much stronger than we think, smiling sinisterly from his monitor, and the best of all is that he only needs a push to fall completely into the darkness. He begins to laugh sinisterly. In an alley in the middle of the city's slums, a portal made of black mist appeared. From this portal emerged a young man wearing a black hooded suit, red sneakers, and a green mask. Once the young man left the portal, it closed. Afterward, he walked toward the street, heading for the apartment where he lived. After a few minutes of walking, Izuku arrived at the apartment where he lived. Upon arrival, he went to his room, took off his villain costume, and put on some more comfortable clothes to wear at home. After that, he went to the living room and sat on the couch to watch television. He stayed there for a couple of hours until he heard the apartment door open and Dabi, wearing a black suit and a mask, walked in. Dabi looks at Izuku in the living room. You arrived early, how did it go? Izuku. Not bad. I'll tell you after you change. How about you? Dabi. Stealing from people passing by in an alleyway is less lucrative than I expected. I only got 1,000 yen. Izuku. Not bad. Anyway, get changed quickly and we'll talk about the job I got. Dabi just nodded and went into his room. After a few minutes, Dabi came out of his room in lighter clothes. He walked to stand in front of Izuku and sat on an armchair in front of him, after which Izuku turned off the television to talk to Dabi. Dabi. So, how was the contract? Izuku. Some lunatics calling themselves the League of Villains will pay me 30,000 yen to break into UA and steal the class and teacher schedules. Dabi. UA schedules. What do they want with that? Izuku. Who knows, they probably have some stupid plan like attacking UA. Dabi. I don't think so, Deku. No one is stupid enough to do that. Izuku. Believe me, the one who calls himself their leader is quite immature. He's capable of trying to attack UA for some stupid and senseless reason. In any case, that's none of my business. I'll just steal what they asked for and they'll pay me. With that, we can pay the rent for the apartment and part of the debts. Dabi. Well, I guess the pay is decent. He gets more serious, but don't let them catch you. I don't want to have to pay all the debts alone. Izuku. Don't worry, I'll be careful. I'll figure out how to get into UA when I'm there. He gets up from the couch tomorrow. I'll leave early and watch UA from the cafe across the street. I'll figure out how to get in. He goes to his room. Dabi. Fine, I'll stay and watch TV a little longer. Izuku. Entering his room. Don't stay up too late. Dabi. A little irritated. You're not my mother. Izuku ignored Dabi's comment and went to sleep. The next morning Izuku got up around 5 in the morning, and started his sports routine. He went out to exercise, he went to spend some time cleaning Dagoba Beach and returned to the apartment to make breakfast. He ate breakfast in silence accompanied by Dobby. Once they finished breakfast he went to his room. After a few minutes he put on his black villain suit, but without the mask, and left the apartment. Izuku walked for several minutes until he reached the cafeteria that was in front of UA. Izuku arrived approximately half an hour before classes were to start, so he just sat down, ordered a coffee and waited for UA classes to start, while he analyzed the structure of UA, looking for a way to enter where they wouldn't see him. After a few moments Izuku was surprised to see a large number of vehicles arrive, all packed with reporters who stood at the entrance of UA. Reporters stopped all the students who entered the academy and asked them questions. Some of them seemed uncomfortable, while others answered seriously and calmly. Among the people who answered calmly, there was a boy with glasses and blue hair and a raven-haired girl with a ponytail and onyx-colored eyes. Seeing that girl, Izuku had a strange feeling, as if he had seen her before, but for the moment he decided to put that aside and focus on work. After seeing a reporter try to enter UA, triggering the alarm, Izuku came up with a plan to get in, so Izuku paid for his food and left the cafeteria heading towards the entrance of the academy, where the reporters were. Izuku walked towards the reporters, while putting on his mask. Once he reached the group of reporters, he made his way through, until he was in front of the reporter who had tried to enter UA. Once he was next to the reporter, Izuku used his hood to prevent the reporter from seeing his mask and recognizing him. Izuku, why are there so many reporters in front of the UA? Reporter turns quickly to look at Izuku. Oh, I didn't see you, you're a UA student. Izuku, no, I was just passing by and got curious because there were so many people. Reporter, a little depressed. Oh, I see. Izuku, well, because there are so many reporters. Reporter, oh, we heard All Might had accepted a teaching position at UA, so we came here hoping to interview him, but they wouldn't let us in. Izuku, surprised that, I never expected All Might to be a teacher. It's a shame that the people at UA don't let them do their job. Reporter, that's true, but we can't do anything. No one can get through the barrier. Izuku, that's not fair, right? What would you say if I could help you? Reporter, surprised what? Izuku, I can get you and the other reporters in, but I'd have to use my quirk to do so. So if you agree, please don't tell anyone about my involvement. The reporter was in a mental dilemma. She knew that what that man was offering her was quite illegal, but even so, she couldn't waste an opportunity like that. This could be her only chance to interview All Might and she couldn't waste something like that. Although that young man didn't inspire confidence in her. I mean, she couldn't even see his face, but even so, she doubted she would ever have that opportunity again in her life. Reporter, fine, I accept. I promise not to say anything, if you let us in. Izuku, smiling under his mask. Good decision. Izuku slowly walked past the reporter, until he was in front of the enormous UA barrier. Once there, Izuku touched the enormous barrier with the palm of his hand. At the same time the palm of his hand lit up. After that, the barrier disappeared, leaving the path open for the reporters, who entered the UA grounds like a stampede and stood covering the entire front of the UA campus. Meanwhile, Izuku took advantage of the confusion caused by the media and ran away, surrounding the main structure of the UA, until he reached the back. Once there, he activated his quirk on the soles of his feet and flew off, until he found an open window, through which he entered the building. Izuku began to run throughout the UA, looking for his target, until he finally reached the place he was looking for, the UA staff room. Izuku ran to one of the places and turned on one of the computers that were there and began to review the computer files. Izuku, let's see. Entering the computer files. Cat pictures. Sleeping bag discounts. Eye drop prices. Wow. This guy has hundreds of messages with marriage proposals from a woman named Emi Fukukado. Izuku thought about that name for a moment. That's not the name of the heroine, Ms. Joke. Well, that's not important now. Izuku continued searching through the files, until he came to a folder that said UA Bingo. Izuku looked through the documents in the folder, until he found a file that said, Teacher's Schedule. Izuku quickly activated his quirk, making 2 USB drives appear. The first one he connected to the computer and copied the file with the schedules. After that he took the USB and saved it again using his quirk. Once his mission was finished he did a second act. He took the second USB and plugged it into the computer. Once done this, he copied the entire folder with the UA information onto the USB, Once done this, he removed the USB and saved it again with his quirk. Once that was done, Izuku walked to the exit of the staff room, but before leaving he heard several voices coming from the hallway. Izuku quickly ran to the staff room window, opened it and jumped through it, activating his quirk and flying away. Once Izuku left, the door to the staff room opened and 3 people entered the room. They were Shota Aizawa, also known as the Pro Hero Eraserhead, Hisashi Yamada the Pro Hero Present Mike, and Nimari Kayama the Pro Hero in Midnight. None of them realized that someone had been there. They just started talking about the reporter's intrusion into UA and how the UA gate had disappeared. Meanwhile, Izuku landed in the middle of an empty alley, took off his villain costume and went to his apartment. Upon arriving, he ran into Dabi, who was taking something out of the refrigerator. Upon hearing the door open, Dabi raised his head and ran into Izuku. "Dabi, you're back, how did it go?" Izuku activated his quirk in his hand, making the USB appear and showing it to Dabi, who looked at the device without any expression apparently. "Dabi, looks like you made it. Did anyone see you?" Izuku, "No one. Those idiots from UA even noticed my presence." Dabi, "Not bad, you're going to deliver the device to that League of Villains." Izuku, "Yeah, I'll go to my room and get my cell phone and call Jiren." Dabi, "Good, have a good one." After that brief, Izuku entered his room and took his cell phone that was hidden behind his bed. After taking it out, he called Jiren and told him that he had what they asked for, so in half an hour he would be in the same alley where Kurogiri picked him up the last time, and that he should tell Kurogiri to wait for him there, to which Jiren told him that it was no problem. After that, Izuku put his villain costume back on and left the apartment, walking through the alleys to avoid being seen by the heroes or even any civilians who could identify him by the mask he wears. After a few minutes, Izuku arrived at the alley. Once he arrived, he waited for a few minutes until a fog portal opened in front of him, so Izuku just smiled and went through it, appearing in the bar. Once at the bar, the first thing Izuku saw was Tamura Shigaraki sitting at the bar while drinking something. At the same time, Kurogiri was cleaning a glass behind the bar. With his bartender outfit, Izuku just walked to the bar and sat at a safe distance from Tamura. Tamura, without looking at Izuku, "Do you have the schedules?" Izuku, "Yeah, do you have the money?" Tamura signaled to Kurogiri, who created a portal above the bar, from which a black briefcase fell. Tamura, "There you go, now give me the schedule." Izuku first opened the briefcase and checked it. He took out a thick wad of bills from the briefcase and inspected it. Once he was sure it wasn't a hoax, he activated his quirk in his hand, from which a USB device came out. Izuku, putting the USB on the bar, "There's the schedule, with that we complete the transaction." After that, Izuku used his quirk and absorbed the suitcase with the money. Then he got up from the bar, waiting for Kurogiri to create the portal to leave, which began to expand to create the portal, when a voice, coming from the bar screen, interrupted them. "AFO, wait a minute, Kurogiri," to which Kurogiri stopped expanding and returned to his normal form. "Tamura, isn't there a proposition you'd like to make to Mask?" Tamura, "Tisk, do I really have to do this, Master?" "AFO, I know you don't like Tamura, but it's necessary for the League to keep moving forward." Tamura, "Tisk, alright, Master." Looking at Izuku, who remained silent, "Mask, I want you to join the League of Villains and come with us to attack UA." Izuku, "I already assumed the schedules were for attacking UA, but if they wanted the teacher's schedules, I have to assume this is some sort of targeted assassination, so who is it they want to kill?" "AFO, ha 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 ha, you're very clever, Mask, you're right, this is about murder." Tamura, "We're going to kill All Might." With that, the whole bar fell into a deathly silence for a few minutes, until Izuku, "Ha ha 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 ha." He started laughing quite a bit, infuriating Tamura. "You can't be serious, you couldn't kill All Might." Tamura, scratching his neck vigorously, "I won't kill him, that's what the Nomu is for." Izuku, "Nomu, what's that?" Tamura, "I've had enough. It doesn't matter whether you join or not." Izuku, smiling mockingly, "Of course not, you want to attack UA, they'll arrest you and I won't be there to see it. Now I want to go looking at Kurogiri. Hey, can you open the portal so I can leave?" Kurogiri nods and created a portal, which Izuku was about to go through, when All for One stopped him. "AFO, well, Mask, You might not be joining the league right now, but I'd still like to be able to keep signing you if necessary. Izuku, if the pay and the work are good, I'll come. Just tell Jiren to contact me. Go through the portal. Tamura, scratching his neck very hard. I hate it. Izuku left the portal in the same alley where he was picked up and began his walk back to his apartment. When he arrived he ran into Dabi having lunch in the kitchen. Izuku went to his room and put on more comfortable clothes. After that he went out to the kitchen, served himself a plate of food and sat down to eat lunch next to Dabi. Dabi, did they pay you? Izuku activates his quirk and takes out the suitcase with money 30,000 yen. Dabi, they seem to pay well, you could work with them again. Izuku, I don't think so. After all, they'll all be arrested soon. Dabi, stopping eating for a moment. What do you mean? Izuku, those guys are really stupid. They're planning to attack Ua to try to kill All Might. Dabi, they're really idiots, though I didn't know All Might was at Ua. Izuku, yeah, I'll find out in the morning, whatever. Taking his empty plate to the dishwasher. I'll go watch TV. Dabi, also carrying his plate as you wish, opens the suitcase of money and takes out some. I'll go make some payments on the debts. Izuku, you are. Then Dabi left the apartment. While Izuku sat on the couch and started watching television, Izuku was watching the news channel, when a news caught his attention. It was the report of All Might's new job at Ua. In the report you could see how the reporters interviewed the Ua students. Izuku watched this calmly, when one of the interviews caught his attention. It was the interview of a black-haired girl with a ponytail and onyx eyes. Izuku remembered seeing her that morning, and again the feeling of having seen her before appeared in his mind. Izuku, where have I seen that girl before? I've never had a friend before, so I don't think she's from school. So where? Izuku closed his eyes in an attempt to concentrate until a memory came to him. Wait a minute. Izuku quickly got up from his chair and went to his room. He put his hand under his bed and after searching for something for a few minutes, he took out a cardboard box. He opened the box, which was full of magazines, and started looking for a specific one. He was like that for a few minutes until he found what he was looking for. A magazine titled, Japan's Richest Families, featured a photo of a family of 3 standing in front of a huge mansion. The photo featured an adult man and woman, each flanked by a teenage girl, whom Izuku recognized as the girl who had been interviewed that morning. Izuku, Momo Yaoyorozu, it can't be. Why would someone with her money and social status be in a hero class? It's impossible. I have to confirm it. Izuku got up from the floor and sat at his desk. He opened one of the drawers in his desk, taking out his computer. After turning it on, he activated his quirk in his hand and took out the second USB stick, which contained all the UA files that were on the computer in the UA staff room. Izuku entered the folder and started looking for a specific document, until he found a document that said, Student List 1A. Izuku entered the document and began to review the list of students. None of those names sounded familiar to him, until he found the name he was looking for, Momo Yaoyorozu. Izuku clicked on her name and all her information, along with a photo of her, appeared on Izuku's screen. Izuku, surprised. Damn me, she's actually in the hero class. I don't understand why a girl as rich as her would want to be a hero. It just doesn't make sense. Maybe it was because of the life Izuku had had those 2 years, but now he saw money as something much more important. If I had her money, I'd have a quiet life without working. Then the last phrase Izuku said echoed in his mind. If I had his money. That phrase echoed over and over again in Izuku's mind, stimulating his mind until he came up with an idea. This simple idea made a big smile appear on Izuku's face. Izuku quickly began to meticulously review all the UA files he had stolen. A few hours later, Dabi arrived at the apartment. In his hand he carried 2 bags, which he left on the kitchen table. Once done, he walked to Izuku's room. When he arrived he knocked on the door, but received no response. Dabi. Knock again. Hey Deku, I brought takoyakis for dinner, come eat. Again he received no response. Deku, I'm going in. Dabi opened the door to Izuku's room. Upon opening it, he quickly noticed Izuku sitting at his desk, in front of his computer, with his headphones on. Dabi approached Izuku and touched his shoulder, to which Izuku got scared and turned to look at Dabi. Izuku. Seeing Dabi, take off his headphones. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Dabi, never mind, I brought takoyakis for dinner. Izuku. Sounds good. Dabi. Looks at Izuku's screen. By the way, what were you doing? Izuku. Dabi, this is amazing. I found a way to permanently solve our financial problems. Dabi. A little surprised Jiren gave you a high-paying job. Izuku. He's not aware of this. Izuku smiles. Let me introduce you to our lottery ticket. Then Izuku turned his computer so Dabi could see his screen, showing him a picture of a black-haired girl with a ponytail and onyx eyes. Dabi. A little confused. A girl. Izuku. Smiling. She's not just any girl, she's Momo Yaoyorozu, the only daughter of the Yaoyorozu family, one of the richest and most influential families in Japan. Dabi. So, you're planning to rob his mansion? Izuku. No, it would be too difficult to get in there, especially considering the enormous security they have. Dabi. If this isn't a robbery, what is it? Izuku. A kidnapping. Dabi. Surprised. A kidnapping? Izuku. That's right, imagine kidnapping the only daughter of the Yaoyorozu family. We could demand an absurd amount of money for her ransom. Dabi. But how are you planning to kidnap her? She must have bodyguards and all kinds of security with her, and you can't even enter her mansion. Izuku. Simple. Dabi. We'll kidnap her from her high school, switching Momo's photo for the UA1. They don't allow her security to go in there. Dabi. Sarcastically. So what's your plan? Because I doubt you can just walk into UA and walk out the front door with her like nothing happened. Izuku. That's why this is my favorite part of the plan. When I infiltrated UA this morning, I used a second USB and copied all the information on their servers. I thought some villain would pay well for it, but in reality it served me much more entering the UA folder and putting the photo of a large structure with a glass dome. This is the USJ, one of the UA structures that are not on their campus. Dabi. So what? Izuku. Well, remember I told you about the idiots who hired me? Dabi. Yeah, you said they were planning to attack UA to kill All Might. Izuku. That's right, I was checking the teachers' schedules, and tomorrow Class 1A has a rescue class at the USJ, where teachers Eraserhead, 13, and All Might will be. If those idiots really attack UA, tomorrow will be the perfect time. We'll take advantage of those idiots' attack, and while the teachers are distracted by them, I'll sneak in and take the girl without them noticing. Dabi. That's a pretty risky plan if you ask me. Even if those idiots really attack tomorrow, there's no guarantee the heroes won't notice you. Izuku. Don't worry, I have my methods. Besides, I have all the information on the students' and teachers' quirks right here. I'll be prepared for anything. Dabi. Even if we manage to kidnap her, we have nowhere to hold her. Izuku. So don't worry, I know a place. Dabi. Sigh. Well, if I can't make you see reason, the least I can do is stay close to prevent you from getting arrested. With a slight smile. What should I do? Izuku. You'll drive the escape vehicle. When I leave with Yaoyorozu, you get us out of there before they catch us. Dabi. Fine, but you better plan this well. I'll talk to an acquaintance who steals cars so he can get us a getaway vehicle. Walks to the exit of Izuku's room. When you're done with the plans, go to the kitchen and eat the takoyaki I brought you. Leaves the room. Izuku. You are. For the rest of the night, Izuku stayed at his computer, reviewing UA's files and creating a plan with the lowest chance of failure. Throughout his research, Izuku realized that there was only one person among the teachers and students who would pose a real problem. Despite Izuku having trained extensively and being strong, he would be at a significant disadvantage against that person, Eraserhead. Even though Izuku could absorb physical attacks before they affected his body, he had no protection against mental quirks like Eraserhead's. If Eraserhead erased his quirk, then Izuku would be at a great disadvantage. It was best to wait for Eraserhead to get distracted to attack by surprise, or find a way to obstruct his vision to prevent him from erasing his quirk. The second problem Izuku discovered was named Katsuki Bakugo. Even though he hadn't seen him since his mother's funeral 2 years ago, there was a chance he would recognize him, so it was best to try to avoid him. Aside from the two of them, the other teachers and students didn't present a real problem for Izuku, of course, except for All Might. Izuku had seen hundreds of videos of All Might, but the problem was that due to All Might's speed, in the videos you could barely see a blur, so Izuku didn't know All Might's fighting style completely. He only knew the basics, like his one-hit attacks, but he wouldn't be able to sustain a long fight against All Might. But Izuku thought of a very simple solution. He would let the League of Villains distract All Might while he kidnapped Momo, or in the best-case scenario All Might would reach his time limit and there would be no need to fight. It was a simple plan, but it was his best option. Once the problems that the plan would have were taken into account, Izuku considered that most of the risks were covered, so the profit far outweighed the risk. Izuku decided that his plan was fine, so he turned off his computer and left his room, walking to the kitchen. On the way he saw Dabi sitting watching television. Izuku didn't say anything and went to the kitchen and put the takoyaki in the microwave. Once it was hot he placed it on the table, sat down and prepared to eat. Dabi. While Izuku was eating, well, Izuku, I've already got the kinks sorted out, and we have a good chance of success. Dabi. What if you fail and get caught? Izuku. You'll go in the car, and I won't talk about your collaboration. Dabi. A little surprised if it fails. Do you want me to abandon you? Izuku. Yes, after all, you're taking this risk for my sake, so I won't take you down with me if the plan fails. Dabi. With a small smile, you're a very strange villain. Izuku. Smiling, I know. Dabi. I hope the plan works. Izuku. A little worried, me too. The next morning Izuku got up early and went out to exercise at Dagoba Beach. After his exercise Izuku returned to his house. Upon entering he found Dabi in the kitchen making breakfast. Izuku greeted him and went to take a shower. After his shower, Izuku went to the kitchen and sat at the table, where Dabi had already left his breakfast. They both started to eat breakfast, while they talked about their plan for the kidnapping that afternoon. Izuku. Did you get the car? Dabi. Yeah, my friend Robo won. We'll use it for the kidnapping and then abandon it somewhere. Izuku. That sounds good. I'm going for a walk today. Can you pick me up at the park near Dagoba? Dabi. No problem. The rest of breakfast passed in silence, neither of them bothered by the silence. In fact, that was one of the main reasons why Dabi didn't mind sharing an apartment with Izuku. After breakfast Izuku washed the dishes and went out again to Dagoba Beach. Izuku liked being on Dagoba Beach. Because of the trash nobody went there, so Izuku took advantage of that place to be in peace listening to the waves of the sea. Izuku lay on the sand next to a pile of garbage, resting while thinking about what was going to happen that afternoon. There were many things that could go wrong, but this was the best solution to his financial problems. After a while longer, Izuku got up and went to the park near the beach. He sat on a bench to rest, until after a few minutes a black van with tinted windows stopped in front of the park. The van's window opened showing that Dabi was the one driving. Seeing him Izuku walked up to it in front of the van's window. Izuku. Looking at the van seriously, there wasn't a less suspicious vehicle. Dabi. I know this screams kidnapping from miles away, but it is what it is. Now get in the back and put on your suit. Izuku obeyed Dabi and entered the van through the back door. Once inside, Izuku put on his villain costume, a black hooded shirt, black pants, black gloves, red boots and his green wooden mask. Once dressed, he sat on the floor and began to meditate on what he was going to do. After a few minutes Izuku and Dabi arrived at the USJ and parked in front of it. They stood there in silence for a few minutes, until they saw a bus arrive and stop at the entrance of the USJ. A bunch of teenagers Izuku's age got off the bus, all of them wearing hero costumes. Izuku managed to see how Eraserhead and Bakugo got off the bus. Those two were his biggest problems. After a few seconds the doors of the USJ opened and Hero 13 came out. After a few seconds the students entered the USJ. Dabi. Looks like it's time. Izuku. That's right. Gets out of the van. Wish me luck. Dabi. You'll be lucky if you don't get arrested. Izuku just smiled at Dabi's comment, activating his quirk again, absorbing the air from the back of his neck and releasing it from his feet, causing Izuku to fly towards the highest part of the USJ dome. Izuku stayed up there watching what was happening inside the USJ. After a few minutes, a fog portal opened at the height of the fountain below the stairs at the entrance of the USJ, from which hundreds of villains began to enter. Izuku. Smiling knowing he was right about the attack. Okay, it's showtime. Izuku used his quirk in his hand, absorbing a piece of the dome's glass, creating a hole, through which Izuku jumped and using his quirk, landed in a place where he could see what was happening without them noticing his presence. Izuku was falling from the top of the USJ dome. He used his quirk releasing air from the sole of his shoes to fall slowly. With his gaze Izuku looked for a place to hide, taking advantage of the fact that because of the League of Villains, no one had noticed his presence. Izuku used his quirk and landed softly on the ship that was in the marine rescue zone, while watching what was happening at the entrance. Izuku was close enough to hear what Shigaraki was saying. Shigaraki. Scratching his neck vigorously. Where is he? He's supposed to be at USJ but I don't see him. He scratches his neck harder, leaving red marks. We shouldn't have trusted that villain who gave us the UA schedule. Kurogiri. Calm down, Tamura Shigaraki. The doctor checked the file Green Mask brought us. The schedule was fine. Maybe there was a last-minute change. Shigaraki. He smiles under the hand that covered his face. Maybe if we kill some of his students he will come. He speaks louder so they can hear him. Everyone attack, pointing with his finger at the entrance where the UA students and teachers were. Then all the villains began to advance towards the stairs that led up to the entrance, some villains while preparing to use their quirks, but at that moment Eraserhead jumped from the entrance towards the group of villains that was approaching. Some villains tried to take care of Eraserhead using their quirks from a distance, but Eraserhead deactivated their quirks and used his bandages to hit them against each other, knocking them out. Izuku. Whispering, while looking at Eraserhead. From what I know, Eraserhead's fighting style is based on deactivating his opponent's quirk and capturing it with his scarf. In a fight against such a large group of villains, Eraserhead is at a disadvantage. Izuku smiles as he watches Eraserhead incapacitate the villains one by one. This is better than I thought. Now that Eraserhead is distracted, I just have to wait for the right moment. Take care of 13 and take Yaoyorozu. Then Izuku had a strange feeling and looks at the water below the ship. What the hell is that? Izuku looked at the water surrounding the ship, to realize that several purple portals began to open underwater. Emerging from these, several villains with quirks that worked better in a place with water. Izuku. Whispering, what the hell, why are they releasing a group of villains here too? Izuku realizes something unless he starts looking at the other environments of the USJ, noticing that there is movement in them. Are they releasing villains all over the environments of the USJ? That means their plan is to divide the students and attack them separately. Izuku worries a little. Damn, I underestimated them. I didn't think they would have a plan like that. He breathes to relax. Anyway, this is good. That way I'll only have to find Yaoyorozu and there will be fewer obstacles that prevent me from taking her. Izuku took his eyes off the villains and continued watching what was happening at the USJ. He saw how the students walked towards the exit with the intention of escaping, but he also realized that Shigaraki had also noticed that. Shigaraki. Kurogiri, you know what to do. He scratches his neck a little. Lead them to their doom. Kurogiri. Understood. Tamura Shigaraki. After that Kurogiri disappeared. Izuku watched as Kurogiri began to appear in front of the students who were trying to escape. Izuku watched as two figures launched themselves at Kurogiri, the first one launching an explosion at him, so Izuku assumed it was Bakugo, while he couldn't identify the second figure. He saw a cloud of smoke rise, while from it appeared Kurogiri, who began to expand and trap the students with his portals, teleporting most of them, except for some who managed to avoid Kurogiri's quirk. After that, Izuku activated his quirk in his hand, making binoculars appear, which he used to get a good look at the students who had managed to avoid being caught by Kurogiri's quirk. Among the people who stayed at the entrance, he could see a boy with armor similar to Ingenium, a brunette with a tight pink suit, a big guy with several arms, a girl with pink hair and skin, and Hero 13. After confirming that Yaoyorozu was no longer at the entrance, he reactivated his quirk in his hand, absorbing her binoculars. Izuku was planning to go look for Yaoyorozu through the USJ, when he heard a noise outside the ship's cabin. He peeked his head through a window and could see two students who had apparently been transported there, so Izuku decided to hide and remain silent, to see if they said any important information. There were only two students who had arrived at the ship, both walking along the deck of the ship. The first of them was a man of a fairly small stature. He wore a purple hero suit with spheres on his head and a kind of ring around his waist. The second of them was a girl of average height. She wore a tight green heroine suit with black details and some accessories. She had green hair a little darker than Izuku's and seemed to have some kind of mutation quirk that elongated her mouth and enlarged her hands a little. The girl with the mutation was carrying the short boy in her arms, who was motionless in the girl's arms. Suddenly the boy made an action that surprised Izuku. He touches one of the girl's breasts with his hand. You know, for a frog your breasts are very big. The girl, seeing this, only blushed a little and threw the boy hard against the surface of the ship, which crashed to the ground, after which he got up and walked until he was in front of the girl. Rubbing the area where he hit himself. Ouch Asui, that hurt a lot. Suyu, I'm sorry, Mineta, but what you did bother me, Hiro. Mineta. Worried now what do we do, we're surrounded by villains. Looking at the villains who were in the water. Suyu, I don't know, Hiro, we have to make a plan. Mineta, a plan? Scared wouldn't it be better to wait for the professionals? Suyu, I don't think so, Mineta. Looks over the edge at the villains surrounding them. I highly doubt the villains surrounding us will wait for the heroes to arrive. Mineta. Smiles a little. Don't worry, All Might will surely arrive soon and beat the hell out of those villains. Throwing punches in the air. Suyu. Puts her finger on her chin. Mineta, do you seriously think such a large group of villains would attack a hero academy with the goal of killing the symbol of peace, without any real way to achieve it? Mineta. Trembling with fear and with a terrified face. You mean they have someone as strong as All Might? Suyu. Either that or they have some kind of weapon that can take him out. While with Izuku, who was hidden inside the ship's cabin, he listened attentively to someone's conversation, surprised by their comment. Izuku's mind. Wait. They know the League is here to kill. All Might gives himself a mental facepalm. Those idiots can't possibly have told everyone what their plan was. That's really stupid, because they would reveal their plan to their victims. Izuku, after thinking that, remained silent to continue listening to the conversation between the two UA students. The two UA students were going to continue talking to try to come up with a plan, when they both saw a huge hand made of water appear. The hand went in their direction. They both managed to dodge it by running to the other end of the ship, but even so, the impact was so great that it split the ship in half. They both held onto one end of the ship to avoid falling into the water, because they knew that even if Suyu was good at fighting in the water, they wouldn't stand a chance against so many villains. Mineta. Crying in fear, we're going to die. Suyu knew they were both in a dangerous moment, but she still remained calm, trying to think of a plan to get out of there and try to meet up with her classmates at the entrance of the USJ. But suddenly, in front of Mineta and Suyu's eyes, a black silhouette came out of the boat and jumped towards the water, falling into it and sinking. Neither Mineta nor Suyu understood what had just happened or even who that guy was. Mineta. Surprised but still very scared. Suyu, who was he? Suyu. I don't know, Mineta. I've never seen him before, Hiro. He could be a hero who was here for practice or... Mineta. Confused. Oh, Suyu. A villain. Mineta. More scared. I saw, villain. Suyu. It's possible, Hiro. Although he is a villain, I don't understand why he didn't attack us when we let our guard down on the ship. Both were confused by the actions of this supposed villain and stood looking at the place where he had fallen into the water. Instantly they both saw a green light appear underwater. After that, suddenly the water level in the area began to decrease. Both the two students and the villains who were there were surprised to see how the water began to disappear, to the point that everyone could touch the ground, while they saw a young man in a black suit standing in the middle of what used to be an area of water. Izuku continued to absorb the water from his feet, until in the end there was only a small puddle of water left, which barely reached everyone's ankles. Villain 1. What the fuck just happened? Villain 2. Where is the water? Villain 3. Shit, we lost our advantage. Villain 4. Points to Izuku. This must be his fault. As soon as he jumped off the ship, the water started to disappear. Villain 3. Unhappy, pointing at Izuku. Kill him. All the villains in the aquatic area launched themselves at Izuku thinking he was a UA student. Most of the villains were activating their quirks preparing an attack against Izuku and the UA students. Suyu prepared to fight, while Mineta was terrified when he saw the villains run in his direction. While Izuku just extended his hand towards where the villains were and activated his quirk, transferring it to his glove, causing the green light to illuminate his glove. Suddenly Izuku released a great amount of pressure, which generated an air current similar to All Might's, throwing the villains against the wall and knocking them out. Suyu and Mineta, seeing that, were shocked and afraid of that guy who defeated those villains so easily. Mineta. Trembling with fear, he defeated all those villains with a simple movement of his hand. Suyu. Surprised that attack, It could be on the level of one of All Might's punches, scaring Mineta even more. That guy is too dangerous. Mineta. Very scared. Do you think this is the villain's method for killing All Might? Suyu. Staying calm. It's possible, but I don't think so. Mineta. Trembling with fear. How are you so sure? Suyu. If he's the one plotting to kill All Might, why did he attack the villains who were supposed to be taking care of us? Mineta also didn't understand why a villain attacked those who were supposed to be his companions. There really didn't seem to be a logical explanation for that. He kept thinking about it, until Suyu said something to the villain, while Mineta got scared thinking that Suyu shouldn't mess with that villain. Suyu. Hey, referring to Izuku. Who are you? Izuku. Without turning to look at them. A villain. Suyu. If you're a villain, why did you help us? And why did you attack them? Pointing at the villains Izuku had defeated. Izuku. They were a hindrance to my plans. Looks at Suyu. I didn't help them, they only benefited from my actions. Suyu. In that case, why don't you attack us? Mineta. He approaches Suyu and pulls her wrist. Suyu, stop asking questions and let's go. Izuku. I'd listen to your friend. Izuku began to walk away from Mineta and Suyu, who stared at him. Izuku. He stops for a moment. If I were you, I'd go with your classmates to the entrance of the USJ, that's your best option to survive. He keeps walking. After saying that, Izuku walked into the USJ, leaving Suyu and Mineta behind him, who just watched him walk away until Izuku was completely lost from sight. Mineta. Calmer. How strange that guy was. Suyu. You're right, Mineta. I don't understand why he helped us. Mineta. Well, I think we should listen to him and go to the entrance. Suyu. Wait, Hiro, we can hear the villains from here. Mineta. Scared you plan to listen to them? It's very dangerous. Suyu. Calm down, Mineta, Hiro. If anything dangerous happens, we'll leave quickly. Mineta. Size defeated. Fine, but at the slightest danger we'll leave. Suyu. I promise you, Mineta. While they hid to listen for the villains, Izuku walked toward another area of the USJ, looking for Momo. As Izuku walked to the next area of the USJ, he thought about what had just happened and what he had done. Izuku's mind. Ah, damn, I still have that bad habit of helping people without thinking. Dabi told me before, that's a terrible attitude for a villain. I seriously have to stop doing that, especially when I'm on a job as a villain. Doing that takes up valuable time. How long will it take the professional heroes to realize what's happening? If they arrive before I find Yaoyorozu, I'll have to escape. Izuku continued thinking about this, until he reached a new area of the USJ. It was what appeared to be a rainy area. Seeing this, he continued walking through the area, to try to see if Momo had ended up in that area. He walked a little around the place when his instinct warned him of the danger. Izuku quickly jumped to the side, dodging a huge fist. Izuku moved away a little to see his attacker, which was a kind of solid shadow in the shape of a bird. Seeing it, Izuku noticed that the shadow came out of the body of a boy with a black cape and a crow's head, who was accompanied by a boy with a yellow hero suit with red details, who had a head that simulated the shape of a mountain. Dark Shadow. Fumikage. This guy noticed my surprise attack. Tokiyami. It looks like it. Keep a safe distance for now. Izuku kept watching his opponent's movements, but as he watched them, he realized that the shadow that attacked him had spoken, which surprised Izuku a little. Izuku. A Quirk with a conscience. He looks at both UA students in front of him and raises his voice so they can hear him. This is the first time I've seen a Quirk speak. I've never seen a Quirk like yours. Tokiyami. I'm warning you, villain, surrender. The abyss of Dark Shadow's power is too much for someone like you. Making dramatic movements. Izuku. Confused by the last part of the sentence. It's fine, out of curiosity, you don't know where your other classmates ended up, do you? Tokiyami's mind. Does he want to know where the others are? Perhaps he's specifically looking for one of us. Tokiyami. Why do you want to know that, villain? What's your plan? Izuku. A little irritated look. Friend, I'm not the type of villain who gives monologues, just tell me if you know where your companions are or not. Tokiyami. I won't, but I'll give you one last warning. Surrender or face our wrath. At the same time, the shadow emerging from his body moved closer to him. Izuku. Sighs. Well, it seems the only way out of this will be with violence. getting into a combat stance. Let's begin. Tokiyami reacted immediately and gave an order to Dark Shadow to begin his attack. Dark Shadow moved quickly against Izuku and threw a claw at him in an attempt to quickly knock him down. Izuku saw Dark Shadow's attack and slid across the ground, dodging Dark Shadow's claw. Izuku quickly stood up behind Dark Shadow and used his quirk on the soles of his feet. Rising in the air until he reached the height of Dark Shadow's head, Izuku threw a punch at him by activating his quirk in his knuckles. Dark Shadow realized the attack in time and protected himself with his forearm. Izuku's blow generated a powerful shockwave that threw Dark Shadow a few meters back by the power of the blow, but he quickly recovered and retreated until he was next to Tokiyami, while Izuku also took distance. Dark Shadow. Fumikage. This guy isn't like other villains, he's too strong. Tokiyami. Yeah, I noticed that too. He looks at his partner behind him. Koda, I need you to join the fight. Koda. Whispering nervously and scared, I can't. Tokiyami. There's no animal here, while looking scared at the villain in front of him. Tokiyami. Damn, looks like we'll have to take care of it ourselves. Dark Shadow. Get ready to go all out. Dark Shadow. Fumikage. Meanwhile, Izuku was away from that boy and his quirk, while thinking of a plan to neutralize the boy. Izuku's mind. Damn, this kid is wasting my time. I need to take care of him and go find Yaoyorozu quickly. Let's see what I know so far. He looks at Tokiyami. The bird boy hasn't done anything since the fight started. That means the crow boy depends completely on his quirk to fight. So if he neutralizes his quirk, he will be defenseless. He looks at Koda. While he hasn't done anything, that means his quirk is useless for fighting, or the conditions to use it have not been met. So the best action I can take is to get rid of the crow boy's quirk. But he looks at Dark Shadow. How can I do that? The fastest option would be to take care of the crow boy. If he is not conscious, it is likely that his quirk will also be cancelled, but his quirk does not let me get close, so I must find a weakness. Let's see, his quirk is a giant shadow, so his weakness must be. Then a smile drew under Izuku's mask. Izuku surreptitiously activated his quirk again on the back of his neck, while he got back into a fighting stance, waiting for the giant shadow to launch itself at him again. But it seemed the students in front of him wanted to talk for a while, perhaps to kill time. Tokiyami, you're a strong villain. He makes a movement with his hand. Tell me your name. Izuku, you can call me Green Mask, or Mask for short. Tokiyami, whispering so Izuku wouldn't hear him. Green Mask, I think I've heard that name before, but where? But then he notices Koda, who was trembling. Koda, what's wrong? Koda, whispering but with a scared tone, I've heard that villain name before. This comment surprised Tokiyami. Green Mask is the villain who defeated Hawks and 4 other professional heroes a few days ago. Tokiyami, surprised and a little scared. It can't be. Is this villain at the level of a top hero? Raises his voice so Izuku can hear him. Are you the villain who defeated Hawks a few days ago? Izuku, surprised. You still remember that? He rubs the back of his head. I preferred it when no one recognized me. It made my job easier. Tokiyami, worried. So it's you. Tokiyami's mind. It can't be. This villain is at the level of a top 10 hero. I don't think Dark Shadow can handle him. The best I can do now is try to delay him until the professional heroes arrive. They will have a better chance of finishing him off. For now I must keep him here talking, and if necessary use Dark Shadow to keep him here. This guy must have had great training, although he seems to be young. Koda, shouting nervously, excuse me, but, because you're a villain. Izuku. Izuku was uncomfortable with the question. My motives are my business. Anyway, this is supposed to be a fight, not an interview. Izuku ran against Tokiyami and Koda, who got a little scared when they saw him. So Tokiyami quickly sent Dark Shadow against the villain. Dark Shadow moved at great speed against Izuku, and when he was within reach, he threw a punch at him. Izuku used his forearm to cover himself, activating his quirk in it and absorbing the pressure of Dark Shadow's blow. Dark Shadow quickly launched another blow with his other hand, but this time Izuku used his quirk on the soles of his feet, releasing air that he used to make a great jump, dodging the blow. Dark Shadow raised his head, seeing his enemy who was now on top of him. Izuku only had a smile under his mask. While still in the air, he extended the palm of his hand in the direction of Dark Shadow and activated his quirk in the palm of his hand. From Izuku's hand a gigantic light appeared. The light covered the entire rainy area and was even seen in other areas of the USJ. the light hit Dark Shadow, who let out a cry of pain and shrank back to Tokiyami's body, who was covering his eyes along with Kota due to the power of the light. After a few seconds the light disappeared completely. Both Tokiyami and Kota were scared, since Dark Shadow was their best means of defense against that villain, and now that he was gone, they both found themselves in a dangerous situation. While Izuku just landed on the ground and began to remove some dust that was on his suit. Izuku's mind. Wow, it worked better than I expected. At the beginning of the fight, I activated my quirk on the back of my neck, hoping that it would also absorb the light that came into contact with my body and then release all that light at once. Honestly, it worked very well. Now that I disabled the bird boy's quirk, he and his friend are now defenseless. Both UA students looked nervous and with growing fear as they watched the villain who had just defeated Dark Shadow slowly walk towards them. Tokiyami stood in front of Kota in an attempt to protect his friend, who was trembling with fear. When Izuku got close enough to both UA students, Tokiyami threw himself with his fist raised to try to hit Izuku, but when Tokiyami approached, Izuku in a quick movement dodged his blow and hit Tokiyami in the stomach, knocking him down and falling a few meters back, at the feet of Kota, who trembled with fear at being in front of the villain, while Tokiyami remained on the ground holding his stomach at the same time that he looked at Izuku with anger and fear in his eyes. Because of the fear that Kota felt at that moment, he felt a strong tremor take over his legs, so the boy fell to the ground terrified, while Tokiyami closed his fists in anger at not being able to help his partner. Both students saw how the villain stopped right in front of them and began to stretch his hand in the direction of Kota. They both closed their eyes thinking that the villain would launch an attack against Kota. They both kept their eyes closed, but after feeling nothing for a few seconds, they both opened their eyes and saw how the villain extended his hand to Kota. Neither of them understood what was happening, until the villain spoke to Kota. "Izuku, are you okay?" Hearing those words, both of them opened their eyes wide, since neither of them thought the villain would say something like that. Kota, still trembling and scared, nodded his head. "Izuku, I'm glad, let me help you up." Kota nodded again and still scared and distrustful, he held the villain's hand and used it to get up, but Kota was still shaking and with a look that showed that he was still very scared, something that Izuku noticed. "Izuku, calm down, I don't intend to do anything to you. In fact, I want to talk for a moment." To which Kota nodded again. "Izuku, can I ask you a question?" Kota nods again. "Why do you want to be a hero?" Kota was surprised by that question. He didn't understand why that villain asked him that, but he still decided to answer. "Kota. Speaking very quietly for my mom." "Izuku." Izuku was speaking so quietly that I couldn't hear him. "Excuse me, could you speak louder? I couldn't hear you." Kota. "Speaking louder for my mom." Izuku. "Because of your mom." He smiles under his mask. "That's a good motivation. One more question, why didn't you fight me?" Kota. "My quirk allows me to talk to animals. There were no animals, so I couldn't use my quirk." Izuku. "Yes, but even so," he points to Tokiyami who was still on the ground. "I cancelled his quirk but he tried to attack me anyway, why didn't you do the same?" Kota. "I was afraid of you." Izuku. "Look, buddy, I'm not trying to judge you or anything, but if you truly want to be a hero, you can't allow yourself to be paralyzed by fear." Kota. "I'm sorry." Izuku. "Look, don't apologize to me. If this happens to you in the future, you could die, or worse, let someone else die." Kota. "I'm sorry." Izuku. Hey, calm down. Let me give you some advice. You said your mom is your reason for being a hero. Kota nods. "So every time you feel fear about to take over, think about your mother, about the hero she sees in you. Think about that, and I assure you, it will give you the courage you need." Kota in response to that, simply nodded. At this moment he no longer felt fear towards the villain in front of him. He still felt intimidated by him, but now, he thought of his mother, and that gave him the courage he needed to stand firmly. After that talk Izuku left Kota and walked towards Tokiyami, who was still on the ground, quite surprised and not understanding the actions of the villain in front of him, until Izuku stopped in front of him. Izuku. "Seeing Tokiyami, your quirk is incredible, but you have to work more on your physique. If someone cancels your quirk like me, you are defenseless. If you want to be a great hero you have to improve in all aspects, that includes combat without a quirk." He extends his hand to Tokiyami. Tokiyami took Izuku's hand, still quite distrustful, and used it to get up. After that Tokiyami walked until he was with Kota, so after that Izuku began to walk away from the rainy area. Izuku. As he walked away, by the way, the place is infested with villains. If you want to get out of here safely, I recommend meeting up with your classmates at the entrance to the USJ. I hope you survive. Waving goodbye, I want to see what kind of heroes you become. After saying that, Izuku began to walk away, while Tokiyami threw a question at him, shouting for Izuku to hear. Tokiyami, you're attacking the USJ. You could have gotten rid of us, but you didn't, and you also gave us advice on how to be better heroes. What kind of villain are you? Izuku. He pauses for a moment. I'm a villain unique in my class. After saying that, Izuku walked away, disappearing from the sight of both students. Izuku walked towards the next simulation area of the USJ, hoping that Yaoyorozu would be there. The truth is, he was getting desperate. He had already wasted a lot of time when he helped the two students from the shipwreck area, and even more time after what had just happened. Izuku didn't know why he had this habit of helping people who seemed to need help. Dabi had told him, and he himself knew it. Helping those who need it is a bad attitude for a villain. Honestly, Izuku had tried several times to stop doing that, but he always ended up moving or speaking without thinking. Izuku's mind. Damn, I'm wasting too much time. I'll have to fly. I wanted to avoid it because if I flew here, I might give away my position, but I'm running out of time. I have to do it now. Izuku activated his quirk, absorbing the air from behind his neck and releasing it from his feet. At that moment, Izuku rose into the sky. While he was flying, he activated his quirk in his hand, in which his binoculars appeared, which he used to see the areas of the USJ. He checked each of the areas in search of Yaoyorozu, until he finally found her in the collapsed zone, along with two of his companions. This drew a smile on Izuku's face. Izuku absorbed his binoculars and was about to fly to the collapsed area when he noticed something happening in the center of the USJ. He saw Shigaraki running towards the girl in the green suit he had saved in the shipwreck area. Izuku knew what Shigaraki's quirk could do, so he worried for the girl. He saw Shigaraki grab the girl's face and then, nothing. Izuku didn't understand what was happening, but then he noticed one of the heroes who was threatening him. Eraserhead was on the ground being held by a gigantic creature with black skin and a beak, which was holding Eraserhead. Then Izuku realized, despite the terrible state in which Eraserhead was, he had used his quirk to erase Shigaraki's quirk and save the girl. Izuku saw this with respect and could only say one thing. Izuku, Eraserhead is amazing. But then he saw how Eraserhead was once again whipped against the ground by that black-skinned, beaked creature. Then Shigaraki attacked the girl in the green suit again, but in this case Eraserhead could not save her. Seeing this, Izuku's body moved on its own again. He extended the palm of his hand in the direction of Shigaraki, and making use of the air that he continued to absorb from behind his neck, he began to concentrate the air and compress it. Once the air was compressed, Izuku released his attack against Shigaraki. Izuku shouts the name of his new attack, Air Bomb. An air sphere came out of Izuku's hand and was shot at high speed against Shigaraki. The air sphere hit Shigaraki's chest, and in doing so a huge current of air was released from the air sphere, which sent Shigaraki flying a few meters back. As he fell, the black-skinned creature released Eraserhead to go with Shigaraki. This was taken advantage of by the girl in the green suit and the boy with grape hair. Both of them ran towards Eraserhead, carried him and ran to the entrance of the USJ, while Shigaraki got up. But then the doors of the USJ flew open. Everyone looked at the doors of the USJ, bumping into the symbol of peace, who instead of having his typical smile, had a face of annoyance and anger. Suddenly All Might made a huge leap, landing in the center of the USJ right in front of the villains. Izuku noticed that they were both exchanging a few words, but due to the distance he couldn't hear anything. Izuku was alarmed. He quickly fixed his gaze on the entrance of the USJ, trying to see if the other professional heroes who worked at UA had also arrived, but he breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed that the only one present was All Might. Izuku watched as All Might threw a punch in the air, knocking down the remaining villains in the center of the USJ, before launching into a fistfight with the black-skinned, beaked creature. Izuku watched in awe as the creature and the symbol of peace fought, each of the two's punches generating powerful air currents that kept the villains and students at a distance. Izuku's mind. It can't be, that thing is at All Might's level, so that was his way of killing him. Then Izuku turns back to what he was doing. Good. It seems that All Might arrived alone and it seems the thing is containing him. That means I have to act now. I've already wasted too much time helping the UA students. If I'm really going to do this, it has to be now. Izuku quickly used his quirk to fly and land at the entrance to the collapse zone. He decided to land a little far away to avoid alerting the UA students and especially Yaoyorozu from noticing his presence. Izuku walked through the area of landslides, until he reached a high area where he could see the UA students. There were 3 in total, 2 women, among them his target Momo Yaoyorozu, and the other was a purple-haired girl with mutations coming out of her earlobes. The other was a blonde man with a black lock of hair that simulated lightning. Izuku watched as the blonde boy escaped from the villains while both girls fought, Yaoyorozu with a wooden staff and the other girl with a sword. The blonde boy ran to be next to both girls. While they were surrounded by villains, Izuku listened as the blonde boy explained his quirk, making it clear that it was useless at the moment, but then the purple-haired girl kicked him, causing the boy to crash into a villain and discharge his electricity into the villain. After that, Izuku saw how a villain attacked the purple-haired girl, who connected one of her lobes to a speaker on her leg, creating a powerful sound wave, which deflected the attack of a villain. After that, Izuku saw how Yaoyorozu used her quirk to create a net that caught a villain who tried to attack the blonde boy. Izuku. While watching them fight, not bad, they're strong, they just lack experience, but I'm sure they'll be great heroes, although, looks at Kaminari, I'm not very sure about him. But then, Izuku saw how Yaoyorozu's back began to glow. Then he saw how a huge blanket came out of it. Izuku was confused to see this, but then he heard her say that it was a 100mm thick insulation blanket. Then he understood the girl's plan. Izuku saw how after that the blonde boy created a huge electric current that affected all the villains in the area, leaving them knocked out. Izuku was surprised to see the amount of electricity that boy could generate. Then he focused on his target. He saw how Yaoyorozu lifted one end of the blanket to get out, but upon seeing her, a massive blush invaded Izuku's face. Since he saw how Yaoyorozu had the part of her suit that covered her breasts destroyed, Izuku quickly looked away, at the same time that the purple-haired girl covered Yaoyorozu, to prevent the blonde from seeing her. Izuku. Looking away while covering his blush, I saw them. After Izuku calmed his blush, he turned his gaze back to the battlefield, where he saw how the blonde boy had a stupid face, while walking and making strange movements with his hands. Izuku. What the hell is wrong with that guy? Does he become stupid when his quirk reaches its limit? Keeps looking at Kaminari, although I must admit it's very funny. Izuku realized that Yaoyorozu repaired his suit, so he stopped trying not to see her. Izuku at that moment thought that it would be his best chance for kidnapping, but then he saw how a villain came out of the ground and in a quick movement took the blonde boy hostage, who was still in his stupid mode. Both girls were shocked to see the villain in front of them who had their partner captured. Villain. Hands up. If they use their koseis, pick Kaminari up. I'll kill this guy. Momo. Kaminari gets into a fighting stance. Jiro. He caught us. He gets into a fighting stance. We let our guard down completely, an ambush after thinking we'd finished everyone off. Momo. I can't believe we didn't predict this. Villain. I don't want to kill anyone who's the electric type like me. Pulls out electricity from his hand, but I guess I have to, huh? Momo and Jiro raise their hands in surrender. Momo. An electric type, huh? He was probably the one Todoroki said was jamming communications. Villain. Starts to walk away. I'll go that way, don't move a muscle. Jiro. Electric types like you and Kaminari are born winners, right? The villain stops walking. I mean, even if you're not a hero, there are plenty of jobs you can do. You're in high demand, right? As Jiro speaks, he extends one of his jacks with the intention of connecting it to the speaker on his leg. I was wondering, why is someone like you a villain? Momo's mind. I see. Jiro can attack without moving as long as he can plug in his socket. Jiro. It's okay if you don't want to answer. About to plug in his jacks. Villain. He brings his hand closer to Kaminari's face enough. Jiro stops his jack and she and Momo get scared. Do you think I didn't notice? Jiro makes an annoyed face and retracts his jack. A silly child's strategy only works on silly adults. Rookie heroes shouldn't deal with hostages. If they don't put up a fight, I'll let this idiot go. Jiro and Momo get worried someone else's life or their own. The villain approaches them. Now don't move. But then, as the villain approached them, a figure dressed in black fell from above until he was behind the villain, who, upon sensing the figure, turned his head to look at him, but when he did, the figure placed the palm of his hand, which gave off a green light, on the villain's face, after which a draft appeared and the villain fell to the ground knocked out, freeing Kaminari, who was still in his stupid mode. The figure, whose head was bowed, covering his hair and face with the hood of his suit, began walking toward both women, who assumed a fighting stance. The figure continued walking toward both girls, slowly raising his head, revealing a green mask covering his face. Izuku. As he slowly approached both girls, I took too long and had quite a few setbacks, but I finally found you, Momo Yaoyorozu. Both girls looked cautiously at the villain in front of them who was slowly approaching. Jiro connected his jacks to the speakers on his legs and Momo used her quirk to create another metal staff, with which she got into a fighting stance. Both girls knew that the villain in front of them was dangerous. After all, they had just seen him defeat the villain who was holding Kaminari hostage with just a touch of his face. Both tried to keep a safe distance. They weren't sure if the person in front of them was a hero or a. Since he had helped them by getting rid of the villain who was holding Kaminari hostage, so it didn't seem like he was an ally of the villains who were attacking the USJ, but even so, they had never seen or heard of a hero who dressed like he did, so they both kept a safe distance. They both saw how the stranger raised his head, showing a green mask that was previously hidden by his hood. After seeing the villain's mask, he said something that made one of them run cold. Izuku. As he slowly approached both girls, I took too long and had quite a few setbacks, but I finally found you, Momo Yaoyorozu. Both girls were surprised by the comment of the person in front of them. Upon hearing that, Jiro turned his head, seeing his companion with a surprised face. Jiro. Whispering to Momo, you know him, pointing at Izuku. Momo. It's the first time I've ever seen him. She raises her voice so Izuku can hear her. Who are you? Why were you looking for me? Izuku. My motive doesn't matter for now, you'll understand soon enough. Izuku continued to approach both girls. Jiro. Don't come any closer. Izuku ignored her. I'm warning you, stay where you are. Izuku ignored her again. Jiro decided not to risk it and activated his quirk in the speakers on his legs, creating a huge sonic wave that headed towards Izuku, who upon seeing the girls attack just extended the palm of his hand and activated his quirk through his black gloves, absorbing the sonic wave that Jiro had thrown at him, surprising Momo and Jiro. Jiro. Surprised, what the hell happened? My attack disappeared. Momo. Whispering so only Jiro could hear her. I'm not sure what happened, but it's probably that guy's quirk. We have to be careful. Izuku. Seeing how they talked among themselves, I see that they are planning against me. Do whatever they want, after all they won't even scratch me. Momo. You seem very confident. Izuku. It's not trust, miss, it's the truth. Jiro. What did you do? How did you nullify my attack? Izuku. The how doesn't matter now. Snapping his fingers. Whatever, let's get this over with now. Izuku got into a fighting stance, preparing to launch into combat against both girls. In response, the two girls also got into a fighting stance, Momo with her metal staff in her hands and Jiro preparing with his jacks connected to the speakers on his legs. It seemed like a big fight was going to happen, between two students from the best hero school and a young man who became a villain. It seemed like Izuku was about to launch an attack against both girls, to start the fight. But just as Izuku was about to launch himself into combat, his instinct warned him of danger. Izuku quickly turned to his right, extending the palm of his hand in that direction and activating his quirk on his gloves, absorbing a bullet that was heading his way. Izuku quickly turned in the direction the bullet came from, seeing the heroes who had already arrived and were at the entrance of the USJ. Noticing that the hero who had shot him was the marksman hero Snipe, Izuku was surprised and a little worried by the presence of these professional heroes, while Momo and Jiro felt calmer and a little confident. Jiro. Smiling confidently, looks like your luck has run out, villain. Momo. Jiro's right, there's no way you can escape now that there are so many pro heroes. Izuku. You're right about that, it's impossible for me to beat so many professionals together. Momo and Jiro smile more confidently and calmly. But a direct fight isn't in my plans. Izuku extended the palm of his hand in the direction of where the UA teachers were and activated his quirk again. A blue flame began to emerge from his hand, which when it hit the ground in front of them, created a kind of wall made of blue fire, which covered the view of the professionals and made it difficult for them to get close to the area where Izuku was. Izuku's mind. Thank goodness he took this precaution with Dabi. Flashback. Izuku and Dabi were in the van outside of USJ, waiting for the UA students to arrive to begin the plan. Dabi. Hey Deku, what are you planning to do if the heroes arrive early? Izuku. The easiest thing would be to create a distraction and then escape. Dabi. And you have something in your arsenal that can do that. Izuku. A couple of things, though I don't think they have the effect I'm looking for. Dabi. Think about Izuku's plan for a bit, and what about a fire barrier? Would that work for you? Izuku. Yeah, that would work. Dabi. Okay. Creates blue fire in his hand. You just absorb this, I'll keep creating it. Izuku. Are you? After that, Izuku used his quirk to absorb the blue fire that Dabi created, and they continued like this until they saw the UA bus where the students were approaching. End of flashback. Both girls were shocked by what they had just seen. They saw how the person in front of them had created a barrier of fire between the collapsed area and where the heroes were. Jiro. Hey, what's going on? Should I create a fire barrier? I thought his quirk allowed him to somehow nullify my attacks. Momo. Does she have more than one quirk? Jiro. Surprised, more than one quirk, is that possible? Momo. I don't know, that's all I can think of for now. We have to be careful with this guy, at least until the pro heroes get here. But at that moment Izuku spoke loudly, interrupting the two girls' conversation. Izuku. All right, enough with the games, I'm running out of time. Both girls were worried by those words, and they got back into a fighting stance. Izuku didn't wait in activating his quirk. He released air from the soles of his feet and moved at a surprising speed. In an instant he appeared in front of Jiro. When she saw him, she tried to attack with her jacks, but Izuku in a quick movement dodged them and hit her in the stomach at the same time that he released some pressure, leaving Jiro knocked out. Momo was surprised by the speed of her attacker. She quickly grabbed her metal pipe and launched herself at Izuku in an attempt to hit him with her metal pipe. Izuku saw the girl's attack and used his hand with his quirk to block the attack. When Momo threw the blow, Izuku used his quirk and instantly Momo's staff disappeared, leaving her very surprised. Instantly Momo stepped back and used her quirk to create a new metal staff. Momo. Taking distance from Izuku. What did you do? When I touched you, my weapon disappeared. Izuku. I told you and your friend when the fight started, didn't I? You can do whatever you want. After all, you won't even scratch me. Momo. You shouldn't be so confident. Izuku. Look, he rubs the back of his head. You seem strong and I'd like to fight you, but I'm running out of time. Izuku extended the palm of his hand towards Momo, who created a metal shield to defend herself. Then Izuku activated his quirk and the sound waves he had absorbed from Jiro came out of his hand against Momo, who did not expect that, and because her shield did not protect her from the sonic waves, the power of the sound stunned her and knocked her out. Izuku. Okay. Part 1 done, now for the next part. Izuku activated his quirk in his hand and a note appeared in his hand. Izuku ran to where Kaminari was still in his stupid mode and stuck the note on his forehead. After that Izuku ran to Momo's unconscious body and used his quirk to take out a sack that was stored in his storage. Izuku quickly tried to put Momo inside the sack from her feet. Everything seemed normal until he reached Momo's breasts, where it got stuck. Izuku. Pulling the sack so it goes up over Momo's breasts. It can't be. What size is she that the sack can't fit through there? Pulling the sack harder. Damn it, go up. Izuku continued pulling on the sack when his instinct warned him of danger. Izuku moved to the side, dodging a blow aimed at him. Once the attack was dodged, Izuku got into a fighting stance, facing his attacker, who was a hero wearing a beige trench coat, with a black mask glued to his body, with white eyes and exposed teeth. Izuku. Seeing his opponent ectoplasm. Ectoplasm. You may have dodged my villainous attack, but the exits are covered by heroes and the villain with the portal quirk is already gone. You have no way to escape. Surrender, villain. Izuku. I don't have time for this. Izuku got into a fighting stance and threw a punch into the air. Using his quirk on his knuckles he released a lot of pressure, which released a punch like All Might's. The power of the punch threw ectoplasm against a rock that came out of the ground. As soon as ectoplasm crashed into the rock, his body dissolved into a strange liquid. Izuku. Looking seriously at the remains of ectoplasm, it was just a clone, but taking into account that he already saw me and that he surely also saw Yaoyorozu's body half stuffed in the sack, they should already have an idea of what I'm doing, so it's better if I go now. Izuku touched the sack that covered Yaoyorozu's body below her breasts. Using his quirk, he absorbed the sack and carried Momo on his shoulders. Izuku ran while carrying Momo towards the nearest wall. As he ran, someone stood in front of his path. It was the heroine Midnight. Midnight, stop right there, villain, let go of the student. A piece of her suit rips, from which pink gas begins to escape. Izuku, I don't have time for this. With his free hand, he throws a punch in the air with his quirk, releasing pressure that dispersed Midnight's gas and sent her flying until she crashed a few meters back. Once Midnight was knocked out on the ground, Izuku ran to one of the walls of the USJ and using his free hand touched the USJ wall. Absorbing a piece of it, Izuku went through the hole and ran down the street, to the van in which Dabi was waiting for him. Izuku opened the back door of the van and threw Momo's unconscious body inside the van, after which Izuku also entered the interior of the van. Dabi quickly started the van and drove as fast as he could away from the USJ. Izuku saw how the door of the USJ was opened and Present Mike came out, who yelled at the van. Izuku opened the back door of the van and reached out, absorbing Present Mike's sonic waves before they impacted the car. Once done, Izuku and Dabi entered a street full of cars, losing sight of the UA teachers. Dabi. While driving you took too long. When I saw the heroes enter the USJ, I thought about leaving immediately. Izuku. It's a good thing you waited, because that, pointing at Momo's unconscious body, is a living fortune. By the time this is over, we'll have millions. Dabi. I just hope this whole thing doesn't go to shit. Sigh. Okay, where do we go now? Izuku. First, we'll go see an acquaintance at the warehouse. After that, I'll guide you to the place where we'll be holding the girl. Dabi. Good. Izuku sat in the back of the van, next to Momo's unconscious body. After a few minutes of waiting, the van stopped in front of a large abandoned warehouse. Izuku. Getting out of the van. Wait here for me. If I don't come back in 15 minutes, leave. Dabi. Is the guy you're about to see dangerous? Izuku. He's strong, but nothing I can't handle. Dabi. Be careful. Izuku. With a mocking smile. What? Now you're worried about me. Dabi. Seriously, I just don't want you to leave me alone with this whole kidnapping thing. Izuku. Mocking laugh. Don't worry, I'll be back. Izuku walked inside the warehouse. He walked slowly, with his guard up. He knew this guy was dangerous, but Izuku was confident that he could take care of him. As he walked, Izuku saw how a beam separated from the ceiling and headed at high speed against him. Izuku didn't even flinch at this and extended his hand, absorbing the beam. Izuku. Stop playing games and get out already. A silhouette is seen covered by the shadows of the warehouse. Ha ha ha. I apologize for that. I just wanted to see if you were like in the rumors. Izuku. I don't care about the rumors about me. I want to know if you have what I asked for, Wolfram. The silhouette hidden in the darkness took a step forward, revealing a man in a dark military suit covered by a white coat, yellow eyes, dark red hair and a metal mask covering his face. Wolfram. Ha ha ha. I do have it, but it was hard to get in the time you gave me. I should charge you more for it. Izuku. Seriously, you'll receive the agreed upon pay. Now give it to me. Wolfram. Show me the money first. Izuku activated his quirk in his hand, making a huge wad of bills appear, which he threw to Wolfram, who took the money and counted it. Wolfram. Looks like everything's there. Here's what you asked for. Wolfram used his quirk and saw a large metal ring-shaped device come out of a corner of the warehouse, which floated until it was in front of Izuku, who took it. Wolfram. So tell me, Mask, what's this about? A kidnapping. Izuku. He worries a little and is on guard. How did you know? Wolfram. The black van with tinted windows outside is a big clue. Izuku. Let your guard down a little. It's the same thing I told my partner. Either way, this ends the deal. Wolfram. Wolfram. That's right, and since this is our first time doing business together, let me give you some advice about kidnappings. Izuku. Go ahead. Wolfram. In a kidnapping, there's one rule you must never break. Never speak to the kidnapped person. Izuku. Well, it's a very simple rule. but I still appreciate it. He walks to the exit of the warehouse and waves goodbye. Goodbye Wolfram, I hope we can do business again soon. Wolfram. Smiling under his metal mask, I hope so, mask. Izuku left the warehouse and walked until he reached the van. Once there he entered and went to Yaoyorozu's unconscious body. He took the huge metallic ring that Wolfram had just given him and put it on Yaoyorozu's neck. Once placed there, Izuku pressed a button on the ring and it shrank until it fit perfectly around his neck. Once this was done, Izuku sat in the passenger seat along with Dabi, who had silently watched this. Dabi, what did you put around that girl's neck? Izuku, it's a prototype for an anti-Quirk necklace. The prototype was supposed to be sent to I Island for study, but I contacted the guy the first just met to steal the necklace from the truck transporting it. Dabi, that must have cost you a lot. Izuku, not so much, I made a good deal with him. Dabi, why take so many precautions with the girl? Izuku, I don't want this job to be ruined. Besides, his creation, Quirk could cause us a lot of trouble. It was better to nullify it now, before it becomes a real problem. Dabi, okay, now where? Izuku, you drive, I'll guide you. Dabi nodded. Meanwhile, in a meeting room inside the UA teachers were sitting, except for Aizawa and 13. In addition, one could also see in one of the chairs an All Might in his emaciated form and a man with a beige trench coat and a hat the same color as his trench coat and black eyes. Everyone present was standing with serious faces and in silence, until a small creature of dubious species stood up. The small creature looked like a mix between a bear, a dog and a mouse, with white fur and a scar over one of its eyes. This was the director of the UA, Director Nezu. Nezu. Seriously, I think everyone knows what we do here, so, Detective Tsukauchi, please begin. Tsukauchi. Yes, Director. As you all know, this morning the USJ was attacked by an organization that calls itself the League of Villains. We managed to capture the one who was supposed to kill All Might. The creature known as Nomu, showing some photos of the Nomu. It seems that before it was a low-ranking criminal, who was turned into that thing. From what we know, many quirks were implanted in him and his intelligence was taken away to improve their control over him. But despite that, All Might managed to defeat him. Having said that, even though we managed to capture most of the attackers, the leaders of the attack managed to escape. Midnight. It's incredible that they caused so much damage and destruction, yet they managed to escape. It's disappointing. Tsukauchi. That's right, the attack leaders were talking to each other. Under the names of Kurogiri shows his photo on the screen. From what we know, he possesses a portal quirk that allows him to teleport himself and his allies through portals created from a black mist that seems to form his body. Snipe. That guy is dangerous in and of itself. Warp-type quirks are very rare, and it's very dangerous for them to have someone with that quirk with them. Tsukauchi. That's right, he seems to be a problem, and now the one who seems to be the leader of the League, Tamura Shigaraki. From what we know, he has a quirk that allows him to disintegrate everything he touches, although his personality is quite similar to that of a child. Nezu. In a way, he's like our students. If someone guides him and leads him astray, I don't even want to imagine what he'll become. Tsukauchi. That's right, Principal. Now, we have to talk about the worst event that happened during the attack. Shows Momo's photo, the kidnapping of a UA student. All the teachers clench their fists in anger. Student Momo Yaoyorozu, she was kidnapped during the attack. One of her classmates named Denki Kaminari, gave us a note that the kidnapper left for her. A note appeared on the screen, saying, "We have the girl. If you want her back, let her family be alert, we'll contact them." When they finished reading, all the heroes were furious and clenched their fists. Tsukauchi. I know this is disappointing for you, but we have to stay calm and save the girl. Ectoplasm. It's my fault. If I had sent more clones when he defeated the first one, this wouldn't have happened. Midnight. No, it's my fault. He defeated me with one blow when I was escaping with her. If only I hadn't trusted him so much. But then a voice echoed throughout the room. Upon hearing it, everyone turned to look at him. They were very surprised by his words. All Might. No, Midnight, this is my fault. If I had listened to Aizawa and not wasted my time with small incidents on the way to UA, I could have defeated the Nomu sooner and saved young Yaoyorozu, before the villain had taken her out of the USJ. Nezu. Enough is enough. Everyone turns to look at him. This isn't any of your fault. What happened couldn't have been foreseen by any of us. What we have to do now is do everything we can to get that little girl back home safe and sound. All. Nezu and Naomasa. Yes, Director. Nezu. Please, Detective, continue. Tsukauchi. Yes, Principal, thanks to the testimonies and descriptions of the students who had contact with the kidnapper. In addition to the descriptions given to us by Midnight and Ectoplasm, we were able to identify the villain. All the heroes paid attention to the name of the kidnapper. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to the kidnapper of the young Yaoyorozu. A photo of Izuku in his villain costume and mask appears on the screen. The villain known as Green Mask. Some may identify him as the villain who became famous on the news for defeating Hawks and 4 other heroes. Some heroes opened their eyes in surprise when they saw their student's kidnapper. Present Mike. Surprised he's the one who defeated Hawks. I heard that after their fight, Hawks and the other heroes who fought him are still recovering. Tsukauchi. Yes, now we have to talk about the most worrying thing about this villain. Some say he has multiple quirks. All heroes are worried and amazed by this. During all his appearances he has shown different abilities, a strength that some compare to All Might's, flight, control of fire, disappearing objects he touches, resistance to blows, generating energy beams, enormous speed, air control, etc. Nezu. Worried and whispering to All Might. Multiple quirks, you won't believe it's him. All Might. Whispering to Nezu, I could swear I killed him, but I'm not sure. Tsukauchi. Noticing All Might and the director's concern. Although I personally don't think it's about several quirks, the heroes look at him curiously. I have personally spoken with witnesses and seen the USJ videos. Apparently every time the boy is about to use one of his abilities, a part of his body lights up with a green light. I think it's not about several quirks, but that it's actually a single quirk with several uses. Nezu. I see. In any case, for now we have to focus on getting young Yaoyorozu back safely. Her parents are pushing hard and have already contacted many agencies and important members to find their daughter. We will wait for Green Mask to contact the young woman's parents and we will make the necessary decisions to save young Yaoyorozu. Also, due to this reason, classes for Room 1A will be cancelled, and the UA Sports Festival will be postponed until young Yaoyorozu is rescued. All Nezu and Naomasa. Yes, Principal Nezu. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, far from the UA, in a windowless room covered in aluminum foil, which made it impossible to see where the entrance was, a sleeping ebony girl could be seen tied to a chair, wearing a revealing red outfit made of what appeared to be leather and a strange metallic collar around her neck. Suddenly, the girl began to slowly open her eyes, showing her onyx eyes and a confused look on her face. The girl tried to get up, but couldn't. It was at that moment that she realized she was tied to a chair. The girl began to make quite a few sudden movements with the intention of freeing herself from her bonds. When she failed, she tried to use her quirk to create a cutting weapon to try to cut the rope that held her. But her surprise was great when she saw that her quirk did not activate. The girl continued trying to use her quirk until a voice sounded behind her. Izuku, stop trying, it's useless. Yaoyorozu was surprised when she heard this and tried to turn her head to see the person who had spoken to her, but because she was tied up, this was an impossible action. The girl heard footsteps behind her and slowly saw 2 people enter her field of vision. The first person was a stranger to her, wearing a black suit with a mask of the same color, while the second person was instantly identified by Yaoyorozu as the same villain who had attacked her and Jiro at the USJ. Yaoyorozu. Annoyed and trying to break free. Who are you? Where are we? What's going on? Izuku. The fact that you're tied to a chair in an unfamiliar place should be enough to understand what's going on. We kidnapped you. Yaoyorozu. Annoyed and raising her voice, let me go. Villains, the heroes will come for me soon and arrest you both. Izuku. I highly doubt that will happen. After all, they don't have a single clue as to where we are. Yaoyorozu. Tried to use her quirk to create a weapon to free herself and attack. Why isn't my quirk working? Dabi. Don't worry, what you have around your neck is an experimental device that was going to Island for study. That necklace cancels out your quirk. Yaoyorozu. Worried, why did you bring me here? What do you want? Izuku. Isn't it obvious? He activates his quirk and some documents appear in his hand, which he begins to read aloud. Momo Yaoyorozu, only daughter of the Yaoyorozu family, one of the most influential and wealthy families in Japan. He throws the documents at Momo's feet for her to see. I'm sure your parents will pay a lot of money for you to return safe and sound. Yaoyorozu. A little mockingly, what, is the League of Villains in need of money? Izuku. Smiling under his mask, I think you're confused, we two don't belong in that group. Yaoyorozu. Surprised by the villain's statement, but, you kidnapped me from the USJ. Izuku. That's right, I only used that idiot Tamura Shigaraki and his gang's plan as a distraction so I could take you. I don't work for that moron. Yaoyorozu. Angry, so what are you going to do to me now? Izuku. We'll only keep you here until your parents pay the ransom. If you behave, you'll get out of here without any harm, but if you try to escape or cause trouble, well, let's just say my partner isn't as kind as I am. Momo set her sights on the other villain in front of her, who created a blue flame in his hand, intimidating Momo. Izuku. Well, Miss Yaoyorozu. He activates his quirk and a small sack appears in his hand. I'll cover your head for a moment to prevent you from seeing the door to the room. As soon as my partner leaves I'll take it off, so please don't resist. Momo nods. Izuku proceeded to put the sack over the girl's head. Once he made sure she couldn't see, he went to one end of the room and pushed the foil-covered wall, revealing the door. Izuku and Dabi left the room, and once outside, they closed the door so Yaoyorozu wouldn't hear their conversation. Dabi. This seems to be going better than I thought, but shouldn't we muzzle her? Izuku. Remembering Wolfram's advice and shaking his head, she's completely tied up and immobilized. I don't think there's any problem with her being able to talk. Dabi. Sigh, whatever. Izuku. Okay, Dabi, take this. He activates his quirk and a list appears in his hand. Use the money we have left and go to the black market to buy what's on the list. I'll stay and take care of the girl. Dabi. Take the list, I'll go. By the way, when we'll make the ransom call? Izuku. We'll get the things first, then we'll plan what we'll say, and then we'll make the call. Dabi. Okay. He waves goodbye as he walks to the exit. See you later, Deku. Izuku. Yes, waving goodbye. Once Dabi left the room, Izuku walked to the still open door and re-entered the room where Yaoyorozu was being held. Once inside, Izuku went to Yaoyorozu and removed the sack that was covering her head, absorbing the sack to store it. Once done, Izuku went to a corner of the room and using his quirk, took out a chair from his inventory, which he placed in a corner and sat on it watching Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu just stared at Izuku, trying to figure out what his quirk was, while trying to think of a plan to escape. Momo knew she had to stay calm. She couldn't afford to show weakness in front of her captors, so she said to stay calm and as normal as possible. After all, she was a hero candidate, she had to stay calm even in the worst situations. Yaoyorozu saw her captor's hands glow green, indicating that he was using his quirk. She then saw a book appear in his hands, which he began to read. Yaoyorozu looked at the cover of the book and realized that it was a classic book from the pre-quirk era. Momo. Watching Izuku read and speaking in a low voice the Divine Comedy. Izuku. Listens to Momo and lifts his head from the book looking at her. He realizes the question. Yes, I like classic literature, it's a good way to pass the time, after all, we'll be here for a while. Momo. I never thought a villain would have so much culture and good taste. She realizes what she said and is scared of the villain's reaction to that comment. Izuku. With a smile under his mask, what did you think? That we're all ignorant idiots who only use our quirks for personal gain or to cause trouble? Momo. Calms down a bit at the answer, more or less. Izuku. Well, you're wrong. There are all kinds of villains in the world. Momo. By the way, how did you get the book? There are very few copies currently. Izuku. I bought it on the black market. The answer surprises Momo. You can find everything there. Momo. Indignant. What? She raised her voice slightly. I can't believe one of Dante's works is being sold on the black market, while I'm still waiting for my parents to give me a copy. Izuku. I have to admit it's a bit disappointing, but at least I was able to get it. Momo. By the way, curious, how much did it cost you? Izuku. About 15,000 yen. Momo. Surprised and raising her voice. 15,000 yen. But based on what I know, it should cost at least 4 times that much. Izuku. Rubbing the back of his head. Oh yeah, the salesman is a friend of mine, I guess that's why he gave me the discount. Momo, I see. I hope when I get out of here, my parents can give me the book. Izuku, looking at Momo, smiling under his mask. What do you think if we read it together? Momo, surprised and excited. Really? Izuku, smiling. Why not? After all, we'll be here for a long time. After saying that, Izuku moved his chair and put it next to the chair where Yaoyorozu was tied. Izuku sat next to her and extended the book he was reading and put it in front of him and the girl, so that both could read it. When Izuku finished reading, he waited for Yaoyorozu to tell him that she finished too so he could turn the page. While they read, Momo thought about her current situation. Momo's mind. How lucky I was, I can finally read this book. I've been asking my parents for months, while reading the book. Well, I'll take advantage of this time to try to think of a way to escape. Now, what do I know about my captors? Remember Dabi? It seems there are two. One of them has a fire quirk, while the other looks at Izuku. I'm still not very sure. In the USJ he launched an attack like Jiro's, and here I saw a chair appear out of nowhere. What kind of quirk does that? Well, for now I can't do anything. I have to wait for an opportunity to escape. After that he concentrates on reading the book. After reading for a while, Izuku feels his cell phone start to vibrate, so he takes it out of his pocket to check it, seeing that it was a message from Dabi. Izuku, closing the book. Well, we'll leave the reading here for today. I'll go out for a moment, so I'll put the sack on your head. Momo nods. Izuku used his quirk, taking out the sack and putting it on Momo's head. Once done, he left the room, leaving Momo alone, who couldn't see anything because of the sack covering her head, but she only had one thought in her head. Momo's mind. I have to analyze both of them carefully. When they let their guard down, I'll use the opportunity to escape. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and now we will see you in the next video.